Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had a Respawn Ability Like a Game. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku honestly hated his quirk. I mean seriously, what real use was a pinpoint marker that pointed to useless objects? Not only that, it only worked within 10 feet of him and was completely out of his control. He might as well be quirkless. Wait, no, being quirkless would be a blessing at this point. These were the hate-filled ramblings that went on in the Greenette's head as his quirk marked the 13th empty soda can that he walked past on his way home from school. His quirk, if you could not tell at this point, was called Waypoint. Theoretically, it allowed Izuku to set waypoint markers on objects or destinations that he wanted or needed to get to, like in a video game. Sadly, for some logic-defying reason, the quirk did near the exact opposite of what Izuku wanted or needed it to do. There were several times that the quirk had led him into encounters with bullies, mainly with his ex-best friend Katsumi Bakugo, along with other random destinations. One time his quirk prompted him to jump into a manhole for Christ's sake. Like, what the hell? Did his quirk have it out for him? Was it suicidal since it was bound to him? These questions did not work well on his already fragile self-confidence. Not to mention his stupid quirk ended up with him getting bullied at school. You see, Izuku always wanted to be a hero since he was a kid. All Might was his role model, after all. But really, how could you be a hero if you have a defective quirk and weak noodle arms? The other kids, including Bakugo, didn't seem to like his ambitions despite his quirk, so they made sure, Bakugo especially, that Izuku's life was a living hell. A solid decade of torment from not just his bullies, but almost the entire student body, ran Izuku ragged. Even the quirkless kids got in on it, seeing Izuku as something below even them, people who had no powers in a superpowered society. The only solace that the green-haired boy received was the teachers that would put a stop to their onslaughts, but even then those people were few and far between. Most of his teachers didn't care what happened to him, some even allowing Izuku's tormentors to get off scot-free for their actions. Even then, Izuku kept firm. He studied and analyzed heroes on a daily basis, desperate to learn from the best on what to do in dangerous situations so that he himself could perform their work. With his heightened analysis grew his dream until that was all that he wanted to be. A shining hope for all in this world of heroism and villainy. Yeah, right? Izuku lamented to himself as he exited the tunnel close to his neighborhood, staring intently at his charred notebook. He could barely make out the title of the peeling, burnt cover written in marker reading, Hero Analysis for my future number 13. I have a weak quirk and a weak body, not to mention that the UA entrance exam is supposed to be the toughest hero course exam ever held in all of Asia. Izuku sighed, not noticing the sound of a metal grate being lifted or the sloshing of liquid approaching him from behind. It's hopeless. I mean, it's not like miracles can hapdash. The boy was suddenly ensnared by a gray, gelatinous liquid that smelled terribly of raw sewage. It was gray and had no form, but it was easily moving around on its own and holding Izuku with an impossibly strong hold. In Izuku's blind panic, he tried desperately to get air to his lungs only for whatever the liquid was to start forcing its way into his mouth. Izuku wanted so badly to cough or throw up, but he couldn't. Quite honestly, it tasted way worse than it smelled. Hey, come on kid, quit squirmin', the liquid sneered, showing Izuku that it had large eyes bigger than his head and a long, jagged set of yellow teeth that looked at him in what seemed to be joy. This'll only take less than a minute. Gotta use UFR a bodysuit so I can get him off my tail. The liquid man emphasized him, with such venom that it shook the Greenette to the core. Though I gotta say, kid, you came at the perfect time. You're my hero. The liquid man cackled as he shoved even more of his gelatinous body into Izuku's mouth. At this point Izuku was losing his vision to the grips of unconsciousness. Izuku had studied up on the effects of oxygen deprivation on the human body, and he knew that this was most likely be his end. If the liquid man was using Izuku's body as a camouflage from the inside with the way he was now, then it would be the equivalent of walking around in a human corpse. Damn it! Izuku cried mentally as he clawed in vain at the liquid man, his fingers passing through the villain's body harmlessly. Fresh tears sprung forth and clouded his vision even further. I don't want things to end like this. Please, somebody, anybody. Help me please. Izuku closed his eyes as his lungs burned for reprieve, desperately twitching and heaving for any semblance of air. Help. Me. The sewer grate behind Izuku and the villain burst open, impaling on the top of the tunnel with a crash. A lone, buff fist was sticking out of the hole, steaming from the force of the blow. Have no fear, young one, a booming masculine voice called out as the body attached to the buff fist quickly climbed up. The man was at least 7 feet tall, wearing a simple white t-shirt and cargo shorts, both of which clung tightly to his overly muscular frame. He had shining blonde hair that was impeccably slicked back save for 2 cowlicks that stuck up from the crown of his hair, faintly resembling a TV antennae. Though his eyes were not visible under the shadow of his features, he sported an impossibly white smile. Because I am here. The only thing that Izuku and the villain could think was, All Might. Before Izuku or the Sludge Man, as Izuku now dubbed him, could react, All Might dashed forward at blinding speed, fist ped back for a devastating blow. Texas smash. All Might cried as he completely with the attack. Intentionally. The utter wind force of the blow actually caused the Sludge Man to fly off of Izuku and scatter across the ground, freeing the boy and scattering the villain's body to pieces. Before Izuku had the chance to be amazed at the sheer force of the blow or relieved at the sudden kickback of oxygen filling his lungs again, he promptly blacked out. Sometime later, Izuku woke up with the worst headache he ever had. Good God, why does it feel like I got hit with a semi-truck? Young man, you're finally awake. Izuku tilted his head up from where he was lying down to see All Might leaning over him, his signature smile shining proudly in the afternoon light. Now I remember. It took Izuku's brain another second to process what he saw before the greenette went bug-eyed and sat up in a flash, almost ramming his head into the number 1 heroes. All Might backed up a bit out of surprise, but kept his composure as Izuku frantically scrambled up. I'm glad to see that you're all right, young man. The pro hero kept up his bravado, doing some small poses that he did not steal from a popular anime series that he watched. And thanks to you, I was able to capture the villain. He held up 2 2-liter bottles of Coca-Cola, but instead of soda, they held the seemingly dazed body of the Sludge Man that had captured Izuku. The zoned-out eyes could be seen floating around in one of the bottles. Izuku bowed deeply towards his idol. Thank you so much for saving me, sir. The boy then perked up and quickly searched around for his school bag. Once located, Izuku opened it up and frantically began searching for something as he muttered to himself, Notebook, where did I put my dash? Were you searching for this, young man? Izuku looked back towards All Might, who was holding up Izuku's charred hero analysis notebook. I took the liberty of signing one of the pages already, and I have to say, these are some incredibly detailed notes. I only know of 2 individuals who could create notes and strategies this detailed. Is this perhaps a part of your quirk? At this, Izuku's shoulders slumped a bit. Actually, All Might, sir, it's not. My quirk is not that good, to be honest. All Might perked up at Izuku's sad tone. Oh, and what is your quirk, if you don't mind me asking? The pro hero inquired. The greenette hesitated a bit before speaking. My quirk is called Waypoint. It allows me to pinpoint objects and locations that I want or need to go to. But .it doesn't do that at all. It just points out random objects that I have no use for. Izuku looked to the ground in shame. He half expected the pro hero before him to start laughing at him like everyone else did. What he didn't expect was the sound of a cough and, when he looked up, steam to be rolling off his idol in waves. Wait, Ash. Before Izuku could finish, a huge puff of smoke exploded off of All Might, causing Izuku to yelp in surprise. When the steam cleared, a skeletal man stood where the number 1 hero once stood. He wore the same clothes that All Might was wearing, though now they hung very loosely to his thin frame. His hair was now somewhat disheveled, the 2 cowlicks somehow losing their firmness and falling in front of his face. The skeletal man's lean face and gaunt eyes made him look a little sickly, but he had vibrant blue sclera that shone with life. He was currently having a violent coughing fit, flecks of blood flying out of his mouth. When the man finished, he noticed Izuku staring at him wide-eyed and shocked. They stayed like this for a good minute, before the mysterious man spoke. "Well, this is awkward." Izuku continued to stare on in shock, unmoving. The skeletal man slowly walked up to the young boy and waved a lanky hand in front of his face. Izuku made no reaction to the movement. The man stood there for a moment before shrugging and chopping the boy on the head with his hand. That managed to snap Izuku out of his stupor as he rubbed his head from the surprisingly strong blow. Then he got a good look at the shriveled-up All Might, Small Might, and, as expected of our anxious protagonist, promptly began to freak out again. "Fake! Imposter! The smoke! Why are you impersonating All M-?" The greenette's mouth was promptly covered by the lanky hand of the imposter, only allowing Izuku's ramblings to be muffled. The skeletal man sighed. "Listen, kid, I assure you I am All Might." As the man said his piece, more flecks of blood spilled out of his mouth. Izuku would have freaked out some more and asked a barrage of questions if not for the fact that the man's hand was still covering his mouth. "Now, I'm going to remove my hand from your mouth and I promise to explain this to you, but you have to promise me that you won't freak out, okay? Nod once if you understand." Izuku gave a swift nod. "Okay then." The man took his hand off of Izuku's mouth, releasing the floodgates. "What happened to you? Why are you all skinny? How do you steam when you detransform? Why does your hair droop when you dash?" All Might's hand went back to Izuku's mouth, the man giving the boy a deadpanned look. "Seriously, kid?" Izuku just gave him a weak shrug. The pro-hero sighed. "Now, I will explain what happened, but only if you promise me that you do not tell a single living soul. And please, please, for the love of God, do not ramble. Understand?" The boy nodded once more. "Okay then." All Might slowly lifted his hand from Izuku's mouth. When it was clear that the greenette would not go off on another rambling spree, the pro-hero cleared his throat. "Now, I'll answer the questions you already asked me." He lifted the side of his shirt up to reveal the nastiest-looking scar that Izuku had ever seen in his life. The wound was spread out across the hero's entire left side, a crude spiral of twisted flesh and scars all swirling around what Izuku deduced as an entrance wound in All Might's lower ribs. It looked almost like the pro-hero had been hit with an artillery shell and it lodged in his side before exploding. Izuku recoiled at the nasty sight, but kept silent. "Sorry you had to see this, kid, but it goes with what I'm about to tell you. About 5 years ago, I fought the villain who put this hole in my side. I managed to take down the villain, but I had to have my left lung and stomach surgically removed as the result. The wound would also hinder my ability to do hero work. Right now, I can only do my job for about 3 hours a day, and it's slowly but surely getting lower." 5 years ago? Wasn't that when you fought Toxic Chainsaw?" Izuku muttered. All Might gave Izuku a small melancholic smirk. "That idiot? He couldn't even make a scratch on me. No, this villain was hidden from the public. Or more accurately, I asked that it not be made public." Izuku looked at his idol in shock. The symbol of peace can't be seen getting hurt, otherwise it would cause mass chaos. It was All Might's turn to look at the boy in surprise. Society, especially Japanese society, has grown so used to you taking out crime that we take it for granted that you will come and save us. Izuku continued on in a sort of mix between awe and sadness. If it were ever let out that you couldn't do your hero work, it would be begging villains to come out of the woodwork. The pro-hero was impressed by Izuku's analysis. I knew his analytical abilities were impressive from his notebook, but to pick up on the consequences of my injury so quickly, and the concern that he shows for the populace. Is he? All Might shoot away his thoughts and gave Izuku a solemn nod. Exactly, young man. Society would be overrun by villainy if I were to step down now. It's the reason that I smile. To assure the people that I am still here, but also to stave off the overwhelming fear that I feel. Once again, Izuku looked at his idol in shock. The symbol of peace, overwhelmed by fear? What villain was responsible for causing the #1 hero to fall to this state? Either way, the villain is gone now, so there's no need to worry about him now. All Might continued, snapping Izuku from his fear-induced thoughts. Now, back to the subject of your quirk. You said it doesn't track what you want it to track, correct? Izuku meekly looked down again. Why, yes, sir? It only tends to track things that I have no use for, like that shopping bag you carry. The greenette pointed at the bag that All Might was holding before his eyes widened in fear. All Might, where did the villain go? The pro-hero quickly lifted the bag up to reveal that although the bottles that had housed the sludge man were still in the bag, somehow the villain had unscrewed the caps from the inside and had snuck away while the two were talking. Panic beginning to set in, the skeletal man frantically looked around for any trace of sludge that the villain had possibly left behind for a trail, but quickly saw nothing. A large boom and a slight shake of the ground caused both Izuku and All Might to look towards the sound. Smoke was faintly billowing up from where the downtown area of Mizudafu was. Without a single word, both hero and child dashed off towards downtown, worry and fear evident in their minds. Mizudafu Prefecture, downtown area. Most people in Mizudafu were used to villain attacks by now. Heroes patrolled by the densely populated area, but for some odd reason or another, it didn't deter anyone from committing crimes out in broad daylight. Hell, there were even times where villains would outright challenge the heroes to fights. It was a bit of a norm in Mizudafu. When a person made of sludge standing at a towering 8 feet tall laughing manically and launching explosions from his hands began decimating the shopping strip, however, the people were not used to that. The sludge man stood alone in the burning and smoking rubble of what was left of the strip mall, laughing in utter delight, and he sent explosion after explosion into nearby debris. A group of at least 10 heroes, including Death Arms, Kamui Woods, Backdraft, and Mount Lady, stood by and kept the crowd from getting too close to the carnage. Said crowd was just looking on at the destruction in intrigue and slight irritation, amazed at the sheer audacity and power of the sludge man but mad that he had ruined their shopping trips. Unnoticed by anyone, a lanky man and a green-haired child both ran up to the back of the crowd, sweaty and catching their breaths. Izuku and Toshinori, the two had exchanged their names to each other as they ran to the scene, looked over the heads of the crowd to see that, yes indeed, it was the same villain that All Might had captured not even 20 minutes ago, now freely rampaging in the narrow street covered in rubble and flames. No! Izuku grabbed his hair as he saw the sludge man. How did he even manage to get out? He was knocked out from the force of dash. A violent cough interrupted the boy as he looked over to see Toshinori clutching his wound and holding a hand to his mouth, blood dribbling through the gaps between his bony fingers. Alwagi-sen, are you all right? The greenette almost slipped up as he pulled out a box of tissues from his backpack, courtesy of his mother, and offered them to the injured hero. Yes, thank you, Midoriya Shounen, Toshinori coughed out as he wiped the blood off of his mouth and hand. My injury makes it hard to do any strenuous physical activity when in my true form, especially now since I've hit my limit. The blonde skeleton looked towards the scene of destruction before him, pain and regret evident in his solid blue eyes. He's at his limit? Izuku turned back towards the sludge man's carnage as his mind dove deeper into despair. All Might can't stop the villain, and it's all my fault. Hey, what's taking the heroes so long? A stranger in the crowd asked, catching the attention of Izuku and Toshinori. Apparently the guy rampaging over there managed to get a hostage. Someone else answered, shocking both our protagonist and his idol and filling their hearts with dread. Know that I can't help anyone while I'm stuck in this state. The skeletal man clutched his wound harder. I'm pathetic. While the people were still talking and Toshinori was dealing with his prevalent uselessness, Izuku was having his own inner turmoil. Someone else is going through that? The boy panicked as he remembered the suffocation and near-death experience. And none of the heroes can do anything to stop him. I got lucky because of All Might's sheer strength, but he's incapacitated right now. I'm sorry. Whoever's in there right now, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get you in this situation. I'm sure someone will come rescue you soon, so please, just hang in there. Izuku looked back towards the sludge man, eyes full of worry and regret. And then Izuku saw her. Katsumi Bakugo was the hostage. Her scarlet eyes stared back at his emerald ones, the utter fear shining prominently in her visible features. She was on the verge of tears, something Izuku hadn't seen since they were 4. Something in Izuku snapped. And he ran forward. Needless to say, Toshinori, the crowd, and the heroes were all shocked when a green blur ran past them and began charging straight at the sludge man. The crowd shouted at the heroes to do something while the heroes cried to the kid that he was going to get himself killed. He couldn't hear them. The adrenaline was pumping through his veins and all he could focus on was Kaken and the villain. Izuku picked up the pace as he got closer to his goal. The sludge man finally noticed the green-haired kid running at him like a madman. Wait, that isn't that. The villain's eyes widened. It's that brat from earlier. Oh, how I can't wait to dash. His boasting ended short as he let loose a cry of pain and shock as a yellow bag flew straight at his face, a pencil poking him straight in the eye. As the sludge man howled in pain as blood dripped from his eye socket, Izuku dashed up to his childhood friend Tormentor and frantically began clawing into the body of the villain, desperately trying to dig Kaken out. Deku! Katsumi yelled, mouth now free from the disgusting sludge that the villain's body was made of. What the F are you doing? You'll die. Izuku's mind faintly registered how weird it was that Kaken somewhat sounded worried about him, but it didn't matter right now. I don't know. My legs just moved on their own. Besides, Izuku gave Katsumi a wobbly smile. You looked like you needed Savi dash. There. Izuku was cut short as the sludge man yelled and hit him with his hand, a thundering explosion launching the boy to the side. He bounced across the ground several times before hitting a large piece of debris, laying still. All of Izuku's right side above the waist was charred black, including his face. Izuku felt the sharp, violent pain of broken bones under the immense heat and burning of his charred skin and muscles. The ringing in his ears prevented him from hearing the maniacal laughter of the villain or the screams of terror from the crowd. To Izuku, all that existed was the pain that he felt and the tears streaming down Katsumi's face. Then it all went away as the world went black. That okay, why didn't it feel like he was dead yet? Achievement unlocked. Courage of the cowardly. It didn't matter how weak you were or how much she didn't want it, you were going to save her. Achievement reward. Second chance. Activating second chance now. What the actual F dash? Even as Izuku thought this to himself, the world rushed back to him as his injuries all disappeared. To onlookers, it was like witnessing an injury in reverse, the burns all shrinking as they headed towards the epicenter of where the explosion had hit Izuku. Blood instantly fizzled away as if it had evaporated into the air. Even the Greenette school uniform had miraculously repaired itself, not even the soot of the fires or explosions remaining on it. Everyone was in stunned silence as the boy blinked his eyes open and shakily got to his feet. Surprise and wonder filled his emerald eyes as he stared at his right hand, marveling at the recovery he just received. He even felt well rested and energized, like he had gotten a good 10 hours of sleep and a massage and then downed 3 cups of 5-hour energy. He could even feel that the cavity that had been bugging him for weeks was gone, but the tooth was still there. I got healed? No, it's like my body just did a complete overhaul of itself. And, hey, you see what I did there? Yeah. And no? Alrighty then. Izuku looked back at the sludge man as he slowly recovered from the shock. Was this .my quirk? The shock on the sludge man's face morphed into a look of pure rage. You that son of a beach! The villain roared, firing explosions into the air once more. How dare you make a fool out of me? I'll smash ya into paste, ya uppity little dash. Not so fast. The crowd looked up in awe as the towering figure of All Might fell from the sky and landed a few feet away from the villain, standing directly between him and Izuku. I won't let you do any more harm, villain. It's time to send you behind bars. With that, the number 1 hero dashed forward. The sludge man roared as he let loose the biggest explosions that he had produced so far, engulfing the charging hero in a torrent of heat and flames. But much to his shock, the blonde hero burst out of the explosion without so much as a bruise. It's time to end this. The buff hero ped a mighty fist back. Detroit. Smash. All Might launched his fist towards the ground, causing a cascade of wind to come forth. The winds once again completely scattered the body of the sludge man, freeing Katsumi from his clutches as the girl was blown back. Izuku was also thrown to the ground by the winds as the heroes and crowd in the background held their place, clothes and hair billowing violently. Finally, after a few moments, all was still. The silence was deafening as All Might slowly stood to full height, steam pouring off a bit from his right arm. Then slowly a pitter-patter sound grew louder until a moderate rain was falling down, drenching the people in the area. "Holy shit!" someone in the crowd shouted. All Might just changed the weather in a single punch. The crowd went wild for the number one hero for his weather-changing feat, the nearby heroes all breathing a sigh of relief. Katsumi just looked up at the pro hero in shock and awe. Unknowns to all of them, All Might was silently staring at Izuku as the boy looked up at the sudden rain, making a decision that would change both of their lives forever. Some time later, Izuku had a bit of hop in his step as he continued on his way home that evening. Despite being yelled at by several, he meant all, the heroes for his dangerous and reckless act that almost got him killed, the green-haired boy was excited. There was a completely hidden aspect of his quirk that he didn't know about, something that allowed him to completely defy the limitations and even expertise of his quirk. Was it a Quirk Awakening? He had heard of Quirk Awakenings happening to pro heroes in desperate situations, but nothing as extreme as what Izuku went through. Was it due to his emotions when he ran in to save Kaken? The near-death experience? Or was it the years of hardship that he had to go through? "Hey Deku, shut up already and pay attention." Izuku was cut out of his musings as he turned around to see a disgruntled Katsumi. He'd say that she looked sad, but in all honesty she always looked sad. "I've heard that nerd." Katsumi screamed. Man, Izuku really needed to work on his muttering. Even the author was beginning to fear for his life. The explosive blonde started walking up to Izuku, which caused the greenette to start internally panicking. Despite having a slender frame and her being a couple of inches below Izuku's 5'8", Izuku knew that Katsumi was strong. He'd seen her lift a guy near twice her height one time in elementary school, so he wasn't keen on getting on the receiving end of one of her punches. Izuku was startled out of his thoughts as the blonde wrapped her arms around him, squeezing tight. For a second Izuku thought that she was going to straight up suplex him into the cement, but after a moment like this and no pain, Izuku realized that Katsumi was hugging him. He couldn't compute. His childhood friend and tormentor for over a decade was hugging him as if scared she had lost him to the sludge man. Izuku was wondering if he had actually died in that villain attack. Katsumi suddenly let go of him, placing her hands on his shoulders. She definitely looked sad this time, but the greenette could make out the faint outline of a blush sprinkled on her cheeks. "Two things, 1. You do not mention this to anyone ever, or else I'll kill you." Izuku nodded rapidly. He might have been dead, but he still didn't want to die, if that made any sense. 2. Katsumi got quiet as she looked down a bit as her eyes narrowed. Without warning, she hugged Izuku again, even fiercer than before. "Don't you dare do anything that if he's stupid again, you hear me?" The boy didn't have time to respond as the explosive blonde let go of him and promptly turned around and stomped off. Either I'm actually dead or Katsumi's a lot more caring than I took her for. Izuku lamented to himself as he turned around and once again made his way back home. A smile adorned Izuku's face as his thought turned back towards his newly evolved quirk. "I finally have a chance at you," the greenette thought excitedly. "A rail shot this time. I gotta find out how to make these achievements appear. Then I gotta find a way to take advantage of them and see if there are more rewards. Oh man, wait until Mom hears about T-. I am here. Sweet cheese and wait, All Might?" It was true. The number one hero had appeared from around the street corner in a peculiar pose, startling the young man once more from his hyperactive thoughts. "Wait, All Might, I thought the reporters were after you. How did you get away?" All Might let out a hearty and jovial laugh. "Reporters? Catching me? Nonsense. I was easily able to evade them, for I am all B." The pro her instantly deflated as blood spurted out of his mouth, coughing and hacking violently. Izuku immediately pulled out his mama's box of tissues, TM, and rushed to All Might's side, handing them to him. Thank you, Midoriya Shounen. The pro hero coughed out as he wiped the blood from his face. Now, I came here to ask you something as well as to give you a proposal. Izuku stood up ramrod straight at All Might's sudden serious tone. The pro laughed. Calm down, kid, I don't bite. The blonde chuckled a bit more before taking a breath. I wanted to ask you about what happened with the villain. You rushed in all by yourself without warning, an action that was very close to ending your life. Why? Izuku opened his mouth to speak before stopping short. He actually didn't know why he did it. Why had he run in? Katsumi was a complete jerk to him, always showboating how much stronger she was than him, how useless he was with his, now not so, weak quirk. She definitely wouldn't have saved his but if their positions were swapped, though that was now debatable with what had happened between them only a few minutes ago. So why? I'm not sure. Izuku found himself explaining. It's just not the person, the hostage that the sludge man had that she was my childhood friend. Toshinori's eyes widened a bit. We haven't been on good terms in years though. But when I saw her, when our eyes met that I just saw so much fear, and suddenly I was already past the crowd. Izuku looked up towards his idol. Despite being smaller in his true form, Toshinori still had at least a half a foot on the kid. Do you know why, Toshinori-san? The skeletal hero gave a grin. I do actually. Have you ever heard of the accounts of people who helped others during times of crisis? Izuku's eyes widened a bit as Toshinori continued. All their accounts have them saying the same thing. It was like my body just started moving on its own. That's what you felt then, didn't you? Izuku fell to his knees as he gave his idol a shaky nod, trying in vain to wipe the tears from his eyes. Flashes of memories came to mind, the years of torment, of doubt that plagued his psyche. A memory of the day he told him mom that he wanted to be a hero like the one who stood before him, only to receive her tear-filled apologies as she hugged him tight. Mom, that your apologies, those weren't what I needed to hear. What I needed to hear that was. I know you didn't ask this when we first met, but I could feel it was something that was bugging you deeply. Toshinori stood tall as he looked down at the sobbing boy, a soft smile on his gaunt features. He offered a hand down towards the greenette. Izuku Midoriya, that you can be a hero. With that, the dam exploded as Izuku's tears came full force. He took his idol's hand, pulling himself to his feet. Despite the tears streaming like waterfalls down his face, he wore a shaky yet happy smile. But what the number one hero said next would change his life forever. Now come on, Midoriya Shounen. We need to train you to receive my quirk, and time is of the essence. Izuku's confused cries echoed across multiple prefectures and freaked out many residents in the area. The journey of Izuku's dreams had finally begun. Oh, by the way, this was the story of how Izuku Midoriya would become a hero. You are experiencing muscle fatigued. Try not pulling a 250-kilo mountain of muscle with your brittle pasta sticks and you'll be fine in a few hours. Izuku read the message that popped up above him as he laid on the sandy beach, staring into the sky. Toshinori had told Izuku to come to Dagoba Municipal Beach at 6 in the morning to formally begin his training. This greatly confused Izuku since Dagoba was a complete trash heap, but hey, he wasn't going to question the reasoning of the world's greatest hero. Until he had Izuku try to pull a fridge across the beach with All Might standing on top of it. So that's what a pulled tricep feels like. Izuku thought as the number one hero poofed back into his true form. Toshinori hopped off the fridge, the appliance groaning as the immense weight was lifted off of it. He then walked up to Izuku and snapped a quick picture of the greenette before offering a hand to him. Come on, Midoriya Shounen. Time is of the essence if we want you to inherit my quirk. Izuku tiredly grabbed All Might's hand and grunted as he was pulled up with a surprising amount of ease. I'm all for the training, Toshinori-sensei. Izuku panted. But what exactly are we doing here? Toshinori chuckled. Sorry about that. I wanted to test out where you were physically before we get started. Izuku gave his mentor a bewildered look. And what exactly made you sure that dragging 300 kilos across sand would be the best test for an adolescent? The blonde hero paused at that. Good point. Izuku face-bombed. Oh, great, he is at teaching. Dragging his hand off his face, Izuku looked around at the huge heaps of trash that surrounded them from all sides. Thankfully, it also blocked off the view from the nearby apartments, preventing any random bystanders from seeing the number 1 hero change into an emaciated skeleton. So, I'm guessing I have to clean up some of the trash? The skeletal chuckled again, flecks of blood spilling out. Not just some of the trash, my young protege. Toshinori made a sweeping gesture with his hands. All of it. Izuku was sure that his eyes would have popped out of his head if they went any farther. Huh? Toshinori let out a laugh as he took more pictures of Izuku and his stunned face. Midoriya Shounen, don't look so shocked. I know you're a smart kid. What do you think would happen if I gave you the devastating power of my quirk? Izuku's stunned expression morphed to one of pondering, which quickly changed to horror. Holy shit, I'd die. Exactly. Without the proper physical condition and durability to withstand the crystalline network of power within One for All, the less that would happen would be your limbs flying off of your body. Izuku clutched his arms as he let out a terrified squeak. Toshinori laughed. Fear not, though. With diligent cleaning of the beach as well as carefully following my foolproof plan, the hero pulled out a small packet of papers. We'll turn you into a fine vessel by the time of the UA entrance exam. Toshinori handed the packet to his apprentice. Pass the test. American Dream Plan? The Greenette read aloud. As soon as Izuku finished, another text box appeared next to the packet. Mission unlocked. Pass the test. American Dream. They say a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Now it's time to take your first step. Goal: clean up 80% of Dagoba Municipal Beach by the 10-month time limit. Bonus goal: clean up all of Dagoba Municipal Beach by the 10-month time limit. Reward: 1 for all bonus reward, plus 10 reputation with Toshinori Yagi, time to train with OFA, dependent on when completed, plus 20 reputation with. Izuku stared at the mission log for a few seconds before his mentor put a hand on his shoulder, snapping him out of his thoughts. For the record, Midoriya Shounen, this is going to be brutal. Do you think you can handle this? Izuku stood still for a second before looking up at his mentor, eyes filled with confidence and a playful smirk on his lips. When can I start? He asked, his voice laced with determination. Toshinori could only smile. 4 months later. Name: Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, the game, level 3. Stats: Strength, can hit a brick, but it'd break him before he'd break it. Constitution, can tank a point-blank explosion, no BS. Vitality, is somehow surviving All Might's hellish training. Intelligence, both the smartest yet the dumbest person in the room. Wisdom, pretty sure he can end world hunger, doesn't notice that Sundra. Luck, depends on Kaken's mood. Charisma, cinnamon roll. Perks: Analyze, rank 5. Cooking mode, 4. Thick skin, rank 8. Gamer's mind, max rank. Izuku looked over his status page as he walked down the downtown shopping district, the same one that the sludge man had decimated a few months earlier. Thanks to the work of the diligent yet peaceful Cementos, the shopping district had been rebuilt in a little less than a week, with new shops to boot. One of the new shops was a dedicated hero merchandise store that was now selling limited edition Bronze Age All Might keychains that glowed in the dark. This was something that Izuku just could not pass up. Hey, All Might may be his personal trainer, but that didn't mean his hero obsessions were toned down any less. Izuku pushed open the door to the shop, aptly named A Shop Called Quest, and was glad to see that the store barely had any people in it. Bronze Age All Might merch was hard to come by, so the Greenette was half expecting the store to have a line going down the street. Assurance in mind, Izuku began his hunt. Over the past 4 months, Izuku had made leaps and bounds in his progress. Dagoba Beach was coming along nicely, with almost half of the trash now resting at the local dump. The disappearance of the trash was becoming a wide discussion for the residents of Dagoba, who all wondered who the mysterious cleanup volunteer was. Hearing praise of his work from random people after finishing up another day of cleaning and training filled Izuku with a sense of pride, knowing that people accepted him for what he was doing. All Might also said that he was coming along nicely, which made Izuku's heart soar. Izuku's body also went through some changes. Though he wasn't physically toned, the greenette could feel the strength that resided in his muscles. Both the workout regimens and cleaning the beach made his body sore to no end, but Izuku was definitely glad with the results. He could even feel a six-pack coming on. Not to mention the stamina boost he got from it. And although he was a gamer through and through, RPGs were unironically his favorite genre, Izuku had to admit that the steady burn of his muscles and second wind were probably the best feelings he'd ever had. But what really got Izuku was the developments with his own quirk. One morning Izuku was just brushing his teeth when he accidentally opened up a menu of sorts for his quirk. Surprisingly, it wasn't a lot, but the 4 things that were there excited him immensely, if video games were anything to go off of. The first menu was his stats, which he was looking at now. Izuku didn't know how he had made it to level 3 without noticing, or why his stats had descriptions instead of numbers. That admittedly made him a little self-conscious, but they did offer a bit of clarity for where his limits were. He had a sneaking suspicion about the Tsundere part, but even to him it sounded absurd, so he ignored it. The second menu was his perks list, or abilities that he was able to perform due to a gained proficiency at those skills. He had 4 at the moment, one being integrated when he unlocked the full extent of his quirk. 2 of them, Analyze and Cooking, came from years before with his hero analysis habits and helping out his mother with dinner on nights she came home late from working at the hospital. They basically just let him do those skills a bit better than most. The third one, Thick Skin, based on its description, came from surviving constant encounters with living dynamite. It allowed him a passive skill of reducing any physical damage he took by 5%, however that was actually calculated. He thought it was a bit useless at first, but Izuku soon concluded that any bit of damage he could shave off was needed in hero work. The last one was a bit weird, but definitely the most useful so far. It was called Gamer's Mind, and it allowed Izuku to resist the effects of mental attacks, such as hypnotism, as well as completely negate mental illnesses that he could potentially get, like PTSD. Izuku was a bit scared that it would affect his thought processes, but he didn't notice a shift in emotions or thoughts yet, so he was going to presume he was fine. The third menu was called Skill Tree, but when Izuku checked it the first time, it was blank. He made it a point to check every day, but so far he was only met with the void. The greenette theorized that it would possibly come into play once he received one for all, so he put his thoughts on the skill tree on the back burner for now. The final menu was his companions list, or his confidants, as his quirk called them. So far, he only had 3, and they all had a single-word description of his relationship with them, but also a rank number. His mom was at the top at rank 8, Helicopter Mom, that description worried him a bit. Then Toshinori Yagi at rank 2, Trainer, and surprisingly, Kaken was last at rank 1, Acquaintances. There wasn't any real indicator of how far off Izuku was to the next rank with each of them, but he could tell this would be extremely useful in the future with team-ups. Snapping out of his thoughts, Izuku found the keychain he was looking for at the back of the store and put it in his snipe-themed tote bag. He then proceeded to explore the store, checking to see if there was any new merch in stock from last time he visited. After picking up an Eraserhead-themed coffee mug, any merchandise for the underground hero was extremely hard to come by. He spotted a Space Hero 13 figurine placed all by its lonesome at the back of the store. Izuku's eyes widened as he quickly made his way over. Other than All Might, of course, 13 was his absolute favorite rescue hero, but she was also one of the last popular heroes he needed for his figurine collection. He knew this store was amazing, but by God, was he tempted to work here. Izuku reached for the figurine box, only for his hand to meet with a more feminine hand who had also reached for the box. Izuku turned to his right to see. Did I get sent to heaven? Izuku's mind shut down at the sight of probably the prettiest girl he'd ever seen. She had a somewhat chubby face that was framed perfectly by her almost shoulder-length brown hair. Her bob-cut hair seemed to almost float, as if the laws of gravity simply didn't apply to it. Her large chocolate eyes stared back into his own, and he could have sworn he saw sparkles in them. She dressed rather plainly, only adorning a plain white tank top and some navy short shorts. She had a small pink purse that didn't really look like it could hold anything other than those small chihuahuas that he'd seen in those American movies. Much to his embarrassment, curse his traitorous mind, he observed that she was developed rather nicely, not hourglass exactly, but definitely close to being so. Apparently the tiny Izuku in his brain had put the jumper cables to his head because he immediately blushed, flinching his hand back and bowing deeply towards her. "Oh my god, I am so sorry. I didn't mean TT to get in your way, go adan taketai canalways waitin findano dash." "Whoa, hey, it's alright." The girl's voice snapped him out of his panic as he straightened up. "I didn't see you going for it either, so I'm also partly to blame. You can go ahead and have it if you want." She gestured with both hands for him to take the figurine. Izuku frantically waved his hands. "And oh no, it's alright. I'm fine with letting you have it." Izuku countered, gesturing for her to take the box. The girl hesitated a bit before reaching for the figurine box and taking it off the shelf. "You're sure about this?" she asked him as she tucked the box under her arm. "Positive. I might not have enough to pay for it and still get lunch anyways." Izuku surprised himself with the lack of stuttering in that sentence. The girl froze at the mention of paying before opening up her purse with one hand and checking inside. She looked at the price tag on the box and sighed, "I don't have enough for it." With a forlorn expression, she sadly put the box back on the shelf. Seeing the sad look on her face, Izuku checked the money in his wallet and silently cheering. He had just enough to buy his stuff and the figurine with a few yen bills to spare. Izuku grabbed the box right back off the shelf and handed the box back to the girl. "Huh?" the girl asked in confusion as the box was shoved back into her grasp. She looked back up at the green-haired boy in front of her. "What are you dash?" "I'll buy it for you," he said. Her eyes went wide as he continued. "It's alright, I don't mind paying for it. I saw the look on your face and I can tell you wanted it. I'm guessing you like 13. The girl's eyes brightened up at that. "Yeah. She's just the best. I really admire her for all the rescue work that she does," she said cheerfully. Izuku's heart clenched. "Oh no, she's adorable." "Nonetheless," Izuku continued on, "then all the more reason to let me buy you this then, right?" The girl opened her mouth to oppose, but not words came out. After a minute she pouted and hugged the box. "Fine. But I'm buying you lunch. You at least have to let me repay you." Izuku shrugged. "Very well then." The two of them made their way to the cashier who greeted Izuku. The kid came to this shop a lot, and quickly rung them up. They walked outside and Izuku turned towards his acquaintance. "So then, Oh, sorry," the girl blushed before holding out her hand with a smile. "Ochako Uraraka. Pleased to meet you." Izuku blushed, but held firm as he shook her hand. "Izuku Midoriya, at your service." Ochako giggled as she let go of his hand. "At your service? Shouldn't I be the one saying that?" Izuku blushed as he shrugged. It doesn't really matter in my opinion." "Now, I think you said something about lunch earlier," he inquired, but in reality he was just trying to distract Ochako from his flustered face. The brunette's face lit up. "Oh yeah." Without warning, she grabbed Izuku's hand and began pulling him along down the street. "There's this cafe that I go to all the time that has the best hero-themed pastries ever. I know it isn't much of a lunch, but I promise you won't regret it. Come on." Izuku's face was so red that at this point that he was making cherries feel inadequate, but at the same time he couldn't help a wide grin from popping up at Ochako's eagerness. As he was led away by the bouncy brunette, Izuku failed to notice the text boxes that appeared to his right. "Ochako Uraraka has been added to confidence. Achievement unlocked, green tea. You somehow managed to talk and befriend a beautiful girl in under 10 minutes. Gadu. Reward, Ochako Uraraka is now a confidant. Date sim mechanics available. Downloading date sim mechanics now." Several hours later. "So you have how many notebooks?" 13. "Technically 14, but one of them ended up getting trashed, so I made a new one." The two teens were walking down the residential area back to their respective homes, which they learned were surprisingly close to each other. After having hot cocoa and some hero-themed cupcakes, Izuku got All Might and Ochako got 13, for obvious reasons. They had spent the rest of the day window shopping and getting to know each other. Both were surprised to hear that they had a lot in common and that they both wanted to be heroes, though the brunette was a bit embarrassed to admit she was doing it for the money. The two had a great time hanging out and just chatting with each other. Eventually, the two made it back to Izuku's apartment complex. "Well, this is my stop." Izuku turned to Ochako. "It was great getting to know you." Ochako gave him a bright smile. "Yeah, it was great getting to know you too. And I really hope you managed to get into you, Midoriya-kun." Suddenly she perked up and pulled out her phone. "Oh, I almost forgot. Here, I'll give you my number." The two exchanged numbers before Ochako waved goodbye to Izuku, who walked up to his apartment. Once inside, he greeted his mom, swiftly went into his room, flopped on his bed, and proceeded to scream into his pillow. "Holy craffly 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 crap. I actually talked with a girl. And she gave me her number." Izuku stopped screaming and flipped over on his bed, facing the ceiling. "How the hell did I not freak out that entire hangout?" the brunette whispered to himself in awe. Izuku then opened up his menu and checked his confidant list. Sure enough, his new friend was there. Ochako Uraraka. Relationship, friend. Izuku's heart swelled. He had a friend. For the first time in 10 years, he had a friend. A smile crept on Izuku's face. He never really thought his luck would be this great since the day his quirk was discovered. Guess miracles really can happen, the brunette thought to himself as he closed his eyes for a quick nap before his evening run. Wait, I forgot to ask her about her quirk. Ochako Uraraka was not expecting a day like today, especially because of the cute boy she just met. The brunette was laying face first in her couch cushions, her muffled screams barely being contained. Izuku was literally the sweetest guy she had ever met, which was throwing Uraraka for a loop. How the hell does someone so plain-looking and so nervous be so pure? It didn't make any sense. Finished with, tired of, her confused screaming, Ochako flipped over on the couch and stared at her ceiling, her thoughts solely on Izuku. Jesus Christ, Ochako, why are you freaking out over a boy you just met? The brunette chided herself. It's not like you'd like him after a couple of hours of talking. That's ridiculous. She slapped her rosy cheeks a couple of times. Gotta focus. Don't let a boy distract you from your goal. You won't give in so easily. Just give it time, Uraraka, just give it time. The brunette sat still for a few seconds before lifting herself off the couch and walking towards the futon that laid up against the wall next to the couch. She pulled it over to the center of the room and laid it out flat before lying down on it. Maybe some sleep would do me some good, she thought as she slowly closed her eyes. Before she could nod off, however, a loud clang outside her apartment made her eyes snap open. She quickly got up and walked over to the window next to her front door and opened up the blinds. She saw Izuku outside, picking up a metal trash can that she assumed he had accidentally knocked over. The brunette was dressed in literally only running shorts, allowing Ochako to get a good look at his almost defined muscles. Yeah, her face was definitely red right now. Riding the trash can, Izuku took off down the street at a steady pace, quickly leaving the brunette's sight as soon as he had appeared. Ochako stared out the window for a moment before closing the blinds. Walking back to her living room, she put the futon back against the wall next to the couch and got on the floor, starting to do push-ups. Maybe it's okay for him to leave an impression after all. So, Midoriya Shounen. Who exactly is this? Izuku scratched the back of his head as Ochako stood next to him, a nervous look on her face. Despite Toshinori looking very thin and frail to the point of worry, Uraraka couldn't help the chills that ran down her spine from the ever-present aura of strength that radiated from this man. This is Izuku-kun's trainer? The brunette thought to herself in disbelief. It had been a month and a half since Izuku and Ochako had met at the hero shop, and the time since then had proven to be amazing for the both of them. After finishing school on the weekdays and finishing his morning cleanup and workout on the weekends, Izuku would spend a good amount of time hanging out with the bubbly brunette. They would do whatever felt good to them on that day, sometimes going out to the arcade. Being an extreme gamer, Izuku held a quarter of the high scores there, sometimes going out to eat. Ochako was apparently hungry most of the time due to frugal living, or even just hanging out at either one of their houses on lazy days. Yes, Inko absolutely loved Ochako and cried rivers at Izuku having a friend. This quickly became a standard routine for them, with Ochako even waiting for Izuku outside of his school for him so they could hang out. Her school got out before his did. Both would be dead if they ever admitted that they had growing feelings for each other. The day before, Izuku overheard. Ochako complained to herself over not having enough money to afford a gym membership. Figuring it would be a good idea to work out together, the Greenette offered his friend to work out together, to which she accepted. Izuku also figured that his mentor would be okay with the addition. And thus, here they were. T. Toshinori-sensei, this is my friend Uraraka-chan. Izuku held a hand out gesturing to said Uraraka. She's also trying to make it into UA, so I was wondering if she could work out with me? Izuku was legit sweating bullets at this point. Why was he so nervous, I hear you ask? Even the author couldn't begin to tell you. The skeletal man looked at Uraraka and gave her a once-over, a serious look on his face. The brunette could only silently gulp as her friend's mentor analyzed her. Those startling blue eyes seemed to stare into her very soul, instilling a fear only few were lucky enough to escape from. The skeletal man suddenly smiled and gave a thumbs up and smiled, "It's all right by me." Uraraka let out a huge sigh of relief as Izuku face-planted into the sand. Toshinori laughed at the sight as the Greenette picked himself up and gave his mentor an exasperated look. Toshinori-sensei. Why? The blonde man put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I'm sorry, Midoriya Shounen, but it's my obligation as your mentor to mess with you. And besides, your reactions are priceless, he explained as he laughed, flecks of blood spewing out of his mouth. Ochako almost had a heart attack at the sight, but remembered that Izuku had told her that his mentor had a health condition that made him spit blood. Toshinori calmed down after a moment and cleared his throat. Now, in all seriousness, I'll allow you to train with young Uraraka here, but you'll still be cleaning the trash by yourself. Izuku nodded. Of course, Toshino dash. Wait, you're the guy who's been cleaning up this place? Ochako shouted in surprise, startling both student and master. The Greenette scratched the back of his head. Yeah. I do that alongside my training to build up muscle density. I've been at it for about 0.5 months. Let it be noted that Izuku said this with the most timid face that could be executed by a human being. Uraraka only gave her green-haired companion a wide-eyed stare, mouth agape. Izuku stared back for a few seconds before he hesitantly walked up to his friend and waved a hand in front of her face. No reaction. Izuku put his hand down. Uraraka-cha dash. Ochako grabbed his shoulders and shook him back and forth. The Greenette could have sworn that her eyes had stars in them. How can you be so cute yet so cool at the same time? Ochako Uraraka ranked up 3 times. Ochako Uraraka is now rank 7, besties. Congrats. You've reached rank 7 for a peer. Dating sim mechanics applicable. Activating dating sim mechanics now. Huh. Izuku's embarrassment from Uraraka's compliment and the confusion with the current message threatened to overload the Greenette's brain, even as a stats sheet appeared above Uraraka's head. It only presented a bar, and probably the plainest ones he had ever seen, even in video games. It was about 2 feet long, but seemed flat and two-dimensional. Part of the bar starting from the left was a shade of bright pink while the rest was a dull gray. No markings, numbers, or indicators adorned the bar as it just floated above the brunette. Toshinori nor Ochako seemed to notice the floating bar that strangely reminded Izuku of the Minecraft EXP bar. Check your phone for more instructions. What the F even is my life? The Greenette deadpanned to himself as he pulled out his phone from his back pocket. Yes, it was All Might themed. When he turned it on, he half expected to see his All Might screensaver. He really needed to change that soon, but he was greeted with Candy Crush. It definitely looked like a Candy Crush ripoff. There were different shapes, like teardrops and dot bells. Text flashed on the screen as a cheery girl's voice sang out, "Hello, user. Welcome to Hunipop Dash." Izuku chucked his phone at speeds that would have made Olympic throwers jealous. It hit one of the trash piles, causing it to tip and fall over, junk cascading over already clear spots of the beach. Toshinori and Ochako looked over at the fallen pile in surprise as Izuku covered his face with his hands, which did next to nothing to hide his glowing red blush. Yes, Izuku knew what Hunipop was, and he didn't want to talk about it, thank you very much. Izuku? Uraraka asked her red-faced friend, are you I-? Izuku shot up. Yeah, I am all good, wanna go train, I think we should go train. Izuku practically yelled this out as he speed-walked out of that situation. Tashinori and Ochako could only stare at the retreating form of the greenette. They turned to one another with looks of confusion. Does he normally act like this? Not during training, no. With you? Not that I've noticed. Another moment of silence passed for the two of them before they both shrugged and went in the direction Izuku ran off to. 3.5 months later. There's only a month left, you two. Keep it up, keep it up. Family and couples gave confused stares at the sight of a skeletal man on a Segway was shouting into a megaphone at two teens who trailed behind him. Both teens were carrying 2 buckets at shoulder level besides them. One of the teens, the boy, was a few feet ahead of the other, the girl, and it was clear that both were extremely tired. To the onlookers, it seemed as if they were only pressing on through sheer force of will. All 3 quickly left as soon as they had appeared, leaving many parkgoers with questions and just straight-up confusion. About 30 minutes later, just outside Dagoba Municipal Beach. And that's all for today. Both teens sighed in relief as they immediately dropped their buckets, spilling sea water onto the concrete. Izuku and Ochako were extremely tired, but the smiles of satisfaction on their faces were unmistakable. Both had gone through hell these past 3.5 months. Tashinori said it was because he needed to push the 2 harder since exercise with company tends to be easier, and the results were prevalent. Izuku was the closest thing to chiseled without building up muscle mass that you could get, giving him a Greek statue sort of physique. Any baby fat he had previously was next to non-existent, though for some reason his face stayed mostly its same cute self, according to Uraraka. Along with the physique came the strength to fit it. Izuku was definitely stronger than he looked, easily benching around 200 pounds, which was scary on its own. His stamina was on another level, being able to run for near 2 hours constantly while being able to keep full sprint for almost 2 minutes. Izuku theorized that the extreme levels of his strength was a hidden byproduct of his quirk, giving him strength slightly higher than that of even the naturally tougher bodies of the quirked populace. Either way, Izuku wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Ochako had steadily trailed behind her green-haired partner, gaining from the fruits of her labor. Though she barely had some definition to her muscles, her strength had grown considerably, being able to lift about 135 pounds with relative ease. Her stamina and speed were also admirable, though she knew that with Izuku's insane adaptation, she would not be able to catch up to him anytime soon. She was proud though. Her training would definitely pay off at the entrance exam in a month. Tashinori smiled down at the collapsed forms of his 2 students. Amazing work, you two. You're both progressing at rates that have blown my expectations out of the water. I'm sure that the both of you will pass the practical for the entrance exam with flying colors. The skeletal man offered a hand to both of his trainees, who graciously accepted the gesture. Izuku and Ochako both stood up sore as all hell, the brunette popping a few joints for relief. Now then, Midoriya Shounen. Izuku looked up at his mentor. It's time for you to clean up the rest of the beach. You only got a month left after all, so time is of the essence. The greenette and brunette both looked at each other and smiled. Actually, Tashinori-sensei, I have something to show you. Izuku said before he and Ochako both pulled their trainer along to the beach. When they walked through the entrance, Tashinori's eyes widened. The whole beach was clean, not a speck of trash in sight. The yellow sand seemed to shine in the afternoon glow as the waves crashed against the shore. Seagulls flew overhead and walked across the sand. There were even a few people resting on towels under umbrellas and kids playing in the water. It was a beautiful, peaceful sight indeed. The skeletal blonde looked on in shock. What how? There was still a huge pile of trash when we left yesterday. I came back last night and I cleaned up the rest. Izuku told his sensei. Uraraka came too, but only to make sure that I didn't get hurt while cleaning it. I finished sometime around 2 in the morning. Ochako finished for him. When Izuku-kun finished, he practically fainted. Had to drag him for most of the trip back. I would have slapped him for being so stupid if he wasn't so happy. The brunette smiled to herself. Toshinori stared at the beach for a moment before turning around and ruffling Izuku's normally messed up do. I'm proud of you, my boy. You've gone above and beyond the assignment, and with time to spare. Toshinori let out a laugh before smiling down at the greenette. You're going to make a fine hero someday. Izuku looked back at his mentor in awe as tears began building up at the corners of his eyes. He quickly rubbed them away, not wanting his friend and his idol to see. It was safe to say that they did, but didn't say anything as to not ruin the moment. Journey of 1,000 miles, mission completed. Bonus mission requirement, completed. Rewards claimed, plus 10 rep with Toshinori Yagi, 1 for all, plus 10 rep with Ochako Uraraka. Achievement unlocked, overachiever. You did a task and gave 100%. You still weren't satisfied. Reward, all stats plus 3. Toshinori Yagi ranked up twice. Now rank 6, predecessor. Ochako Uraraka ranked up. Now rank 8, besties forever. Izuku was bombarded by notifications, which only proceeded to lift his already high spirits. To Izuku, this was a dream come true. This time, he didn't stop the tears from coming, for they were tears of happiness. This feels so surreal. Izuku choked out, Toshinori and Ochako staring on. I never thought that I'd make it this far. Honestly, it feels like I cheated, having you two by my side to help me. Toshinori smiled down at his protege. Midoriya-Shounen.no, Izuku Shounen. There are many people in this life, ones who work for their futures with no result, some who simply don't care to improve, and some who are just born with that silver spoon in their mouths. But people always forget about the few that push themselves, who give their blood, sweat, and tears in order to get that silver spoon. That person, my boy, is you. Yeah, Izuku-kun. Ochako popped in. You're one of the most hard-working people that I know, even more so than my parents. Without you, I don't think I'd ever be as good of a person as I am now. If UA doesn't accept you even after all the hard work and effort you've given, then they just don't know what it means to be a hero. Izuku smiled at the two. Thank you guys so much for being here with me. I really couldn't imagine life without you guys now. Tears continued to fall down his face as his mentor rubbed his back and his best friend gave him a comforting hug. Both pointedly ignored the blushes spreading on both of their faces and the smirk that appeared on their trainer's face at the sight. Dagoba Municipal Beach, 8 p.m. Izuku walked back to the beach he had cleaned up not even a full day ago, the serene lapsing of the waves fitting with the calm twinkle of stars in the night sky. The beach was barren save for a familiar man that stood near the water's edge. The man turned around at the sound of Izuku's shoes shifting the sand. Hello again, Izuku Shounen. Toshinori greeted his protege before buffing up rapidly, All Might standing in his place. Are you ready to receive one for all? The greenette nodded, all previous hesitation gone. I'm ready, All Might. Good. The number one hero reached up to one of his hair antennas and plucked off a strand. This power, a crystallization of pure, raw strength, has been passed down for generations. Many have fought hard, poured their strength into the quirk, and passed it on to the one they felt were worthy. I am the 8th in this line of inheritors. You, Izuku Shounen, will be the 9th. Now. The pro-hero paused for a second, making Izuku sweat a bit in anticipation. The blonde held out the strand of hair, jamming it in front of Izuku's face. Eat this. Izuku looked at his idol's face, then back at the strand of hair. He rubbed his eyes, but alas, this wasn't a hallucination. One for all. Can only be transferred through the intake of a wielder's DNA, and even then it has to be a willing transfer. Out of all the ways to transfer DNA, this one is the only efficient and most sanitary. I also made sure to thoroughly wash my hair right before this meeting, so rest assured, it is clean. That's not the issue here. Izuku almost gagged at the thought of the hair getting stuck in his throat. He would have backed out entirely if this wasn't in order to receive the power of his idol. Well, Izuku sighed, hesitantly reaching out and grabbing the strand from his mentor's hand. Bottoms up, I guess. And with that, the greenette placed the hair in his mouth and swallowed, a sour look on his face. Oh god, that feels weird. Alright, Izuku Shounen, Toshinori said, handing the boy a water bottle that he happily chugged down. It should take a while to digest my hair, so go home and rest up. I have to go out of town for a few days due to an important mission, so enjoy some time off, but whatever you do, do not activate one for all before I get back. We need to properly test out your grasp of the quirk in case there is backlash, and I don't want you getting yourself hurt when I can't help you straight away. Izuku nodded rapidly. I understand perfectly, All Might. The pro-hero nodded before deflating. Alrighty then. Go ahead and enjoy the next few days then, Izuku Shounen. The skeletal man waved as he walked away, his student waving and heading home in turn. Man, that was weird. The greenette thought to himself as he headed towards the train station. Never thought that I'd have to eat hair in order to gain power. Now I just gotta wait for this power to integrate with me and for Toshinori-sensei to come back from Dash. A bunch of things happened in rapid succession. First off, Izuku received several notifications from his quirk, appearing in rapid succession. Achievement unlocked, from master to pupil. You received one for all and have gained the power passed down since the dawn of quirks. What the hell made you so special? Reward, access to one for all, system update. Installing system update. Izuku barely had time to even read the first message before a sharp, searing pain rocked the entirety of Izuku's body. He fell to the floor in agony, feeling as though he was beginning to fry from the inside. The air touching his skin now felt as cold as the winds of a frozen tundra, the ground feeling incredibly too rough against his now hypersensitive skin. The dim street lamps that illuminated the street now blinded him as if he were standing in the middle of a sun. Shapes and sounds couldn't be processed at all under the extreme pain and sensitivity. The last thing Izuku could register was the way too loud footsteps quickly approaching him, the panicked voice he couldn't register, and the very blurry figure hunched over him before he blacked out. Something cold touched Izuku's forehead, snapping him from his slumber. The greenette shot up from the contact, only for him to clutch his head as pain shot around in his skull like a pachinko ball. He felt the blanket draped over him, but it felt much too rough against his hypersensitive skin. The cold air was almost crisp enough to give Izuku rashes. The greenette tried to think, but his brain was so addled that nothing but emotions could properly form, leaving him in confusion. Hey, easy there Izuku-kun. A familiar voice made him turn his head. Ochako was there, wearing an apron over a tank top and shorts. She clutched to a wet rag that steadily dripped water onto the carpeted floor. Suddenly the space around them registered, revealing a familiar place to Izuku. Oh, I'm at Ochako's place. The greenette didn't even have it in him to feel embarrassed at the mental slip-up of his friend's name. What happened to you? I found you outside crunched up on the sidewalk when I went out on my late-night run, the brunette explained, pressing the wet rag to her friend's temple again. Izuku could feel that the contact of the rag was getting smoother to him now, as well as the blanket on top of him. He realized that he was laying on his friend's futon and was completely drenched in sweat. I'm not sure, Izuku said, his throat a little hoarse. I was just taking a late night stroll, but then I just felt pain and I collapsed really sensitive too. I feel a lot better now, thanks to you. Thank God for that, but you should rest some more. Uraraka gently pushed him down on the futon. I'm going to go make you some green tea to help with your throat. Maybe you overworked yourself while cleaning the rest of the beach up last night. The brunette speculated as she disappeared into the kitchen. Izuku relaxed a bit as he stared at the ceiling. He knew for certain that this had something to do with both One for All and his quirk. Quickly opening up his menu, he spotted his last few messages, the last two making him shiver. System update? Was that what caused my body to collapse like that? The greenette pondered, trying to piece together this mystery. My quirk makes it so that my life is like a video game, but as far as I know, it doesn't seem to affect my body. I was completely fine yesterday and today, just a bit tired from Toshinori-sensei's training. Wait. One for All. The greenette shot up. This happened right after All Might passed his quirk on to me, but he said it would take a while for it to register in my system. Wait. System update. It must mean that One for All has somehow integrated itself into my quirk. My quirk must have influenced the amount of time it would take for me to integrate one for all. Now the question remains, what else did taking in All Might's quirk do to me? Taking in All Might's quirk? Izuku felt dread seep into the cracks of his heart as he looked up to see Uraraka standing a couple feet away, 2 mugs of tea in her hands. What are you talking about, Izuku-kun? All Might's gonna kill me. Izuku's panicked thoughts overloaded his mind as he stared at Ochako, who just heard what was supposed to be a deeply guarded secret between the Greenette and his mentor. Okay, Izuku, don't panic. Maybe you can come up with something that has to do with my quirk instead of all me dash. Izuku-kun, you're mumbling again and I can understand everything you're saying. Curse my compulsive muttering habits. The brunette sighed, placed the 2 mugs she was holding on the coffee table, and sat down next to her best friend. Izuku-kun, please don't lie to me. It has something to do with All Might, and I know for a fact. That meeting All Might is a dream come true for you. For you to have met him and not fanboy about it to me, that it makes me feel like something's wrong. And the fact that you said that All Might gave you his quirk and it caused you to collapse raises some alarms. So please, Izuku. Ochako stared the Greenette straight in the eye. Tell me what happened to you. Somehow Izuku's internal panic increased tenfold. Ochako wasn't supposed to know about One for All. Just hearing about the quirk could put her in serious danger, and he'd be dead if he put his best friend in danger like that. But he couldn't lie to Ochako. 1, she was his best friend, ergo, he would feel terrible for lying to her and would eventually spill the beans from sheer guilt. 2, she was his best friend, ergo, she could see through any lie that he crafted, no matter how carefully crafted and executed. Either way, he was screwed. Then a thought struck Izuku. From all the time that he'd spent with Ochako, he knew that she was a very trustworthy person. Someone who could keep a secret with them to the grave if she had to. She hadn't judged him, only spurring him on to reach his dream and running alongside him through it all. Izuku really couldn't place it, but he felt an overwhelming sense of trust for the brunette beside him, like he could practically tell her anything. In the few months since they'd met, Izuku trusted her with his life. He didn't know if it was a good idea or not, but he decided to go with that feeling. Taking a deep breath, Izuku grabbed the brunette by the shoulders, who jumped slightly at the contact, a small blush beginning to appear on her already rosy cheeks. Izuku-kun? Ochako-chan. Izuku spoke with as much seriousness as he could muster. I need you to promise me that whatever happens to either of us, you do not tell anyone of what I'm about to tell you. Can I trust you with that? Ochako froze at her best friend's tone. She never heard him speak like this before. She frantically nodded. I promise. Izuku's shoulders slumped a bit as he took his hands off her shoulders. Then you might want to get comfortable. This could take a while. 20 minutes of exposition later. So let me get this straight. The brunette pinched the bridge of her nose with her index and thumb. You managed to meet All Might by pure chance when you almost died to the sludge villain almost a year ago, saved your ex-childhood friend who bullies you from said villain and actually died only for your quirk to revive you, Toshinori-sensei? Or All Might in his true form, saw your overabundant heroism and decided to train you in order to give you his 200-year-old quirk that has the possibility of shooting off your limbs from your body like bottle rockets. Ochako looked back towards Izuku, who seemed very interested in his clasped hands at the moment. Am I missing anything? Izuku fidgeted a bit. Other than me getting that quirk tonight, yeah, that's it as far as I know. There could be some other stuff that All Might hasn't told me yet, but he's out for a few days due to a hero mission. Ochako stared at Izuku for a moment, causing the Greenette to tense up. Did she not believe him? The story did sound pretty ridiculous. Hell, even Izuku still couldn't believe that this was all happening. What was his life? A shonen manga? Some poorly written fanfiction? A sigh from the brunette beside him snapped the Greenette out of his thoughts. It definitely sounds ridiculous, and I doubt anyone would believe you if you told them about it. Ochako turned toward her friend with a smile. But I believe you. Ochako Uraraka ranked up. Now rank 9. Secret holder. Izuku ignored the notification and looked at his friend in shock. You believe me? The utter disbelief was prevalent in his voice. Ochako let out a small laugh that definitely wasn't making Izuku's heart and stomach do backflips. Izuku, out of all the things I know about you, your inability to lie is probably the most obvious. Remember that one time you tried to tell that guy at the mall that we were dating so that he'd stop hitting on me? Oh God, don't remind me, the brunette complained as his cheeks turned a healthy shade of red. Izuku honestly didn't know what he was thinking when he thought of that strategy, but the guy had only given him a bland look. Not to mention Izuku was a stuttering mess and his face was as red as a tomato at the time. The only reason the guy had stopped hitting on Ochako was because she'd called mall security while the guy was distracted by the brunette's interruption. Another light giggle made his heart race. Sorry, but that just proves my point. You can't lie to save your life, so I'd know for certain if you were lying about something as ridiculous as this. The brunette nudged her friend with her elbow and gave him a sly smile. You do need to work on your lying skills if you're going to hide this from everyone, by the way. Izuku let out a deep sigh. Yeah, I know. He looked back towards the brunette. I honestly thought this was going to go way worse than it did. That's 'cause you worry too much. Ochako laughed before taking on a serious but reassuring look. In all seriousness though, thank you for telling me this. I know this must have been hard for you, considering this also concerns all might of all people. I know you wouldn't want to put him in danger. Izuku mumbled out something that Ochako couldn't hear. She leaned in a bit. Sorry, what was that? The brunette sat still for a moment before turning towards his friend, a blush lightly dusting his cheeks. I wanted to keep you safe as well, Ochako-chan. The brunette froze at that, her face slowly turning redder and redder by the second. A notification appeared next to Ochako's head. Sorry, Ochako.exe has stopped working. Try closing the window and opening it later. And then the girl promptly fainted, her whole face now a lovely shade of scarlet. Izuku shot up in a panic and shouted, "Ajin, are you okay?" Needless to say, Izuku didn't go home that night out of pure worry for his friend. 1 month later, UA High School front gate. Izuku Midoriya stared up at the towering H-shaped building in front of him, jaw hanging open. Several students made their way past him, some giving him weird stares. He didn't pay them any mind. Izuku was at the high school of his dreams. The place where all the aspiring heroes wished to attend, where most of the top 10 heroes had gone to school. This was a historic moment to Izuku. Hey nerd. Gruff feminine voice snapped Izuku out of his thoughts. He turned around to see Katsumi standing behind him. You just gonna stand there and catch flies in your mouth? Or are you gonna get a move on? I ain't gonna forgive you if you miss out on getting into UA 'cause you were stuck in your head. It was still a bit weird for Izuku to hear the semi-threats and pseudo-insults from Katsumi, even after all this time. They hadn't really interacted since the Sludge Man incident, only when teaming up during PE when needed or just seeing each other randomly outside of school. Katsumi had stopped bullying him entirely, along with all the other people that went out of their way to torment him. At first Izuku didn't know why they all stopped when Katsumi stopped, but about a week later he saw Katsumi threatening one of his old bullies when he tried to do something to his locker. It still confused Izuku as to why she was doing these things in the first place, but it did allow him more time and energy to focus on his training, so he wasn't going to complain. Izuku gave Katsumi a nervous smile. Hey Kaken. Sorry, I was just admiring the architecture, that's all. Izuku mentally face-bombed at the garbage that he was spewing out. Ochako-chan was right, I really need to work on my lying skills. Katsumi shook her head and walked past him. You still SCK at lying, Deku, but whatever. Keep admiring the architecture, if you want. I'm going on ahead. And with that, she strode to the door and walked inside. So that's her, huh? Izuku nearly shot out of his shoes at the sound of Ochako's voice behind him. She frantically waved her hands. Sorry, thought I'd try to surprise you, but that girl kinda ruined the mood. The brunette frowned at the entrance to the building, a face Izuku thought his friend was incapable of making. It scared him a bit, in all honesty. The sound of a bell rang out from the loudspeakers, causing Ochako to jump. Oh no, we're gonna be late. She grabbed the brunette by the hand and ran towards the building. Once again, both ignored the blush that spread across both their cheeks. After a few minutes of confusing twists and turns, they made their way to the humongous auditorium. Ochako let go of her friend's hand and poked a thumb at the right side of the hall. My seat's over on the far end. Good luck with the exam. You too. Izuku shouted to his friend as she dashed off. The greenette made his way to his seat, which, surprise surprise, was placed right next to Katsumi. The explosive blonde gave him a sharp nod, which he returned as he sat down. Almost immediately after that, packets were handed out and the written exam began. Thanks to rigorous studying, present intelligence, and occasional study meets with Ochako, Izuku quickly passed the written exam with relative ease. Kaken still managed to finish before him though. The next half an hour consisted of Izuku staring at the ceiling wondering what the practical exam was going to be like while Katsumi stared off in random directions with her feet on her desk, sometimes sneaking glances at our green-haired protagonist. Finally, after everyone had passed in their tests, a man stepped up to the podium at the front of the auditorium. Izuku almost squealed when he recognized the man. It was Present Mike, the sound hero. Izuku could recognize that swept-up hairdo and clunky speaker support gear anywhere. The greenette had to slap his hands over his mouth to stop himself from accidentally going on a muttering rant. Hello, young heroes. It's great to see you all here today. Can I get a yeah? The sound hero shouted, cupping a hand to his ear. Yeah. Izuku shouted as he stood up, a wide smile on his face. Several people gave him startled or confused looks, save Katsumi who just looked amused. He could hear Ochako a ways away shout at the same time he did, standing in her own section. Present Mike gave a wide smile and pointed at the two teens. Now those two know what I'm getting at. Now, the practical exam is pretty simple to understand. The hero pulled out a clicker and pressed it, the lights in the room dimming a bit as a slideshow projection appeared on the wall behind him. It showed a crude sample picture of a city. Each of you will be assigned a mock city from A through J based on your ID number. You'll be driven over to each city via our Rockin' bus system. The lanky man held up a hand and made the devil's horn sign. All of the kids save Izuku deadpanned at the pro hero. Now, once you get to the testing area and the practical begins, you'll be tasked to destroy some robots. The slide changed to show 4 types of enemies, each one more menacing looking than the last. Each enemy is worth a certain amount of points, ranging from 1 point to 3. Destroy the bots to get points. Pass a certain threshold of points and you get in. Present Mike gave the crowd a thumbs up. So make sure to smash as many robots as possible. Excuse me, sir, a voice called out near Izuku. The greenette looked down a few rows to see a tall, stiff-looking guy with short navy blue hair standing with his arms straight in the air. With sharp motions, he pulled out a packet and pointed to the diagram that was on one of the pages. It clearly shows here that there are 4 robots that will appear in the exam. Such an oversight is unbecoming of an institution as highly regarded as you. And you. The tall kid suddenly turned to Izuku and pointed an accusatory finger at him. Your muttering has been excessive since halfway through the allotted time for the written exam. Either take this seriously or exit the premises. Izuku gave a bewildered look to the tall kid. I am sorry, but I actually finished the test a bit earlier than almost everyone else. I also have a habit of muttering that I don't realize until someone tells me. I'm terribly sorry if I caused you any trouble. The greenette bowed deeply before sitting back in his seat. A few snickers floated around him, but he paid them no mind. Examinee number 7111. Present Mike called to the tall kid. Thank you for pointing that out, but if you had bothered to wait, I would have begun discussing the 4th robot. You do see the 4 designs up on the slide, do you? Examinee number 7111 looked a bit embarrassed at that. Why yes I did, but you only mentioned the points going from 1 to 3, not enough for 4 robots. Ah, I see. The pro hero nodded. You see, young listeners, the 4th robot is actually a gimmick robot, used to rampage in close quarters. Ever played Super Mario Bros? They're essentially the thwomp. However, attacking this robot will not only not earn you any points, it will reduce your points to absolutely nothing if you attack it for no valid reason. Outcries of surprise rung throughout the auditorium. A robot that could reduce your points all the way down to 0. What the hell? Settle down, settle down. Present Mike called for order. All you really have to do is destroy the proper robots and avoid the 0-pointer. Easy as cake. Now, before I send you all off, I'd like to leave you with the school motto. Go beyond what you were before. Plus Ultra. Good luck out there, young heroes. 10 minutes later, ground beta. Izuku stood in the crowd of other examinees, nervous yet excited at the same time. This was it. Time to see what he was made of. Izuku. The boy turned around to see Ochako running towards him. Without warning, the brunette ran into him, giving him a huge hug. The greenette froze at the contact, muscles going rigid. Warning. Izuku has unexpectedly crashed. Please remove the cute girl, else system failure imminent. Luckily for him, Ochako let go of Izuku, though he caught the faint dusting of a blush on her cheeks, which did nothing to soothe his embarrassment. We're in the same testing area. Pretty lucky, right? Izuku shook his head and gave Ochako a wide smile. Yeah. The boy held out a closed fist towards his friend. Let's both do our best out there. Excuse me. The two teens turned their heads to the new voice, Izuku's shoulders slumping at the sight of who it was. The tall boy, examinee number 7111, had returned. But the test is about to commence. Are you attempting to distract your fellow examinee with your antics? To Izuku's surprise and slight irritation, the tall kid was addressing Uraraka, who looked a bit surprised at the accusation. Actually, Izuku stepped up, irritation clearly laced in his voice. I have a terrible nervous streak and my friend was doing her best to calm me down before the exam began. Please refrain from accusing my friend like that ever again. And with that, Izuku grabbed Ochako by the hand and dragged her away from the tall kid. Izuku looked back to see the flabbergasted look on the boy's face as he disappeared into the crowd, which filled him with a bit of guilty satisfaction. Once they were a good distance away, Izuku let go of Ochako's hand. Sorry about that, Ochako-chan, that guy was getting on my nerves a bit. The greenette scratched the back of his head. Ochako sighed and smiled. Yeah, I understand. Pretty rude of him, assuming all that. Anyways, Ochako held out a fist. I think we got interrupted back there. Izuku chuckled. Better fix that then. The greenette bumped a fist with Ochako's. Good luck out there, Ochako. Uraraka gave her friend a bright smile. Same to you, Izuku. Suddenly a notification popped up in front of Izuku's face. Mission unlocked. Entrance exam execution. Now's the time to show off what you're really made of. Mission. Pass the UA entrance exam by smashing up as many robots as possible. Bonus objective. Get first place, save. From? Time limit, 10 minutes. Reward. Acceptance into UA. Failure penalty. Pursue another career path, lose one for all. Bonus reward 1. Plus 20 rep with Toshinori Yagi. Plus 10 rep with bragging rights. Bonus reward 2. That's a surprise. And start. Izuku, nervous energy bouncing around inside of him, was able to register the announcement and immediately shot off through the now open gates of ground beta, a streak of green lightning trailing after him. Ochako, shocked at the announcement, only managed to react a second later in order to follow after her friend, shoving past other examinees. Said examinees only stood still and gave blank stares at the giant watchtower in the middle of all the testing grounds. Present Mike stood in the control center of the tower. Well, what are you all waiting for? The pro-hero shouted at the stupefied examinees. Some of the other examinees had the right idea. You all better get a move on if you want to catch up. At that, the rest of the examinees raced into the training ground. Izuku was a good distance ahead of everyone, taking 15-foot jumps as green sparks circled around him. After Izuku was able to wake up Ochako that night a month ago, he found out that he had a bar that was ever present in his vision, though it only showed up when he focused on it. The bar was a result of the system update, a direct indicator of how much of one for all he was using. There was a small red line near the left end of the bar that indicated his current stable limit. In the month since, Izuku trained with all might to try and control the 200-year-old quirk. The first few tries were painful to say the least, But eventually Izuku did find a controllable power limit, 5%. The Greenette was elated by the discovery, but the power was not worth the long wind-up of the quirk itself. That is, until a week ago he accidentally discovered a solution. You see, Izuku and Ochako were hanging out at the pier and the girl had slipped on a wet spot on the sidewalk. Previously, Izuku would only activate one for all across only one part of his body, like his arm. In this instance, Izuku activated it throughout his entire body at its 5% limit. Izuku decided to dub this new ability Full Cowling. Two one-pointer robots drifted out of an alleyway and raced towards Izuku. Human target detected. Prepare to be dash. Before they could finish their sentences, the Greenette shot forward and tore the robots in half with a devastating kick. Izuku kept going without turning back. Man, this feels amazing. Izuku thought to himself giddily as he axe-kicked a two-pointer. The power that's coursing through me is near addictive. And I'm a bit surprised that I'm not getting hurt from punching and kicking through solid steel. Does one for all increase my durability to some extent? The Greenette shook his thoughts away as he got surrounded by 4 three-pointers. This ain't the time to be thinking about that. Gotta get as many points as possible. The energy of one for all surged as Izuku jumped at one of the three-pointers, shouting a confident, "Bring it on!" In a viewing room in the school's viewing room, a group of high-ranking pro heroes all watched the events of the practical play out across multiple screens. Each screen showed a camera from each mock city, occasionally flipping to the perspective of other security bots also at the scene. One standout individual, sitting in a chair, a mouse-like creature wearing a formal suit, chuckled as he watched the examinees at play. "It seems that we have a good crop this year, doesn't it, Toshinori?" Standing next to the mouse-like creature was the skeletal man in question, who sported a yellow pinstripe suit and red tie. The suit did nothing to hide his abject lankiness in his true form. It really does, Nizu-san. There are a wide range of fighter types as well. The skeletal man gave a small smile as he spotted Uraraka on one of the screens, making a three-pointer go weightless and flipping it over her shoulder, destroying the lens of the bot against some random debris and rendering it useless. Nizu chuckled, "I'm glad to hear that you see their skills as well." Suddenly a malicious look came to the creature's eyes. "So why don't we raise the stakes a bit?" He reached towards a covered button on the control panel in front of him, flipped off the plastic covering, and pressed the button. Make a chance to see their true colors and abilities. 41. Ochako felt like she was doing a great job at taking down the robots. Thanks to training with all Toshinori-sensei and sparring sessions with Izuku, she managed to learn several fighting techniques that would work hand-in-hand with her quirk, Zero Gravity. Making robots weightless and flipping them over her shoulder or throwing them into other robots was actually a lot more fun than she thought. She kept getting attacked by one-pointers for some reason though, so point collection was a bit tough. The brunette had to actively search for 2- and 3-pointer robots in order to build up a score. Too bad Izuku kept smashing up most of them. "Izuku, you're my friend and all, but are you trying to keep me from entering UA?" The brunette thought to herself jokingly as she sidestepped a charging one-pointer and made it weightless, throwing off its traction and slamming it into a 2-pointer that was attacking another examinee, tearing both of the robots' heads off. The examinee, a purple-haired girl with dot jacks for earlobes, gave her a quick thumbs up before running off down the street. Ochako smiled and tried to run down the street when the ground started to shake, throwing the brunette off balance. She fell to the ground as the tremors increased, the asphalt splitting as thin crack veins spread across the ground. A loud rumbling slowly got closer, sounding distinctly like tank treads. The brunette flipped over to see the biggest goddamn robot she'd ever seen. The thing was easily about 30 stories tall, rolling around on tank tread legs. Its head looked a bit like a Metal Gear to Ochako, thanks to Izuku's gaming expertise, but it only made the robot seem scarier. One of its huge mechanical hands grabbed the side of a skyscraper as it turned the corner, causing the building to break and start tipping over with ease. Ochako wanted to move, to get up and run away, but she was frozen. She was scared out of her mind. This was the gimmick. It was insanely huge. How were they supposed to run from this thing? The brunette could only stare on, still as a statue as the zero-pointer rolled closer. Izuku dashed around as 2 three-pointers rolled after him, shoulder-mounted rocket launchers trying their best to lock onto the greenette. Finally locking onto their target, 2 rockets shot out at the teen at high speeds. The greenette did a sideways somersault, jumping over the oncoming rockets and landing in a crouch. The 2 rockets auto-corrected their courses, looping around and heading back to the green-haired teen. Izuku then raced towards the oncoming robots, rockets in hot pursuit. Izuku jumped on the head of one of the three-pointers, waiting for the right moment. At the last second, he jumped towards the other three-pointer as the 2 rockets collided with the robot he was just on, causing it to scatter to pieces. The teen quickly executed the last three-pointer with a swift mid-air roundhouse kick, decapitating its head from its shoulders. Izuku landed in front of the robot corpse and kneeled, taking a second to catch his breath. He'd been at this for the past 8 minutes, taking out rampaging robots left and right. It was fun, but tiring as well. Even the greenette's increased stamina wasn't able to keep up with ripping through robots with reinforced armor for long. Okay, I got 64 points so far that should be enough to get in, but you never know. I'll rest up and go find some stragglers at the last min dash. A sudden rumbling interrupted Izuku as he stood up and took a defensive stance, only to see the hulking monstrosity that was the zero-pointer appear behind one of the skyscrapers. He half expected to be scared straight, but surprisingly his fear was only slightly present. Am I just not that scared of the thing? Before the greenette could question his emotions any further, a notification appeared in front of him. Gamer's mind has activated, shielding you from the brunt of psychological damage. Some damage purposefully not blocked to prevent the set-in of apathy. Where the hell was this when I had to deal with bullies? Izuku deadpanned to himself. Suddenly a thought struck him. Wait, Ochako-chan's here too. Where is she? Izuku looked into the crowd of examinees running for their lives from the mechanism of mass destruction. No sign of the bubbly brunette. I can't see her through the crowd. Oh God, please tell me she got Awa Dash. A sharp scream tore Izuku from his thoughts as he jerked his head towards the sound. The zero-pointer was approaching fast, its giant tank treads destroying any debris in its way. Ochako was directly in front of it, lying on the ground and propping herself up on her elbows, staring up at the towering monstrosity. Her leg was trapped by a piece of debris. Izuku could see the tears threatening to spill out of her eyes. Like when Kaken was being held hostage by the sludge villain, something in Izuku snapped. Ochako! A scream tore through his mouth as he dashed towards her, as fast as lightning, rushing towards his friend. The brunette turned to the sound of the voice only to see a streak of green lightning charging straight at her. The sight of tears on her face only made Izuku more determined to save her, but his plan was not the best. He knew that 1 for all at his current limit was not going to be enough to break the debris and get the 2 of them to safety before the zero-pointer turned them into examinee pancakes. Full power on the debris would hurt Ochako and leave him incapacitated, so that was a no-go. The only solution was, like a sparking green firework, Izuku suddenly shot into the sky, heading straight for the head of the zero-pointer. Ochako could only stare on in awe as the greenette flew through the air, like a missile on a mission. Ping back a fist, Izuku visualized the bar of 1 for all and willed the bar to be filled completely to the brim. The teen felt a surge of raw power hit his bones as the bar filled up a fully light green with electric sparks wrapping around it. The right sleeve of the tracksuit Izuku had been given by Yue tore off as veins of red energy crackled in his veins. 1 for all. The zero-pointer registered the teen in front of it and reached a giant hand to swat him out of the sky. 0.100%. It never got the chance. Detroit smash. Izuku's fist shot forward, creating an immense blast of air that tore through the robot's head, leaving nothing in its wake. A sound like thunder boomed across the entirety of ground beta, causing the examinees to stop and turn towards the sound. Shock was all that was felt at the sight of the decapitated mechanical behemoth. A few murmurs went around speculating on what caused the robot's destruction, but for the most part people stayed silent. The corpse of the zero-pointer stood still for a moment. Slowly, the body of the beast tipped backward ever so slightly, causing the rest of the body to follow suit. The robotic Goliath fell over onto the empty street behind it, causing a thundering crash to ring out. Still in the air, Izuku stared at the fallen robotic corpse in amazement. The teen looked down at his right arm, which was practically covered in a big purple bruise, bleeding profusely out of jagged cuts that covered his entire forearm. Had he really done that? Was this the extent of his newly acquired strength? A sharp, blinding pain cut the greenette from his thoughts as he clutched his arm. He screamed in pain as gravity set in as he began a free fall towards the ground below. Another sharp pain. Oh great, his left leg was shot too. God damn it. Izuku cursed to himself as the wind tore through his hair and clothes. 2 of my limbs are done for and I'm falling from at least 20 stories up and I can't use full cowling properly when I'm in this much pain. I'm gonna splatter. Dread filled every corner of Izuku's mind. Not to mention that I attacked the 0-pointer. I just gave up all of my points. The only way out of this is if I punch the ground at 100% to stop my landing. I'll only have an arm or a leg available then. At this rate. Izuku looked at the fast-approaching ground with despair. That I can't pass. A slap across the face snapped Izuku from his thoughts. The ground suddenly began approaching slower and slower until he was floating just a few inches off the ground. The green-haired teen looked up to see Ochako floating on a piece of debris, the same one that she'd been pinned under, about 10 feet above him. She silently pressed the pads of her fingers together and Izuku flopped to the ground, with Ochako and her debris landing next to him. Suddenly the brunette shot up, hopped off her boulder, and rushed to her friend's side. She kneeled next to him and propped him up with her arm. Izuku, are you okay? The brunette asked, fear and worry present in her tone. Despite his immense pain, Izuku let out a laugh. I'm all right, Deku-chan, now that you are. He gave her a weak smile, but she could see the pain in his eyes and it wasn't just from the injuries. A klaxon alarm rang out from the loudspeakers. It's all over, folks. Present Mick's voice called out, sealing Izuku's fate. Please either make your way over to the exit or stay put if you are injured. We have a trained medical professional ready to treat all of your wounds. Sure enough, an elderly-looking woman in a white coat was walking through the crowd of examinees, making medical assessments and handing out Pez candies to all of them. The lady soon approached Ochako and Izuku. Oh my! The nurse spoke in a surprised tone. You definitely look worse for wear. Just hold still 1 second, dearie. She puckered her lips and, to the 2 teens' surprise, they extended from her mouth and landed on Izuku's cheek. His body began to glow a bright pink as his bruised and battered arm rapidly healed. In seconds, it looked like nothing had ever happened, save for the blood stains that remained. There you go, good as new. The old lady cheered as she gave him a Pez candy. Though it is strange. You have incredible strength, yet it seems as if you only got a grasp on it not long ago. At this, the 2 teens felt a slight panic setting in. Why yeah, you see, my quirk is called the game, and it allows me to have video game interactions with real life. Izuku timidly explained. I recently got a new ability from my quirk that allows me to push past my body's normal limits, but at the risk of injuring myself. I guess I went way too far this time with the boost. The greenette scratched the back of his head with his newly healed hand. The old lady's eyes widened. Ah, so that explains it. Very well then. Just make sure not to injure yourself like that too much, or else you might not be able to recover from it. She said in a light tone before walking off to attend more patients. Perk unlocked, lie. Wow, you pulled that lie out of your butt, but somehow someone believed it. Congrats, you're now a delinquent in the making. Izuku sighed. He didn't really care about the crass words of his quirk or the new perk he'd gained. It was the end of the practical, and he had no points. Nothing. He failed. Izuku slowly got up from Ochako's lap and stood up. Izuku, the brunette softly called out to her friend, are you gonna be? The greenette paused for a second, standing still. I think so. Don't worry about me. Without turning around, the green-haired teen walked away. I'll see you later, Ochako-chan. Uraraka knelt there as she watched her friend walk away. Guilt spread into the bones of her body. If she hadn't just sat still like an idiot, than Izuku would've. She shook her head. Izuku wouldn't want her to think that way. As much as the guilt was getting to her, she couldn't blame herself for what happened. It would hurt him as much as it would hurt her. Silence filled ground beta as Ochako sat alone in the debris-filled streets. Suddenly she stood up, a determined look on her face. She began marching over to the UA building in search of a certain hero watching over the exam. 1 week later, Midoriya. Residence, 8 p.m. Izuku laid on his bed, staring at the ceiling of his dark room. The past week had not been the best for him. The greenette had sunk into a depressed state of mind, not bothering to come outside. The only times he really went out of his room was for school, but even then he was just an uninteractable husk of his former self. He hadn't received a message from All Might since the day before the exam, which only fed into Izuku's dark emotions. He didn't want to really do anything, even ignoring texts and calls from Ochako asking if he was alright. For some strange reason, he kept up his normal workout routine, though it did nothing to combat his feelings of sadness. The door to his room opened up, spilling the light from the living room into his own. The teen looked up to see Ochako at the door, to his surprise. In her hand she held 2 large orange shipping envelopes, the UA stamp covering one side of it. Silently closing the door and turning on the light, the brunette made her way over to the bed and sat down on the edge. She gave a soft smile to her friend. "Hey, Izuku." The greenette sat up on his bed, rubbing his eyes. "Hey, Ochako-chan.I.um." He looked down at his lap in shame. "I'm sorry for ignoring you this past week." Ochako put a hand on her friend's shoulder. "Hey, it's okay. I know what you're going through." She let her hand fall off his shoulder. "That's why I'm here. To help you feel better." Izuku looked at his friend before looking at the 2 envelopes. "They sent out the letters?" "Yeah." Ochako confirmed. "I wanted to open these up together. It's going to affect my decision anyways." Izuku gave the brunette a confused look. "Decision for what?" Ochako gave Izuku a solid stare. Her smile was gone. "If we read your letter and they reject you, then I'm going to resign from UA." Izuku's eyes widened in shock. "Ochako, no," he exclaimed. "You can't do that. UA is the best hero school for you to follow your dreams. If you rejected their invitation, then I'd be rejecting a school that doesn't see true heroism." Izuku paused in shock at his friend's statement. Ochako continued, "Izuku, you're the sweetest, most caring guy I'd ever met. You helped a baby bird just because it couldn't find its nest. You stood up to bullies for years because you couldn't stand to see other people get hurt. Izuku, you saved my life." The brunette's tone got steely. "If UA can't see real heroism even if it slaps them across the face, then they don't deserve to be called a hero school." Izuku was absolutely speechless. Had he really had that much of an impact on her? Surely not, right? This seemed insane. "Now, we're going to open this letter." Ochako held up the envelope that was addressed to him, a stern look on her face. "Read it, see what decision they made, and possibly burn it in a dumpster fire if need be. I still think that there's a chance that they accepted you, but I'm gonna be said to all hell if they don't." She held out the envelope to him. "Oh God, Ochako's scary when she's mad." Izuku thought to himself. He looked at the orange envelope for a good moment, staring at the intricate UA logo. Then, with shaky hands, he hesitantly grabbed the envelope from his friend's hand and held it in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Izuku pulled the envelope from both sides, tearing it in half. Instead of a letter like the 2 teens were expecting, a small black disc fell out and landed on the floor. It beeped a few times before a holographic screen came out of it, with the dazzling smile of All Might being displayed on it. "I am here to as a projection," the virtual All Might exclaimed. "Huh?" the 2 teens shouted in surprise. "Wasn't this supposed to be from UA? You're probably wondering why I am here today, Izuku Midoriya," the pro-hero said with bravado. "Well, the answer is simple. I am now an official teacher of UA." All Might spread out his arms as if he were a grand showman showing off his performance. "Wait, really?" the 2 teens exclaimed in dread. All Might a teacher? They already had him as a mentor, and he was less than stellar, to put it very lightly. Teaching an entire class of upcoming heroes? They were absolutely terrified of the fallout. Now I know that might come as a surprise, huh? Excuse me? The pro hero listened to the intelligible words of the cameraman. Hurry it up? But I have a lot that I have to do how many of these? Hey, I get it, shish. The two teens' sweat dropped at their mentor's antics. You see, young Midoriya, you passed the written portion of the exam with flying colors, a full 100 score. During the practical exam, you managed to rack up an astonishing 73 villain points. A number showed up on the bottom of the screen. However, during the last 2 minutes of the exam, you attacked and destroyed the zero-pointer, causing you to lose all of those accumulated points. The number on the bottom rattled down all the way to 0. This conclusion would normally result in failure and the rejection of your application into UA. Izuku felt his heart shatter at those words. There was the end of it all. He wouldn't get into UA. He let down everyone. His mom. All Might. He didn't deserve one for all. The chasm of despair swarmed in around him, ready to swallow him. But that is not the case. Wait, what? Izuku looked back up to the screen as All Might continued. Did you really think that we would only look at how well you defeated villains? Of course we wouldn't do that. That is not the true job of a hero. You see, we were also awarding rescue points into your final score, and you, young Midoriya, have earned 65 rescue points. The number quickly racked up to 65. Since the cutoff number this year was 41, you have passed. Izuku stood up from the bed, tears hanging from the edges of his eyes. Ochako stood up next to him, a wide smile prevalent. The 65 rescue points would have been it, nestling you in a solid 7th place if you had also been redacted your previous villain points. Suddenly the number at the bottom started flicking up again until it finally stopped. Young Midoriya, you have taken the first place spot at a whopping total of 138 points. Tears spilled out of Izuku's face as he smiled wide. Ochako let out an excited cry and hugged her best friend, which he absent-mindedly reciprocated. Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya. You've passed. Welcome to your hero academia. With that, the projection shut off, leaving the two teens alone. He did it. He got into UA. Mission complete. Entrance exam execution. Bonus objective 1. Get first place, complete. Bonus objective 2. Save Ochako Uraraka from the zero-pointer robot, complete. Rewards. Acceptance to UA High School. Bonus rewards 1. Plus 20 rep with Toshinori Yagi, plus 10 rep with bragging rights. Izuku laughed as the notifications rolled in, assuring his success. Hope and joy flooded his mind and filled his soul. He felt like he could take on the world right now. He gave Ochako a tight hug and swung her around, the two of them laughing without a care in the world. She hugged Izuku back, the warmth filling him with joy. Drunk by the joy, Izuku stopped spinning around and kissed Ochako. To say Uraraka was surprised would be a harsh understatement. She was completely blindsided, her heart filled with bewilderment and shock. But deep down, buried in that ball of confused emotions was happiness. She loved this boy, who was kissing her with as much passion as he could muster. She knew the feeling quite well. She had been denying it for months, after all. He was absolutely amazing to her, a perfect mix of cute, sweet, considerate, and as of recently, badass. He helped anyone that he could despite the consequences to himself. His passion for his dream had inspired her to improve, to be a better version of herself than before. To know that the boy she had been pining over for months filled the brunette with unexplainable joy. This realization solidified her resolve. Izuku seemed to realize what he was doing because he quickly opened his eyes, stopped kissing Ochako, and turned into a red stuttering mess. Oh my god, Ochako-chan, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. He was cut off when Ochako grabbed him by the sides of his face and brought him forward, kissing her once more. Shock filled his mind as the brunette kept up the lip lock. He could feel the girl's smile against his lips. Warning. Oxygen deprivation imminent. Stop swapping spit with the girl already and breathe. Ochako was the one to end the lip lock, the wide smile now seemingly permanently grafted to her face. They were both panting slightly, the tingle on their lips sending sparks to both of their heads. Izuku's brain was completely bogged by the fireworks that were going off in his heart. "We ju dash," the greenette struggled to speak. "Yes, we just kissed. Yes, I like you in that way. No, this isn't a fever dream, at least, I really hope it isn't." Izuku finally got his thoughts together. "But why? Izuku, do I really need to go back through the hero speech again?" The brunette chuckled before giving the greenette a sweet smile. "I like you because you've made every day simply amazing for me. Our hangouts, our workouts, our study sessions, even just lazing around the house feels amazing when I'm doing them with you. Not to mention you're pretty much the sweetest cinnamon roll that I've ever met." She snuggled into Izuku, who turned a deep shade of scarlet. She looked back up at her crush nervously. "Now I'm just wondering if you feel the same way about me that I do for you." Izuku stood there for a second before smiling at the brunette. "Ochako, you know just about everything about me. My likes and dislikes. My terrible habits. My past." The greenette shivered a bit, but continued on. "Even with all the baggage that I have, you stuck with me. Not only that, you made the effort to stay with me, to be the best friend that I've ever had. You've even kept my greatest secret. I trust you more than anyone else." Izuku cupped one of Ochako's cheeks with his hand. "But what really got me was how sweet and compassionate you are. You want to be a hero for money, but it's to help out your parents. You've helped me out dozens of times when I have fallen. And to be honest, you're the DMN cutest person I've ever had the chance of meeting." The greenette teased, making the brunette go crimson this time. "So to answer your concern, Ochako Uraraka." He leaned in and rested his head on hers. "How could I not fall in love with you?" A shutter click interrupted the moment as the two teens snapped their heads over to the door. Izuku Midoriya was there, crying tears of joy and holding up her phone, snapping multiple pictures of the couple. "Oh, my baby boy's growing up." The mother ran in and hugged the two teens, who were now both embarrassed to all hell. "How long were you dash?" I walked in when I heard Uraraka-chan shout. "Oh, I'm gonna have so many grandbabies." "Mama Midoriya, I don't think me and Izuku are dash. And you call each other by your first names. Oh, Izuku, your mama's so proud of you." After the two managed to get Inko to stop squeezing them to death, it took them an hour, the two solidified their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. Bonus reward 2. Max Confidant rank with Ochako Uraraka. Rank 10, Soulmate. Achievement unlocked, green tea. You got yourself a girlfriend. Congrats. Be sure to invite your mom to the wedding. Reward. Party system, plus 50 joy, 0 gravity has been added to skill tree. Izuku stood at the gates of UA High School, a suitcase in each hand. Once again, he was staring at the giant H-shaped building in awe. It had been 2 weeks since he'd received his acceptance letter, video, and it still felt like some sort of dream. Not to mention getting together with Ochako, the girl he'd been pining over for months. The last 2 weeks they spent together weren't any different from their other hangouts other than kisses and cuddles, of course, but they seemed so much sweeter than before. The 5-minute warning bell snapped Izuku out of his thoughts before he fell in too deep. Activating full cowling, Izuku dashed into the school. 1 check-in later, the greenette stood in front of the door to Class 1A. It was an impressive 15 feet tall, with a blocky E painted on the length of the door. A small window made up the small hole in the this door is pretty big. Probably to accommodate for students whose quirks make them naturally larger than normal. Izuku deduced as he put his hand on the handle. Okay, here goes nothing. With monumental spiritual effort, Izuku pushed open the door and entered the classroom, and was immediately met with shouting. "Please, humbly remove your feet from the desk. You are mocking the craftsmanship of the desk's maker as well as putting shame to the students who came before you dash." Shut up already. It's just a desk, you stuck-up elitist. F-. Literally right next to the door was Katsumi with her legs propped up on the desk while the tall guy who had scolded him and Uraraka during the entrance exam was now scolding his ex-friend? Ex-bully? It was still confusing identifying what Katsumi was to him after this past year. The tall guy caught Izuku out of the corner of his eye and quickly made his way to Izuku, who started to internally panic. Oh no, is he gonna disapprove of me being here? Accuse me of cheating to get into Dash. The tall guy stopped in front of Izuku and bowed deeply at the waist. I would like to formally apologize to you for the way I acted at the exam. It was unbecoming of a potential UA student. I clearly underestimated your ability and wrongly assumed that you were trying to hinder the other examinees from performing at their peak. Well, this was unexpected, Izuku thought as he waved his hands. No, it's okay. It's admirable that you wanted to make sure the other examinees were doing their best, but next time, please don't harshly jump to conclusions about my friend. The green-haired teen held out a hand. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to formally meet you. The tall teen stood up straight and shook Izuku's hand with a smile. I am Tenya Ida. It's a pleasure meeting your acquaintance. Izuku's eyes widened and sparkled as the two stopped shaking hands. Wait, Ida? As in related to the engine hero Tensei Ida? Tenya's eyes widened as well. Oh, I didn't expect anyone to know about that. Yes, I am related to Dash. If you're in here to make friends, then I suggest that you leave right now. Izuku felt chills go down his spine at the gruff voice. He turned around, expecting to see someone at the door, but there wasn't anyone. Oh wait, there was something on the floor. It took Izuku a second to try and discern that it was a yellow sleeping bag. A tired-looking face glared up at the greenette as it silently pulled out a gel snack from inside the bag and slurped it up instantly. Well, are you deaf or something? Get to your seats already. Not wanting to anger the face, Izuku quickly made his way to the only empty desk in the room, luckily on the far side of the room at the front. Tenya also sat at his desk, which was, unfortunately for him, right behind Kaken. The sleeping bag slinked into the room like a caterpillar, which Izuku would have found hilarious if he wasn't terrified of whoever was in it. A lanky man dressed in all black got up from the sleeping bag, giving a tired look to all the students in the room. The man's looked very disheveled, with shoulder-length black hair that looked somewhat tangled and a weird-looking strip of cloth that wrapped many times around the man's neck, acting as an impromptu scarf. Bags were visible under the man's eyes and stubble adorned his upper lip. It took you all 10 seconds in order to quiet down. Very irrational. Time is of the essence here, and I won't tolerate wasting it. I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Aizawa reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a navy blue uniform with red and white markings on them, making out the letters UA vertically down the front. Go to the locker rooms and put these on. After that, meet me at the training field behind the school. You have 10 minutes. Don't be late. With that, the man left the room, leaving behind a class of very confused students. 10 minutes later, training field Alpha. A quirk assessment test? Class 1A was standing at the field, dressed in their new gym clothes. Their homeroom teacher was standing in front of the sand pit when they came outside. As soon as they had all arrived, he bluntly told them all what they were going to be doing. What about initiation? Uraraka asked. Or counseling dash. All pointless wastes of time. The man carelessly cut her off. The world today is experiencing an increase in villain activity as of the past few years, and while heroes are managing to keep the tide at bay, it's no mistake that the world needs more good heroes. The only way for good heroes to be made is for them to be taught as early as they can so their irrationality is non-existent by the time they graduate. Aizawa gave them a wicked smile. If you thought that you were going to be sitting at McDonald's talking gossip with your friends for 3 years, then you're sorely mistaken. Gamer's mind has barely blocked the assault of psychological damage done by Shoto Aizawa. Izuku ignored the message as he gulped. Regardless of what his teacher thought of him, the greenette needed to do his best. That meant that he had to do anything he morally could in order to succeed. Here's your friendly reminder of the day. Stop being a dumbass and open up your skill tree. Surprised but curious of the message, Izuku did as he was told. What he saw was a huge surprise, but he'd have to question it later. It would definitely be useful down the line. Okay, time to make a splash. Test 150-meter dash. The first test was definitely the test that made people show off their skills. Izuku saw a blonde kid propel himself forward with the laser that came out of his stomach before he was cut short right before he crossed the finish line, causing the pink-skinned girl that skated on acid to pass him. A slumped-over girl with frog-like features did her best to hop after Ida, who just rocketed past her with his Quirk engine. A black-haired girl with a ponytail and generous assets made an electric skateboard and raced far ahead of the invisible girl. Many managed to get impressive times, with Ida getting the top spot at 3.13 seconds. Soon, Izuku was in a starting position next to Katsumi, who had a devilish grin on her face. She turned to Izuku, face looking smug. "I'll see you at the finish line, Deku." Izuku didn't know what it was, but seeing that grin, hearing that taunt, it made the greenette feel a sense of pride. He felt himself smirk back at Kaken. "Yeah. See you there." He activated full cowling, the green sparks circling around his body. It felt a bit different than last time though. The grin dropped from Katsumi's face as she gawked at Izuku. What the dash? The starting pistol fired and Izuku shot forward, a blur to all who witnessed him. He dashed past the camera bot at the end of the track, who spit out his time, 3.16 seconds. Katsumi was close on his heels, her surprise not impeding her start off. She passed the camera bot, who spit out a 3.24 seconds, before rolling away on its one wheel. Katsumi didn't seem to hear her number as she marched over to Izuku and grabbed him by his uniform's collar, proceeding to shake him while screaming, "What the hell was that, Deku?" Izuku felt the wrath of God radiating from the explosive blonde, and Gamer's mind was not enough to block all of the fear he felt. Before the greenette could respond, a white cloth wrapped around Katsumi's wrists, forcing them together and causing her to let go of Izuku. At the other end of the cloth, Aizawa was holding his end tight. His irises were glowing red as his hair floated up above his head. "Stop using your quirk. You're giving me dry eye here." He tiredly scolded the raging blonde. Izuku gasped. "Wait, I know who you are. You're Eraserhead, the erasure hero. You can erase other people's quirks." The greenette fanboyed. The other students talked amongst themselves, wondering how they'd never heard of this Eraserhead guy before. Aizawa sighed and pulled at the cloth, in turn pulling Katsumi away from Izuku. "Alright, that's enough. If you attempt to assault your fellow student again, I won't hesitate to expel you." Katsumi stiffened up before giving her teacher a small nod, walking back to the group. Izuku also rejoined the group and stood next to Ochako. The brunette discreetly took his hand in her own, which he squeezed back to say, "Thank you." Neither one noticed that Izuku had gone faster than 5% on the test. Test 2, repeated side steps. It was safe to say Izuku got first at this one due to full cowling. Even Ida, who had a pure speed quirk, had trouble going as fast stepping side to side, at one point firing off too hard and accidentally flying off into the crowd, slamming into a buff guy with 6 arms and a mask. Aizawa didn't allow Ida to take the test again. Test 3, push-ups. Izuku managed to get first on this one as well, but it was definitely a close tie with both the 6-armed guy, a plain-looking guy with a meaty tail, and Ochako. He and Ochako ended up outlasting the other two before the brunette collapsed while going down for another push-up. Izuku, being the doting boyfriend that he was proud of her nonetheless. Test 4, grip test. The 6-armed guy got first for this one, while the black ponytailed girl got second by creating a jaws of life. Izuku got a close third since he stuck with 5%. Ochako got a pretty low score due to being tired from the push-up test, though she didn't let it get to her. Test 5, seated toe touch. Izuku got third on this one, right behind Ochako and the pink-skinned girl, who was apparently flexible as F-. After she did her test, she made a show of putting a leg behind her head like a contortionist. The red spike-haired guy seemed to be the only person who wasn't creeped out by this display of flexibility. Test 6, ball throw. Many people had impressive scores on this one. Katsumi and the black ponytailed girl were especially impressive, with the blonde making an explosion that shot the ball off past the tree line. She got 803.4 meters, while the ponytailed girl made a freaking mortar and shot the ball even farther than that. She got 1,209.2 meters. The real one to shine on this test, however, was Ochako. Once she got into the ring, she just tossed the ball up, which made it float farther and farther into the air until it was well out of sight. Aizawa held up the touchpad that he was getting the scores from, displaying a big ol' infinity sign. Holy crap! She got infinity! That's manly as hell! The spiky redhead yelled out, fist pumping into the air. The class clamored over the brunette's score, to which the girl just scratched the back of her head nervously. As Uraraka walked back to the group, Izuku flashed a thumbs up as he made his way over to the circle. The greenette was filled with nervous energy as he shuffled the ball in his hands. Everyone managed to get amazing scores in this one. They went all out. So should I go all out too? I'll break my body if I do. Maybe I'll just stick with 5%. Charging up his arm with one for all, Izuku ped his arm back, arm tensing as he chucked the ball with as much might as he could. The ball flew about 30 meters before landing and rolling on the ground. Ha! Izuku stood there, looking utterly confused. His head felt like it was bogged down, like someone had wrapped a warm wet towel around his brain. I know I have a lot more strength than that, even at 5%. What hap dash? Izuku turned towards Aizawa, who, as the greenette suspected, was using his erasure quirk on him. Tell me, kid, the tired-looking man asked as he approached Izuku, his quirk not dropping. Were you going all out? Were you giving it everything you had? 'Cause if so dash. I can't. Izuku interrupted. Aizawa gave him a quizzical look. If you're talking about the super strength, I can't activate that so brazenly, otherwise my entire arm gets shot to pieces. That's why I ha dash. I don't care about that. Izuku's eyes widened at his teacher's response. If you can't get around the fact that you're scared to hurt yourself, then you have no right to be here. Aizawa stood in front of the green-haired teen, gaze unforgiving. Find a way to throw the ball and still move. Otherwise, you'll be expelled from this school. Izuku stood in stunned shock for a second, processing his teacher's ultimatum. Aizawa's hair fell as he closed his eyes. I gave you your quirk back. Do whatever you can. And realize that you can't be a hero the way you are. The man walked back to where he was earlier, holding his touchpad up again. Izuku looked back at the throwing field, at the trees beyond that. In his mind, an internal analysis was in play. Okay, think Izuku. You have one more shot at this. How do you go all out without breaking? Several scenarios played out in the greenette's mind. Suddenly an idea popped up to the surface. Wait, that thing in my skill tree. That's it. Quickly opening up his skill tree menu, Izuku stared at the lone icon that had appeared in his previously empty menu. After a moment of staring, he tapped the icon and closed the menu again. Glancing back at the crowd, he saw most of the students give him weird stares. They couldn't see the menu when he pulled it up. Ochako, however, knew about the menu. The brunette gave him a stare, the silent question passing along with it. You got this? Izuku gave his girlfriend a quick thumbs up and a reassuring smile as he turned back to the field. Determination filled every corner of his body, eager to prove his crass teacher wrong. The greenette held the ball out in front of him with one hand. I really hope this works. 0 gravity. A tingling sensation hit his fingertips for a second before disappearing. Izuku checked his left hand and saw that small pink pads had appeared on each of his fingers, not unlike his bubbly girlfriend's. A notification popped up above his hand. Confidant achieved quirk, 0 gravity. Due to maxing out the confidant rank for Ochako Uraraka, you have gained access to a sliver of her power. Let her strength help you grow as a hero. Effect. For 1 minute every 4 hours, you can use the power of 0 gravity to nullify the effects of gravity on any object you touch with all 5 pads on one hand, stacking up to 1 ton. Unlike the original, you cannot carry as much as Ochako, you are more prone to queasiness, and you cannot make yourself weightless. Keep using this quirk to help it grow stronger. A timer appeared at the top of Izuku's vision, acting the same way as his bar for one for all. 0:53. A smile etched its way onto Izuku's face as he ped his arm back. First, he nullified the gravity of the ball in his hand. Izuku felt the weight leave the ball, making it feel like he was holding nothing. Then the greenette charged one for all to its absolute maximum, but concentrated it into his middle finger. Hold it steady. Izuku instructed himself, struggling to pour as much possible into his lone digit. And Izuku swung his arm forward, spilling a bit of one for all into his arm for more launch force. Now! Izuku released the built-up energy at his fingertip right at the apex of his swing. The resulting force was incredible, launching the ball straight into the sky, a gray blur that quickly disappeared. The ball only got faster as the effect of gravity was completely gone from it. Wind blasted out from where Izuku was standing, tearing at the clothes of Aizawa and the class behind him and almost causing them to fall over. When the winds died down, the class all looked back at Izuku. The resulting force of the throw must have been strong, since the green-haired teen was now standing there with a half-ruined shirt, showing off his muscular arm and part of his impressively toned backside. A bit of steam also trailed off of the boy's right arm. The boy turned back to Aizawa, holding up his right hand toward him. His middle finger was completely decimated, covered in a deep purple bruise that looked like it was beginning to snake up his hand. Despite the pain, Izuku clenched his fist. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku looked up at his teacher, a cocky, determined grin on his face. Katsumi was a bit shocked to see that his smirk looked a lot like her own. I can still move. A beep caught Aizawa's attention as he looked down at his touchpad. His eyes widened. This FING kid was the only thing he could come up with as he turned Izuku's score to the class. He got infinity. The students could only gape at the score. One Ochako Uraraka, however, could only smile wide at her boyfriend, a sense of pride filling her. Izuku quietly walked back to the group, holding his injured finger. Every drop of Izuku's thick skin perk was doing what it could to nullify the damage, but it still hurt like hell. The silence was deafening, causing Izuku to feel a bit insecure about his throw. Plus 10 rep with the entirety of Class 1A. Guess Izuku had nothing to worry about. Test 7, long jump. Everyone went through this event in a bit of a daze, still stunned by their green-haired classmates' incredible display of supposed strength. Izuku and Ochako were the only ones who were unaffected by the throw, Izuku mostly because he was still in pain, and Ochako because she had seen that strength from him before, with this time just making him look even more badass. Ochako got first in this event, making herself weightless to fly way past the sandpit and almost to the wall boxing in Training Field Alpha. Izuku, since he'd already run out of time for his zero gravity, had to rely on full cowling in order for him to cross the gap, which earned him a good third place. Katsumi, despite being stunned at the display as well, would be FING'd med if she let anyone else beat her. Test 8, Endurance Run. Most of the students managed to get back into the groove of the assessment, so they were prepared to do their best in this test. The black-haired ponytail girl got first in this one, straight up just making a bicycle and riding it while everyone else ran. Izuku surprisingly got second here, one for all giving him the strength he needed in order to run despite his injury. Apparently Ida, while extremely fast, was still prone to his fuel supply running out. Izuku asked Ida about this, to which the speedster explained that his fuel was pure orange juice. Needless to say, Izuku had a heyday writing air notes. All right, class. Aizawa addressed his students, most of who were standing slightly slumped over, tired to all hell. The only ones not tired were Izuku, Katsumi, the black-haired ponytail girl, a girl with an orange ponytail, and the guy with the meaty tail. I'm not gonna bother telling you all the scores, so here's a list in order of the scores. He tapped a few times on his touchpad before a holographic screen popped out of it, displaying a list. Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu, Tenya Ida, Katsumi Bakugo, Shoko Todoroki, Ochako Uraraka, Itsuka Kendo, Ijiro Kirishima, Tsuyu Azui, Mina Ishido, Mizo Shoji, Antasiro, Mashreo Jiro, Kyokujiro, Fumikage Tokoyami, Denki Kaminari, Rikido Sato, Yuga Oyama, Toru Hagakure, Koji Koda. Izuku stared at his name nestled at the first-place spot, the feeling of pride filling his heart. Beside him, Ochako's eyes were wide as she stuttered, I got a 6th PP place? Kaken looked a little miffed at the fact that she wasn't even in the top 3, but if she was, she kept it to herself for once. Class dismissed for the day. You can find your syllabi on your desks in the class. Your stuff has also been sent to your dorms, as well as large items that have to be built also being set up. You still have to move smaller items, though, so don't complain to me about it. The tired teacher immediately walked off to the main school building, most likely where he would lie in a sleeping bag and feast on gel snacks of varying flavor. Ochako let out a sigh of relief. Man, Aizawa-sensei sure is scary. The brunette turned to her green-haired boyfriend. But you were completely awesome. The way you threw the ball and the wind just going swoosh all around you. And the way you stood all badass in front of Aizawa-sensei. It was amazing. She gushed over him, the greenette blushing up a storm as the compliments kept coming. Most of the other students turned to Izuku when they heard Uraraka talking and immediately crowded around him, catching the couple off guard. That throw was incredible. Super manly, dude. The spiky red-haired kid exclaimed. You're completely ripped. What's your secret? The pink-skinned girl said rather seductively. Ochako couldn't help the small glare she sent at her. Dude, you gotta let me in on your workout routine. I bet I can get all the ladies with a bod like that. A blonde boy with a lightning bolt etched in his hair stated, earning him a few weird looks from some of the females in the group. Izuku, a bit overwhelmed by the assault, just stood there like a statue, face slowly growing redder and redder. Ochako, seeing her boyfriend's distress, stepped between him and the crowd. Okay, I think that's enough. We should get our stuff and go to the dorms, right? Ochako, by being a supportive girlfriend, has successfully diffused the situation for you. Next time, try to grow a pair, please. Once again ignoring the harsh words of his quirk, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief when the crowd backed off, begrudgingly agreeing with their brown-haired peer. Izuku gave Ochako's hand a quick squeeze in thanks, the brunette squeezing back in return as they walked back to the classroom. 1 hour later, Heights Alliance, Class 1A dorms. Izuku flopped down on his now non-hero-themed bed. He wasn't kidding about toning down on the All Might merch, finally finished setting up the last of his stuff. His room was a fair bit more diverse than his room back at his mom's place. Sure, there was still a shelf he set up with all of his hero figurines on it. He managed to find another 13 figures some time after he met Ochako, but now he had an old TV he brought from home. He and his mom weren't pressed for money, they just liked to live a bit frugally, with his consoles all connected to it via a special capture card. His desk was next to the TV, a few books and manga lined up neatly in the back while his computer monitor sat front and center on his desk, the hardware itself nestled comfortably in between the TV stand and the desk. His bed was wedged into the corner opposite his TV, with a nightstand with a lamp and 2 picture frames sitting on it. One picture was of him and his mother when he was 4, his mom dressed up as a nurse, which was a bit ironic now that he thought about it, and him dressed up as, of course, All Might. The other one was a fairly recent one, taken just a week ago when he and Ochako went to a fair in Mizudafu. It was them on the Ferris wheel, Izuku with a wide smile holding up the camera with one arm while he hugged Ochako with the other. Ochako was giving him a full-on hug, small red hearts on her cheeks from when she got face paint from earlier on in the day. Izuku looked at the 2 pictures and smiled. His life got so much better in the past year. Each and every good thing that happened to him since he met All Might he was eternally grateful for. A knock on his door snapped him out of his thoughts, though the smile didn't leave his face. There was one of those good things now. Izuku got up and walked over to the door and opened it. Standing there was Ochako, smiling wide and holding a small white box in her hands. Izuku leaned against the doorframe. Well, hey there. I don't believe I've seen you around these parts. To what do I owe the pleasure of your arrival? The greenette asked in a cheeky voice. Playing along, Ochako gave her boyfriend a playful look. Oh, I'm a little new to the neighborhood and I thought I'd stop by to give my wonderful neighbor a greeting gift. She patted the box with one hand. You mind if I come in? A beautiful lady, wanting to come into my humble abode, carrying a gift just for me? Why, most certainly, Izuku said as he stepped out of the way. Ochako came into the room and as soon as Izuku closed the door, they both fell into a fit of laughter. Oh my god, that was amazing! Ochako giggled as she put the box down on Izuku's desk next to the monitor. She turned back to her boyfriend as his laughs died down, giving him a sly smirk. Beautiful lady, huh? The brunette blushed a bit as he scratched his cheek. You are beautiful, and I might have gotten a bit caught up in the moment then. Izuku was cut off as Ochako walked up to him and planted a kiss on his lips, leaning into him as she did. Izuku subconsciously wrapped his arms around the brunette as he deepened the kiss, the two of them loving every second of it. The couple eventually stopped the lip lock as Ochako snuggled into the crook of Izuku's neck, the brunette letting out a small giggle. Hey, Ochako. You know I get ticklish when you do that. He complained half-heartedly. And yet you wonder why I do it. She playfully teased before letting him go, walking over to the desk and picking up the box. Ochako held up the box above her head as if it were some kind of holy relic. Mama Midoriya has sent us our sweet tooth care package, she said excitedly as she walked over and sat on the bed, Izuku following suit. Wow, she managed to mail it here already? Izuku asked in amazement, to which the brunette giggled. No, I met her outside of UA and got them from her directly. She said she forgot to give them to you this morning when you rushed out of the house. Well then, let's see what she packed us. Opening up the box, the couple were both greeted with a glorious sight: mint chocolate mochi donuts, a classic of Mama Midoriya sweets. Mama Midoriya comes through once again. Ochako exclaims as she immediately picks up a donut and bites into it, letting out a satisfied at the taste of minty chocolate goodness. Yes, she did. Izuku confirmed as he bit into his own mochi donut. Suddenly he noticed a piece of paper taped to the bottom of the box's lid. Carefully taking it off, Izuku unfolded the note and read it out loud so that Ochako didn't have to read over his shoulder. Dear Izuku, congratulations on getting into UA. I know, I already told you this, but you were so caught up with Ochako-chan that I wanted to give you a more personal congratulations. I know I haven't been the best parent, and I know I should have tried harder to help you towards your dreams. No respectable parent should have told their kid that they couldn't follow their dreams. I did that to you. Not in words, but I did tell you that. I want to make it up to you, starting off with me supporting you as you race on towards your goals. Be the best hero that I know you can be. Izuku. I'll be cheering you on from the sidelines. P.S. You better call me when you propose to Ochako-chan. Both teens had massive blushes on their faces, but their smiles could not be mistaken. A sniff made Ochako turn her head to see her boyfriend smiling as tears streamed down his face. She did the only thing she knew to do and hugged Izuku, sending him as much love as she could. Izuku hugged her back, rubbing his eyes a bit. Sorry Ochako, just dash. I get it. Ochako soothed her boyfriend as he continued to cry, rubbing his back as she did so. How did I manage to get this lucky? Maybe the world saw that you were a great person, so it decided to reward you for it. Izuku laughed. If the world gave me you, then I have a lot of repaying to do. Both teens chuckled as the brunette as they contently held each other, the warmth of their partners each giving comfort to each other. Eventually, the two drifted off to dreamland, thoughts of the other on their mind. Hours later, Ochako would wake up to her and Izuku floating against the ceiling, but not due to her quirk. Izuku would wake up and be interrogated for this later, no doubt his girlfriend freaking out about the prospect of her quirk supposedly not functioning properly. But for now, the two were peaceful as they held each other in their arms. It was the second day of classes, and the students of Class 1A were all sitting around and talking, waiting for their afternoon class teacher to arrive. After lunch, Aizawa had arrived in the class in his usual cocooned self to inform them that they would be taught today by a special instructor, causing discussion and speculation to rise about who the instructor was. In this 20 minutes of discussion, the students all got a chance to introduce themselves, which was something that they didn't get the chance to do in their regular morning classes. Though most of the students were more than happy to introduce themselves, some were a bit more begrudging about it. Cough, cough, Katsumi, cough, cough. Another few minutes later, the classroom door flung open with great gusto. I am entering the room. The students all recognized the jovial voice and catchphrase, some people's eyes widening in disbelief while others bounced in their seats in excitement. Cough, cough, Izuku, cough, cough. That like a normal person. All Might entered the room in the most not normal way a person could perform. Izuku immediately recognized the sleek yet eye-popping design of the number 1 hero's Silver Age costume, having a fanboy party going on inside his head. As the pro hero marched into the room with exaggerated fashion, Ochako couldn't help but wonder how All Might's cape was billowing in the wind when they were indoors with the windows closed. "Greetings, my young wards." The pro hero addressed his students with his signature smile. "Today is going to be a special day for your hero training. UA wants to teach you all how to be the best heroes you can be, but we can't do that if we don't have a good idea of how you fare in the typical dangerous situations that heroes find themselves in." All Might explained, doing several poses and flexes to weirdly emphasize his point. "So that's why today, this class of the hero course will be performing." The muscular giant reached into his costume's back pocket and pulled out a large plaque that read, "Battle," in red stylized letters. "Battle training." Izuku and Katsumi's eyes both widened at the reveal. "Battle training." They both whispered, though while Izuku's face slightly paled, Katsumi had the widest, wickedest smile that anyone had ever seen. "But wait, we can't very well send you off into mock battle without giving you." The number 1 hero pulled out a remote from the same back pocket and pressed a button. The left wall suddenly opened up, revealing a rack of metal suitcases, all numbered 2 through 20. "Your hero costumes." Most of the class had huge smiles on their faces. Their hero costumes were here. "Awesome." Izuku's smile turned into a frown of confusion. All Might Sensei," Izuku called out, raising his hand. "I had suitcase 1, but it's not on the rack. What happened to it?" All Might looked at the rack of suitcases and saw that, indeed, the number 1 suitcase was missing. "I'm not sure, Midoriya Shounen. Let me call Power Loader and see if he dash." "Hold up." A voice shouted as the door slammed open. A grease-covered girl walked into the room, wearing the top half of her uniform around her waist and putting her in essentially the weird fashion combo of a tank top and a skirt. She had a clunky pair of goggles resting in her pink dreads that looked like they were ripped from a generic steampunk video game. As she walked towards Izuku, he noticed that her eyes were a peculiar gold with a crosshair design in her irises. The girl lifted up a metal suitcase with the number 1 on it and placed it on his desk. "Sorry that took a while. Izuku Midoriya, right?" The greenette nodded, confused as all hell. "Sweet. Your costume took a while since I added a few things to your costume to give it more flair." The girl explained with a carefree smile. "So now that that's out of the way." The girl darted out of the room, putting Ida's speed to shame. "I'm coming back, my babies." Her shout could be faintly heard as she ran further and further away. The class just sat there in stunned silence, not sure what to make of the sudden pink-haired intruder. After a moment, All Might coughed into his fist. "Oh then, that seems to answer your question, Midoriya Shounen. Now, all of you go on ahead and change into your hero costumes and I'll meet you at ground beta." With that, the pro hero struck a peculiar pose and exited the room in grand fashion, much to the approval of Aoyama. 15 minutes later, ground beta. "Ah, there are my young wards," All Might exclaimed as his students walked out in their hero costumes. And, gonna skip most of the costume descriptions because they're essentially all the same as canon. The number 1 hero, however, noticed someone missing from the crowd. "Hey, has anyone seen Midoriya Shounen?" "Right here, sensei," Izuku called out as he ran through the tunnel entranceway to ground beta. He wore a green jumpsuit with black outlines going down his sides, legs, and arms. He had black fingerless gloves with slight indents at the knuckles. He wore his classic red sneakers, though they did look like they were shined up a bit. He wore a red utility belt around his waist and around his neck was a metallic-looking face mask. All Might laughed as Izuku joined his peers. "You all look amazing in your costumes, as I expected. They say that clothes make the man, and you all definitely fit the part." All Might Sensei. Izuku turned to see a robot. It had a very sleek design to it, silver with the theme of an engine very apparent in its design. "Is this an exercise that involves robots like what we faced in the practical exam?" the robot asked as it made sharp hand. "Oh my god, that robot is Ida." Izuku mentally face-bombed at his blunder. Well, he looks pretty cool at least. All Might laughed once again. Straight to the point, are we? Well then, to answer your question, no, you won't be facing robots like in the entrance exam. No, you will be facing opponents of flesh and blood, your classmates. Isn't that a little too advanced for us right now? Tsuyu immediately popped up. This is actually the most efficient way to test you all, going against other people. It allows me to see what you would do against a villain and forces you to think about different ways to beat your opponents without killing them. Katsumi's shoulders slumped a bit when she heard that. Izuku just let out a quiet sigh of relief. Now, here's the exercise. All Might pulled out a slip of paper from his back pocket. 2 villains have gotten their hands on a doomsday device, activated it, and placed it somewhere in this building. The number 1 hero gestured to the building behind him. A hero team of 2 must go into the building and either capture the villains or capture the device. At the same time, the villains must either capture the heroes or keep the device safe until 10 minutes have elapsed. Of course, he's reading off of a script. Izuku and Ochako deadpanned. To decide those teams, All Might pulled out 3 boxes from somewhere behind him. That by drawing lots. Sir, is that not too random? Ida piped up. Actually, this is pretty accurate. Izuku explained before All Might could speak. Heroes have to do random team-ups all the time, so drawing lots makes it so that you have to adapt and work with whoever you're teamed up with on missions. Ah, I see. I am terribly sorry for interrupting, then. Ida bowed at the waist towards All Might. It's quite alright, Ida Shounen. Now let's draw lots. The pro hero held out one of the boxes to his students. 5 minutes later. Teams. Izuku Midoriya and Momo Yaoyorozu. B. Tenya Ida and Shoko Todoroki. C. Mina Ishido and Itsuka Kendo. D. Katsumi Bakugo and Ochako Uraraka. E. Tsuyu Azui and Fumikage Tokoyami. F. Mashireo Ojiro and Toru Hagakure. G. Rikido Sato and Denki Kaminari. H. Mizo Shoji and Kyokujiro. I. Hantasiro and Koji Koda. J. Yuga Aoyama and Eijiro Kirishima. Izuku stood next to his partner, trying his DMN hardest to look at anywhere else but her rather revealing costume. Seriously, why did he have to be paired up with a scantily dressed girl when he already had a girlfriend? The universe was trying to get him to F up, wasn't it? Now that you are all paired up, it's time to select our matchups. All Might dropped his hands into the 2 boxes and shuffled around a bit before stopping. The hero team is. All Might pulled out a white ball from the left box. Team A. And the villains you will be facing will be. All Might then pulled out a black ball from the right box. Team D. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. I'm facing. The greenette slowly turned towards Katsuki. The normally explosive blonde was now giving him an unreadable stare, her eyes both hard and soft at the same time. Izuku felt his confusion grow further as she just turned away. Normally she'd rant about how she'd kill the competition with the world's most maniacal grin on her face. What was so different this time? Izuku pushed those thoughts to the side as All Might escorted the non-participating students away to the viewing room. Excuse me, Midoriya-san. Izuku turned to his partner, who was giving him a concerned look. You look a bit pale. Are you feeling well? The greenette gave his partner a nervous smile as he shook his head. Oh, and no, I'm alright really. I'm just a bit nervous, going up against Kaken, is all. Momo gave her head a cute tilt, her eyes shining in curiosity. Kaken? That oh sheet, she might be cuter than Ochako. Izuku thought before he mentally slapped himself for thinking such sacrilege. Sorry, I meant Bakugo. She and I don't exactly have the best history. She might be more mad at me, 'cause I got first in the practical exam. Ah, I see that. Wait, you're the first place examinee at the entrance exam? The one who supposedly took out the fabled zero-pointer robot. Momo asked, her eyes widening in surprise. Why I am? Why do you ask? Were you there at the exam? Izuku asked his partner. Momo suddenly looked a little sheepish. No, actually, I got into UA through recommendation. I only heard about you and your act because some of my peers from my previous school were talking about you. Someone had even managed to get a video recording of you destroying the robot, but it was a low-quality video, so I couldn't see you clearly. The girl suddenly looked at Izuku with a small yet dazzling smile. I found your act of saving Uraraka-san extremely inspiring. The girl then gave a small bow towards Izuku. So it's a pleasure to be teamed up with you. Plus 50 rep with Momo Yaoyorozu, plus another 10 rep added from earlier mission. Confidant ranked up. Momo is now rank 4, inspired. Rank requirement met. You can now partner up with Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku looked at his new notifications in awe before smiling and bowing back to his partner. It's a pleasure to be working with you too, Yaoyorozu-san. Both teens picked themselves back up. Now, Izuku opened up his menu and quickly navigated it until he found what he was looking for in confidence. I think I have a plan. Ochako and Katsumi stood at the top floor of the building, standing awkwardly next to each other. Behind the two girls was an 8-foot-tall model missile, completely made out of plastic. Both had been given 5 minutes of prep time, which was now dwindled to 1 minute. The brunette looked uncomfortable while the blonde was tapping her foot in impatience, waiting for the exercise to start. Ochako hesitantly turned to Katsumi. So that we have a plan for Dash. Deku and Ponytail are most likely gonna come up with some bullshit scheme. Katsumi interrupted in a neutral tone, not even looking at her partner. So I'm gonna go blow them to smithereens before they can even get to the second floor. You stay guard and watch the bomb. Katsumi started walking towards the only entrance to the room. Wait. What about she's gone? Ochako sighed as the blonde left the room. Well, not an point in going after her. Might as well keep an eye out and guard the bomb. The brunette looked out a nearby window into the fake cityscape beyond. A small shard of worry sat in her chest. Izuku, don't let her get to you. Izuku and Momo were on the first floor, carefully making their way towards the stairwell. Izuku led the charge, holding up a mirror that Momo had made for him so he could check around the corners safely. Cinnabon, how are you holding up, Yaoyorozu-san? Goddess, rather well, Midoriya-san. This chat feature is still throwing me off though. Izuku had invited Momo into a party before they had entered the building. The main thing they had discovered was that being in a party allowed the members to talk to each other semi-telepathically via a chat feature. It was a weird experience for both of them since whatever they thought of when they wanted to type was automatically typed into the chat for them. The messages were also read aloud to them with the voice of the sender, which was about as freaky as it could get. They also had no say on the chat names, which was as embarrassing for Momo as it was for Izuku. The two reached another corner, with Izuku using his mirror to peek around it. A large boom rang out as the mirror in Izuku's hand cracked and flew into the nearby wall. Izuku and Momo backed up at the sound, the greenette wringing his hand to get rid of the heat. Katsumi was hovering in midair, propelling herself via small constant explosions. I finally caught you too, the explosive blonde laughed. Now, it's time to win this. The girl blasted herself forward, heading on a straight collision course with Izuku. Cinnabon, get to the stairs. The greenette used full cowling to jump off the walls a few times, rising above the speeding Bakugo. The blonde had to twist herself around in midair, redirecting her move upwards as the two started a dangerous game of cat and mouse. Nowhere to run, Deku. Momo, taking advantage of the blonde's aggressive obsession with her partner, made a mad dash towards the stairs and began climbing up to the 5th story. Goddess, be careful, Midoriya-san. Cinnabon, I will. The greenette closed the chat with his partner as he did a series of bounces before landing on the ceiling and launching himself at his pursuer. Katsumi didn't have time to react as the green teen tackled her to the floor, the two tumbling a bit before coming to a stop. Izuku, being the one on top, immediately placed a foot on Katsumi's forearm and used his left hand to trap her other arm. His free leg pressed up against her thighs, pinning her legs in place. Izuku effectively had her trapped. Give up, Kaken. I got you. The greenette stated as he pulled out his capture tape with his free right hand. To his surprise, the blonde laughed. Not yet, Deku. She yelled as she pivoted her hands to face Izuku and let loose 2 decently sized explosions. The greenette jumped off his foe to avoid the blasts, landing before a slender hand suddenly sucker punched him in the gut, sending him a few feet away. Izuku held his ground, clutching his stomach with one hand as Katsumi blasted off again towards him. Alrighty then, let's see if this works. 0 gravity. Pink pads emerged on Izuku's fingers as he used full cowling to somersault over his charging assaulter, slapping her on the back as she sped past. Izuku stuck the landing and stared at Katsumi, waiting for the 0 gravity to take effect. The blonde let out a laugh as she flipped around in midair and planted her feet on the wall before launching off of it, boosting forward by her explosions and going way faster than before. Izuku's eyes widened as he bolted in the other direction, going as fast as 5% could take him. Crap, that's right. 0 gravity won't work on Kaken. She's already used to aerial maneuvers, so I just gave her an advantage. The greenette thought to himself as he hopped off the walls, the explosive blonde in hot pursuit. Come on, Dad. I thought you said you had me. The blonde called out to Izuku as she slowly caught up to him. Once she got close enough, she let out a slightly more powerful explosion, closing the distance as she span around and swung her right arm in an arc, going in for a right hook. Izuku span around in midair and caught her arm, wrapping his own around the bulky grenade attachment. Using every ounce of strength he could muster at 5%, Izuku span around and threw Katsumi over his shoulder, sending her flying towards the wall at the far end of the hall. Thanks to her cancelled gravity, the blonde was speeding towards the wall at incredible speed. The blonde flipped around and tried to correct her flight path, letting out small explosions to try and cancel out her acceleration. That was when Izuku's 0 gravity timed out. Katsumi's weight came back to her, which ended up doing 2 things. 1, it actually made Katsumi speed up more, the path she was taking towards the wall now being backed up by an exponentially increased mass. 2, the increase in speed and mass made her correctional explosions not do jack shit. The result was Katsumi slamming into the wall at near terminal velocity. A sickening metal crunch resounded across the halls as the blonde made an indent on the wall she collided with. Katsumi let out a cry of pain, some of her ribs either breaking or dislocating from the impact. It hurt like hell, and it really didn't do her any good when she landed on the floor, jostling around those bones. Thank God that humans became naturally tougher due to quirks, otherwise she definitely would have died. Kaken! She could hear the greenette shout as he bounded over to her, his body losing the green streaks of lightning as he landed next to her. He gently lifted her up and held her in his arms bridal style. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Jay, just hold on, I'll get you to recovery. Gerdash. Stop. Izuku looked down at Katsumi, who was giving him a hard glare. She shoved herself off of Izuku, landing on hands and knees as she clutched her sides, hissing in pain. Slowly, the blonde got to her feet, breathing heavily as she continued glaring at Izuku. I don't need your pity. I don't. Katsumi clenched her teeth as another stab of pain racked through her body. I don't want to feel so weak anymore. Kaken? Izuku called out to the blonde. Feeling weak? What the hell was she talking about? Why do you? Katsumi paused as she leaned against the wall. Why do you make me feel so weak inside? Like I can't stand up whenever you're around. Katsumi got up from the wall and lifted up her right arm. That smiled at your laugh. I just feel so off. So wrong. When you do that, why do you make me feel this way? The blonde lifted her left arm and put a finger in the pin of her right gauntlet, aiming straight at Izuku. A chill ran through Izuku's spine, causing him to activate full cowling out of pure instinct. Deku! Katsumi gave him a raging glare, the energy of 1,000 suns flaring in her scarlet eyes. Stop making me feel so weak! She roared, pulling the pin on her grenade gauntlet. Izuku jumped back only for his vision to go orange as he was engulfed in a raging inferno. Momo was crouched just outside the room Ochako and the bomb were stationed in, making another mirror to look into the room. Ochako was pacing back and forth, trying in vain to contact Bakugo with the earpieces they had all received. Certain that Ochako hadn't noticed she was there, Momo began to make a capture weapon in order to incapacitate the brunette. Izuku had bought her time by holding off Katsumi. She would not waste this chance. Or, at least, she hadn't intended to. Before she could complete the capture weapon protruding from her navel, a thunderous explosion shook the very foundation of the building, throwing Momo off balance. She fell forward a bit before catching herself, but now she was in front of the doorway, right in plain sight of Ochako. The brunette just stared back at Momo, eyes widened in surprise. The creation user could only stare back as the capture weapon she was creating laid incomplete right next to her. The explosion had interrupted her train of thought, causing her quirk to abort the creation part-way through. Ochako got down in a loose fighting stance. Well, what do we have here? The brunette asked in a playful tone that Momo really found more cute than anything. A lone hero, stumbling across Lil Olmi? Why, whatever should I do? Ochako suddenly rushed at Momo, keeping low to the ground. She was surprisingly fast for a girl essentially wearing heels. In an instant, Momo spread her leotard from around her navel and created a plastic shield, which shot out and stopped the brunette's outstretched hand. The crude, flimsy shield floated in the air between them, acting as a line for the two girls. The only question was which one of them was gonna cross that line first? Ochako once again got back into her loose stance, a grin on her face. I ain't lettin' you get through here, hero. Momo smiled back as she created a metal staff, pulling it out of her left bicep. Then I guess I'll have to take you out then. Prepare yourself. Katsumi was slumped against the wall as she stared at the utter destruction she had created. The entire west side of the building was decimated, scorch marks, debris, and trails of smoke scattered amongst the carnage. A gaping hole to the outside was streaming sunlight into what was left of the halls, most of the lights being shattered or incinerated from the huge blast. Katsumi clutched her right arm. It got dislocated when the blonde had let out that explosion, which only aggravated her other broken bones. Ibags, that was right. If you couldn't handle that, Deku, then you can't be a hero. She panted heavily, eyes downcast as she slumped further into the wall, wanting nothing more than to rest. A thought of Izuku laying unconscious, burnt and bloodied in the rubble flashed in her mind, causing a pit of guilt to dig into her gut. Katsumi shook her head to dispel those feelings from her. Damn it, even when he's effing unconscious he still makes me feel effing dash. A piece of rubble suddenly exploded, sending out a shower of dust and small debris. As the dust died down, the blonde's eyes widened as she saw the green sparks that flew off of her opponent. The dust settled, revealing Izuku standing with a fist in the air. He had the same electricity coursing throughout his body, but now a thin green outline around Izuku's form was paired along with it, giving the green-haired teen a small ethereal glow. The teen lowered his fist as he stared down at his opponent. Then I guess I can be a hero, Kaken, he said, a smirk appearing on his face as the glow around his body slowly faded. Thick skin has reached max rank and through sheer abuse has spawned a new perk. You have now learned Absolute Guard. Once every 6 hours, you can spawn an ethereal shield around your entire body that can negate the damage of one strong attack. Shield holds up against weak attacks, up to about the punch of an average person. Keep using Absolute Guard against strong attacks in order to upgrade it. Katsumi could only stare at Izuku as he navigated his way across the rubble. The blonde attempted to push herself off of the wall, only for the sharp pangs of pain to stop her in her tracks. Trying once more, Katsumi managed to stand up, not only for her legs to buckle immediately. An arm caught her around her waist before she could hit the ground. The blonde didn't even have to turn her head to know that the greenette had caught her. He pulled her back as gently as he could and lifted her up, carrying the blonde bridal style. As the greenette wordlessly made his way out of the semi-destroyed building, Katsumi tiredly stared up at the green-haired teen. A little bubble of happiness sat in her chest, but for the first time in 10 years, she didn't push it away. That if it I give. The blonde thought to herself as she drifted into unconsciousness. Izuku didn't notice the new notification that appeared above Katsumi's head. Katsumi Bakugo ranked up 7 times. Now rank 8, accepted Sundra. The hero team has captured one of the villains. 3 minutes left. All Might's voice shouted through Ochako's earpiece, causing the girl to involuntarily flinch. Momo, having taken out her earpiece when she joined Izuku's party, used this to her advantage and rushed Ochako, swinging her baton like a baseball bat. Ochako managed to block the hit, but stumbled over a bit from the force. Momo darted around her foe and rushed towards the bomb, slapping its plastic hull. And with that, the hero team wins. All Might's voice called out again. Ochako quickly pulled out her earpiece to save her poor eardrums from the assault of her mentor's loud voice. God dang it, All Might Sensei. The brunette grumbled under her breath as she turned to Momo, who was holding out her hand to her. Good game. The onyx-haired girl said with a smile. Smiling back, Ochako accepted the handshake and replied, Good game. With that, the two proceeded to make their way down to the viewing room. 5 minutes later, ground beta viewing room. Okay class, can anyone tell me who was the MVP of that match today? The number 1 hero addressed his class after Ochako and Momo had arrived. Izuku was still out, having taken an unconscious Katsumi to Recovery Girl's office. Ida quickly raised his hand. Sir, the MVP of this round has to be Midoriya-san. While Yaoyorozu-san was able to capture the weapon in the end, Midoriya-san's quick thinking, strategy, and utilization of his quirk allowed both him and Yaoyorozu-san to win. Bakugo-san was clearly pursuing Midoriya-san for personal reasons and caused the most collateral damage, and while Uraraka-san had held her own against Yaoyorozu-san, she was easily distracted by your announcements, All Might Sensei. The class stared at Ida as he finished up his explanation, a quarter of the class completely confused. He just explained it better than I could. All Might thought to himself, trying his best to keep his composure. Why yes, well said Ida Shounen. Though it could be said that Midoriya Shounen did not take his chance to capture Bakugo Shounen, but he was naturally worried about her injuries, which is an admirable trait to have. All heroes need to have an awareness to the health of other heroes, citizens, and villains, but make sure that a villain is properly defeated and restrained when you check on them. Most of the class took in their teacher's words as they saw their green-haired classmate in a new light. Izuku was exiting Recovery Girl's room and was walking down the hall when he received a notification. Plus 10 rep earned with Class 1A. Izuku stared at the message as he continued walking, confusion etched on his face. What happened in the viewing room for this to pop up? Now, shall we get on to the other battles, my wards? All Might asked before pausing. But maybe at a different building this time. The pro-hero nervously laughed. 4.5 hours later, Heights Alliance 1A dorms. Ochako had been resting in her room finishing up her English homework when a knock came to her door. Curious, the brunette got up, walked over to her door and opened it up. Standing at the doorway was Mina, an excited smile on her face. Hey, Uraraka. The energetic girl greeted. You gotta come down to the kitchen. You ain't gonna believe what's going on down there. Before Ochako could get a word in, the pink-skinned girl grabbed a hold of her hand and quickly began dragging her out of her room and down the hallway. Hey, wait a second. Uraraka yelped, her request falling on deaf ears. The two girls made their way down several flights of stairs before entering the common room, where surprisingly most of the class was. Katsumi had returned from Recovery Girl's office 2 hours ago and had been asleep in her room ever since. Everyone was looking at the kitchen in mixed looks of surprise and awe, prompting Ochako to turn her head to where everyone else was looking. The sight almost blew her away. It was her boyfriend. He was manning the kitchen like a boss, preparing multiple different meals at once. The stove and oven were both on, different pots and pans cooking different things at once. The brunette could smell cooking pancake batter as she spotted a Belgian waffle maker next to the stove. The succulent scent of fried chicken mixed in with the batter smell, creating an enticing aroma that had Uraraka's mouth watering. The brunette moved between each dish with practiced ease, attending each dish with the efficiency of a soldier field stripping a gun. Yet at the same time, you could tell that the green-haired teen was putting every single ounce of love that he had into each dish, carefully flipping over frying chicken while stirring a pot full of noodles at the same time. A small smile adorned Izuku's face as he hummed a small tune that could barely be heard above the sizzling of chicken and steak and the boiling of whatever was in the pots. Suddenly, Izuku went over to one of the cabinets and pulled out a big stack of plates and bowls. Placing them on the tabletop counter that was also in the kitchen area, Izuku grabbed one of the bowls and took it over to one of the pots, scooping noodles and broth into it before turning to his classmates. "Todoroki-san," he called out, holding out the bowl and a pair of chopsticks. "This one's for you." A girl with waist-long hair that was split red and white down the middle walked up to Izuku and took the bowl and utensils with both hands. Her eyes widened a bit as she saw the contents of the bowl. "Soba?" she asked in a soft voice, looking up at the greenette in wonder. "Yeah. Your favorite food is soba, right?" Izuku asked in a timid voice. "I'm not sure if you wanted it hot or cold, so I took a spitball guess at it. There's a bit more broth if you run out." The red and white-haired girl just stared silently at Izuku for a second before nodding her head, slurping her soba as she sat on the couch. Though her facial expression didn't change, you could definitely feel the air around her become a lot lighter as she ate her Izuku-prepped meal. When Ochako turned back to her boyfriend, he already had 3 completely different dishes set out. "Kaminari-san, Sato-san, Ida-san," he called out, "hope you guys enjoy." Kaminari picked up a plate of shrimp tacos, his eyes lighting up immensely. Sato had a huge smile as he dug into a plate of French toast, syrup, sugar, whipped cream, and chocolate drizzle adorning the sugary dish. Ida had a small tri-tip steak with a side of scalloped potatoes and assorted vegetables, putting a small smile of satisfaction on the stiff teen's face. "Midoriya-san," Yaoyorozu addressed the greenette as he handed Ojiro a bowl of miso ramen. "How did you make all these meals? The utter diversity of them requires way more cooking supplies than what you have on the counter." Ochako perked up at that and looked back at all of Izuku's supplies. Momo was right, Izuku seemed to have a lot less stuff than he needed in order to cook all of these meals. Hell, she hadn't even seen him make the French toast that he had handed Sato, and he only had 1 pot, so how did he give both soba to Shoko and miso ramen to Ojiro? Izuku chuckled, "Oh, that's actually a part of my quirk. Since my quirk makes it so that certain skills I learn are translated into perks." The greenette explained as he passed a plate of Kentucky Fried Chicken to Toru and an extravagant-looking salad topped with lemon jelly to Tsuyu. "I had a cooking quirk that I managed to get to maximum rank, which is 10. Since I decided to push myself with cooking dinner for everyone for the first day of classes, my cooking perk gave me a new perk, Culinary Commando. It allows me to do a bunch of crazy things when I cook, like adding ingredients to dishes that I don't have or completely changing the dish entirely, as long as it's generally the same type of dish. It's how I gave 2 different types of soup-like dishes to Ojiro-san and Todoroki-san with only 1 pot. It's pretty insane." Izuku finished explaining, having handed out 10 more dishes to the rest of his classmates, leaving only Momo, Mina, and Uraraka. "I also managed to make everyone's favorite foods, though I definitely had to spitball while guessing a few of them." Momo did a double take. "Hold up, that you're telling me that you managed to cook everyone's favorite meals and you completely guessed what those favorite foods were?" "Well, more like educated guesses. There's a really interesting correlation between people's personalities, their quirks, and their taste buds. I got a good assessment of how you are all like from the past week or so, as well as an excellent showcasing of your quirks during today's mock battles, and I just went from there." Izuku corrected with a smile. Momo crossed her arms. "Midoriya-san, even with your incredible capabilities, there is no way that you managed to infer what everyone's favorite foods were in such a short amount of time dash." Izuku whipped out a plate with a large bacon cheeseburger and a huge side of fries. Some grease and Thousand Island spread dribbled down the sides of the burger, pooling out as it reached the stack of fries. 3 little cups full of dipping sauces were neatly placed in a triangle on what little space was left on the plate. Achievement unlocked, Food Love. You made a girl get a crush on you via the power of culinary prowess. Guess a way to a girl's heart is through her stomach. Reward, plus 80 rep with Momo Yaoyorozu. Guess you proved her wrong. Momo Yaoyorozu ranked up 4 times. Now rank 9, Food Crush. Please call me Momo from now on. The onyx-haired girl quickly said as she picked up the big plate and sat down at the tabletop counter, immediately digging into her meal with gusto. Izuku turned to Mina and Ochako, another plate of food appearing in his hand. Mina, your okra. The greenette held out the plate of cooked greens. The pink-skinned girl nudged Ochako. Told you you'd want to see this, she said as she grabbed her plate and sat next to Momo. Ochako gave Izuku a wide smile as she shook her head. Why am I not surprised that you'd do something like this? She sighed playfully. Izuku let out a small laugh. Yeah, this is a very me thing to do. The couple got a bit of a chuckle out of that one. So, Mr. Ramsey, Ochako teased with a smile, what did you end up making for me? Well, I thought about just making you something with mochi in it. Izuku said with a smile as he grabbed a covered plate off the counter. But then I had an amazing idea, so a change of plans was in order. He lifted the lid with dramatic fashion and Ochako gasped, a hand coming up to her mouth. It was a small red velvet bundt cake, with chocolate frosting adoring the top. A small scoop of vanilla ice cream sat in the little indent at the center of the cake, with a small drizzle of chocolate syrup on top. A small fork poked out of the side of the cake, adding a bit of pizzazz. On the side of the cake facing Ochako, there was writing in thin red frosting, reading out, I love you, in detailed cursive. Oh my god, you're such a sap and I love it. Ochako laughed out as she took the cake from Izuku's hands and gave him the biggest hug she could give, making sure not to drop her food. +5 rep with Ochako Urarka. You're already max rank with her. Hee I know. Now, go on and enjoy. I'll join you in a bit. With a smile and a nod, Ochako made her way to the couch. Grabbing a plate, Izuku quickly made a dish before making his way up to the second floor. After a bit of walking, he stood outside of a certain blonde's door and knocked on it. A thump and a bit of shuffling could be heard before the door flung open. Who the hell has a death y dash? Katsumi started shouting before she saw that it was Izuku. Oh, it's you. What I want? The blonde slurred out as she slumped a bit, looking like she was about to pass out. Izuku held out the plate he was holding. Sorry I woke you up, Kakin, but I figured you'd be hungry when you woke up, so I made you something that you might like. Katsumi looked at the bowl, recognizing the contents immediately. Curry. This annoying but green ball of sunshine had somehow gotten the ingredients to make the blonde her favorite spicy food, and knowing him, Izuku would have made sure to make it extra spicy for her. Katsumi gave a small smile as she took the dish from his hands. Thanks, nerd. She said softly, not looking at him. They stood there for a few seconds, both teens not sure what to do. The silence quickly made things awkward. So, Izuku drawled out. I'll just get out of your hair now. Figure you might want to get some more sleep. The greenette left as quickly as he could, not eager to set Katsumi off. The blonde could only stare at the retreating form of the green-haired teen, the plate of curry lightly steaming. After Izuku was out of sight, the blonde picked up the fork and scooped some of the spicy food into her mouth. Ichim. Not bad, nerd. Katsumi thought to herself as she went back into her room. The next 3 weeks passed by in a bit of a blur. Classes in the morning were pretty standard for high school, with subjects ranging from English to math to Japanese history. Since the staff of UA was comprised mostly of active duty or retired heroes, many famous individuals, like Present Mike, got to teach their lessons. Yes, Izuku asked for all of their autographs the first chance he got. Lunchtime was held in the cafeteria, which was at least half the size of a professional football stadium. The food was quickly yet expertly crafted by world-renowned rescue relief hero and gourmet restaurant chain owner Lunch Rush, all sold for dirt cheap. Yes, Izuku spent 20 minutes holding up the lunch line in order to get his autograph. Afternoon classes were where the division between the courses really set in. You see, if you were a general education course student, you just got a study hall and left earlier than the other classes. However, the other classes each received a class specific to their course. The business course got to analyze and make mock investments in the careers of heroes and the success of support companies. The support course made inventions and learned technological innovations for hero gear, and the hero course, obviously enough, trained to become heroes in a variety of situations. Don't ask how Izuku got the signatures from the other course teachers. Even the author shudders just thinking about it. Speaking of the greenette, we currently find our green-haired protagonist sitting with his girlfriend and small group of newer friends, contemplating the possibility of him being put inside a computer simulation. I still can't believe I got 8 votes. Izuku said to himself as he slowly ate his curry. Of course you got 8 votes, Izuku. Other than Ida-kun and Yayarosa-san, you're the best choice for class rep. Ochako praised her boyfriend as she shoveled chunks of her mountain of steamed rice into her mouth. Frugal habits die hard. Tenya, who sat across from the 2 lovebirds, made sharp chopping motions with his arms. I completely agree with you, Raraka-chan. You have proven yourself to be more qualified than I for the role of class representative. It is why I voted for you after all. The stiff teen finished as he pushed his glasses back up his face. Izuku's eyes went wide. Wait, you voted for me too, Ida-kun? Why are you so surprised, Midoriya-san? Itsuka, who sat between Tenya and Momo, asked the surprised Greenette. After that huge dinner you cooked up super delicious. By the way, I'm pretty sure everyone could see that you could handle something soft like being our republic. Itsuka gained a sly smile as she pointed to the onyx-haired girl next to her. Besides, Momo-chan over here was practically jumping for joy when you got elected, so I trust her judgment. Momo gained a huge blush and glared at her orange-haired friend for a second before clearing her throat. What she meant to say is that I was just happy to see someone so capable being allowed to lead our class. That's all. This would have been believable if the onyx-haired girl's face wasn't redder than a cherry. For some godforsaken reason, Izuku didn't notice this as he gave his fellow representative a warm smile. Thank you, Momo-san. Accidentally activated innocent charmer. Momo has been afflicted by the love-struck condition. If someone could blush so deep that their face was practically glowing, Momo achieved that feat. Ochako could literally see tiny pink hearts in her irises as her vice rep just sat there glowing like a Christmas light. A weird pit started swirling around in her stomach, and she was pretty sure it wasn't from the rice. Okay, maybe it was partially from the rice, but she still stood by her reasoning. Suddenly a klaxon alarm rang out from the PA system. A robotic voice spoke above the alarm. Warning, Level 3 breach detected. Please return to your dorms in a calm and orderly fashion. It was safe to say no one listened to that helpful information. What's a Level 3 security breach? Ochako cried as she clung to Izuku, the rushing crowd threatening to sweep the group of teens away. Someone's broken onto campus. Izuku answered over the uproar of the crowd. It hasn't happened in UA for at least a decade. Suddenly the green net was slammed into the window, Ochako being ripped from his arm and swallowed by the crowd. Izuku took a glance outside and saw the source of the problem. The media had somehow gotten past the UA barrier and were crowding Eraserhead and Present Mike. It's just the media. But how'd they even get past the barrier in the first place? Izuku shook his head. No, now's not the time to be thinking about that. I gotta tell everyone somehow. The greenette scanned the swarming cafeteria for any ideas before he spotted the exit. Above the doorway was a sign, jutting out from the wall just enough for a small foothold. Bingo! Izuku activated full cowl and leaped, first hopping off the big window before launching himself to the sign. Some of the students, including Ochako and a still afflicted Momo, looked on in awe as an arc of green lightning flew over their heads and landed on the exit sign. Quickly grabbing onto an overhead pipe for security, the greenette pivoted to face the swarming crowd below. Izuku took a deep breath, gathering as much air into his diaphragm as possible before letting out a mighty shout. Hi! The mass of students all stopped in their tracks, looking up at the green-haired teen hanging above them. Izuku took another breath and yelled, "It's all right, everyone. It's just the press. There's no need to panic, so please calm down and go back to your dorms. I'm sure the teachers can handle the situation. Please and thank you." The mass of students all seemed to visibly relax as they heeded the greenette's words, beginning to walk out of the cafeteria. Izuku could see Ochako and Momo below him, giving the greenette huge smiles. Momo's face had stopped being so red, but a big blush was still on her face, giving the onyx-haired girl a sort of enhanced beauty to her already prevalent looks. Momo-chan's actually really cute when she blushes. Before Izuku could even really process what the hell he just thought, a notification popped up in front of him. Perk unlocked, Calming Presence. Passively soothes anyone within a 30-yard radius of you, but can be activated with a visual or verbal cue to dispel feelings of fear in a single target or group of targets. Effects vary depending on your charisma and the source of fear. You leveled up. Izuku Midoriya is now level 8. Level up rewards, plus 5 HP, plus 5 stat points, plus 1 skill point. Wait, now I can see when I level up? Why couldn't I see it before? Izuku questioned himself, slightly peeved at this late development that which disappeared as soon as it appeared when a beautiful brunette of his floated in front of him, her hand outstretched. Izuku graciously accepted Ochako's hand, feeling the pull of gravity leave his body as he pushed off of the pipe he was using to keep himself steady. The couple slowly floated back down to the floor, Ochako dispelling her quirk when they landed. Momo stood waiting for them expectantly, blush still prevalent. Excellent job, Izuku Midoriya-kun. Momo caught herself, her blush slowly growing once again. Now that the chaos is over, I think we should make sure that everyone has returned safely. Uraraka-san, could you head back to the dorms and make a head count? Izuku and I should search for anyone that might not have been able to make it back yet. Ochako, while having a slightly off feeling on that logic, couldn't turn down helping one of her classmates. Sure. I'll text you as soon as I finish. And so the brunette left the cafeteria, leaving the two class reps by their lonesome. Well then, let's get started. I think there might be people who got stuck in the BGMI. Izuku was immediately cut off by the onyx-haired girl swooping in and kissing him. Now, believe me when I say that if Izuku had the chance, he would have pushed Momo off. Being the innocent and loyal being that he is, he wouldn't dare think of allowing anything that would betray Ochako's trust. Izuku's brain right now, however, was basically self-destructing at the moment. Izuku could only stand still, catatonic as Momo separated from the greenette after a few seconds, a giddy smile on her face. The smile didn't last as Momo seemed to realize what she did and once again grew a massive blush on her face. The effect of love struck has worn off. On the other hand, Momo's affection has been revealed, so. Oh my god, Midoriya-kun, I'm so sorry. I didn't dash. The onyx-haired girl couldn't even finish her apology as she ran out of the cafeteria. Izuku still stood catatonic, not really believing what the F just happened to him. He got kissed by a very pretty girl, while he was dating another equally pretty, in his biased opinion, don't hate him, girl, who he was pretty sure had jealous insecurity issues. Achievement unlocked. Cupid strikes twice. You got another girl to fall in love with you. Somehow. Hey, if things don't work out with Ochako, maybe you can? Please, for the love of God, just shut the F up, Quirk. Izuku mentally shouted as the feeling of dread came over him. The wrath of Ochako was not something to be messed with, and Izuku was placed directly in the warpath of that anger. The feeling of dread sinking deep, Izuku begrudgingly made his way back to the dorms, his doom surely being foretold in his near future. What do you mean you're okay with it? As soon as Izuku had gotten back to the dorms, he had pulled Ochako to the side, much to the confusion of Mina, who the brunette was having a conversation with, and confessed what happened in the cafeteria. Fear was steadily building as the greenette told his girlfriend about his incident with Momo, the brunette only having a blank stare as he talked. When he finished, Ochako only stood there, face unmoving. Izuku was seriously about to have a heart attack when the brunette suddenly smirked and said, he called it. Hence our hero's outburst. Izuku, sweetie, do you seriously think that I would be the only one who could fall for someone like you? Ochako asked her boyfriend, arms crossed. Yes. Izuku exclaimed, there is literally no possible way that dash. In a rare showcase of strength, Ochako chopped Izuku on the head, causing his ears to ring slightly. Sweetie? What did we say about self-deprecation? The brunette asked, smile present but voice stern. Izuku rubbed his head as he mumbled, that I shouldn't do it. Exactly. Ochako said as she cupped Izuku's face with her hands, pinkies standing out. Listen. You, Izuku Midoriya, are both the kindest and sweetest human being that has ever graced the mortal world and the most adorable yet CC-looking person that looks like they were carved from marble. You have both the charisma and intelligence to have anyone, almost anyone, be your friend. You have amazing deductive skills and the dedication to put even war-hardened veterans to shame. This isn't even touching on how broken your quirk actually is. Do not, in any way, sell yourself short, Izuku. The greenette, amazed and absolutely touched by his girlfriend's speech, wiped away a stray tear as he put a hand over one of her own. Biba. And don't even say that you cheated on me, Momo initiated the kiss. Besides, you told me the first chance you got, and being your best friend for almost a year has given me a thing or two on how you act. You're literally too pure to cheat, so I'm not mad. If we're gonna be honest, I kinda expected this. Izuku gave her a quizzical look. Really? Ochako giggled. Izuku, you're an incredibly sweet guy whose instinct for heroism surpasses everyone else's. There could be more people that have fallen for you and we just don't know about them. The brunette then kissed her boyfriend on the cheek as she made her way back to the common room. I'll see you later, Izuku. The greenette stood there for a second, contemplating his situation. On one hand, he was overjoyed that the wrath of his girlfriend didn't set its sights on him or Momo. On the other hand, he had to deal with Momo and her emotions. He wasn't sure how he should go about handling Momo's feelings towards him, but he knew that he had to let her down easy. Hopefully she could understand and they could move on past this whole mess. Hey, it's your friendly neighborhood advice notification here to remind you that you have a FING crush on Momo, but you didn't realize it. How are you gonna deal with that, huh? F-. I don't think Izuku really got any sleep that night. It has now been a week since the cafeteria incident. The students were all exiting the back of the school, dressed in their P uniforms for their afternoon classes. Aizawa stood waiting for them next to a standard transportation bus. All right, class, the tired teacher addressed his students as they arrived. I'm sure you all have a few questions as to what dash. We're going to the unforeseen simulation joint in order to do rescue training with a few teachers, right? Aizawa and about half the class turned their heads to look at Izuku. The greenette only shrugged. It's on the syllabus. Oh, thank God. Eraserhead let out a silent sigh of relief before he pointed at Midoriya. All right, class representative, get everyone on the bus. I'll be napping while you do that. And with that, Aizawa pulled out his yellow sleeping bag from somewhere and went into the bus. Seriously, where does he keep that thing? Izuku questioned before turning to his class. Only to be knocked on his butt by a gust of wind. Said gust of wind happened to be his stiff-moving friend, who was now stationed next to the bus entrance. Please, everyone, arrange yourselves according to your ID numbers and enter the bus in a single file line. A voice from the back of the group, most likely Kaminari, shouted at Ida. Hey dude, let the rep do his job. Thanks, Kaminari, Izuku called out, but I got this. The greenette walked over to Ida and put a hand on his new friend's shoulder. Ida-kun, I appreciate you trying to help. Really do. But I have to learn how to do my job right, otherwise I won't be able to lead the class like I should. Also, this isn't a school bus, so the seats will be all messed up anyways. Tenya slumped over a bit. But my order. Dejected at the lack of order, the navy-haired teen trudged into the bus. Okay then. Izuku turned back to his onlooking classmates. Alright, everyone, let's get onto the bus in an orderly fashion. It doesn't matter who you sit with, just please make sure you find your seats quickly, alright? After a confirmation from most of his classmates, Katsumi was surprisingly silent throughout the entire exchange. They all entered the bus. A few minutes later, Aizawa was driving them all down a dirt path on campus, the students all conversing with each other, save a select few. As for our green-haired protagonist, he was sitting with his girlfriend on the window-line seats, both sharing a set of earbuds to listen to music on Izuku's phone. It was peaceful for them. Alright, that's enough peace. Midoriya-san. Izuku looked over to his left, where Tsuyu Azui sat next to him, giving him her signature blank look. I usually say whatever's on my mind, so I have to ask, do you have multiple quirks? Most of the chatter on the bus seemed to quiet down as they heard Tsuyu's question. The topic of Midoriya's quirk was a popular discussion for Class 1A ever since the battle training a few days ago. Some of the students, namely an excited Mina, a curious Kendo, and surprisingly a stoic-faced Todoroki, all leaned in to hear what the greenette had to say. Izuku scratched the back of his head. Well, actually, I only have one quirk. It just lets me do a lot of different things in the form of perks and skills. You see, my quirk makes it so that my strength can be watched and can be progressed like a video game, though ironically enough when I look at my stats, they give me descriptions rather than actual numbers. I don't know if that's because of my mind being exposed to different medias where the number system wasn't implemented, or my quirk just finds it redundant to have numbers that don't really have a value for their dash. Ochako nudged the greenette, snapping him out of his pseudo-rant. Looking around at his peers, he could see most of them giving him looks of confusion, though Momo and Itsuka for some reason had sparkles in their eyes. Either way, Izuku continued nervously, to answer your question, Ajuisen, no, I don't have multiple quirks. I just have a rather versatile one. Dude, your quirk is so awesome. Kirishima exclaimed from the other window row of seats. All my quirk can do is make my body harder. Not really flashy like your quirk is. The self-proclaimed manly man said a bit sadly as he held out his arm, the limbs suddenly growing rough and jagged, like stone chipped off a canyon. What are you talking about, Kirishima? Your quirk is amazing, Izuku said with a huge smile, throwing the spiky redhead off guard. Your quirk is simple, yet really dependable for a lot of situations. There are a lot of things that you could use your hardening for, and it just looks cool in general. So don't throw yourself short like that. Accidentally activated, innocent charmer. Again. Why the hell would you try this on a dude? Love struck, condition doesn't take effect. Despite that, you still gain plus 10 rep with Eijiro Kirishima. Confidant rank up. Eijiro Kirishima is now rank 2, understood. Kirishima gave his class rep a wide, sharp-toothed grin, completely unaware of the internal crisis the green-haired teen was having with his snarky quirk. Hey, thanks, Midoriya bro. I'm glad to hear that someone thinks my quirk is cool. Quiet down. Eraserhead's voice called from the driver's seat, silencing the class. We're here. The class was soon led into the stadium-like facility and were soon greeted with an amazing sight. The interior of the dome was absolutely insane, housing many different types of chaos-filled sections. The sections were each drastically different from one another, ranging from burning cities to pools of debris-filled water to literal indoor snowstorms. Standing at the center of this mass of danger, which thankfully didn't have a designated zone, stood a figure in a very puffy spacesuit. Izuku and Ochako recognized the person immediately. They had met over buying that person's figurine, after all. 13. The couple shouted in excitement, with the brunette bouncing up and down. The space heroine, 13, waved over at the two teens at their excited outburst, causing Ochako to hug her boyfriend excitedly. Hello, students. As Aizawa most likely explained to you, this is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or the USJ for short. The space suit-clad heroine gestured at the pure destruction that was occurring behind her. Each zone has a specific type of disaster happening, waiting for each of you with the respective skill sets to be able to tackle. Of course, Aizawa-sensei and I will be overseeing you all and make sure that you do not get hurt. Oh, I do have another thing to add. Or was it 2.3 maybe? The class sweat dropped as the hero mumbled to herself. Anyways, 13 held up her right hand. As I'm all sure you're aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. It can SCK in any kind of matter into my fingertips and deconstruct it down into the molecular level. Yeah, Izuku said, excited. You use it to save people from big city disasters by clearing the rubble. Exactly. The space heroine confirmed, but powers such as these also have the potential to kill. A hush ran over the class. I'm sure at least a few of you have noticed that your quirk could have the potential to harm another person. It's okay to notice that. That means that you have an awareness for what your quirk can do, and are able to take steps in order to make sure no harm comes accidentally to those you are trying to save. That's the exact reason why we're here today. To train you so that your quirks can be used for more than harm, for more than just to beat the bad guy. Because really, what is a hero who can't save the people they are sworn to protect? Thank you. The heroine bowed as she received a round of applause. From the class. Izuku smiled to himself. This was it. He was going to learn how to rescue people, just like how All Might did in that video all those years ago. Nothing could ruin this moment. Suddenly, a notification from his quirk appeared in front of him, text box a blood red instead of its usual soft yellow. Izuku's blood ran cold. Warning! 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 Incoming threat. Enemy at least 10 levels above you has appeared. Multiple enemies at least 10 levels higher than you have appeared. Disaster boss enemy has appeared. Izuku heard a swirling of wind as in the plaza behind his teachers, a black corridor of shadow appeared, with a thin-looking man with pale blue hair and severed hands clasped to his body walking through. To his side came a hulking creature with pitch-black skin, bulging muscles, and a beak-like face with sharp teeth. On top of the creature's skull was its exposed brain, the mass of gray matter pulsing grotesquely as it loomed over the skinny man. Eraserhead and 13 both reacted before Izuku could. "Students, get back!" Their teachers shouted back to them, startling most of the students. Finally, Ojiro pointed out to the two new figures. "Hey, what are those?" 13 stood protectively in front of the class. "Students, get to the exit now!" The heroine shouted as Aizawa pulled his goggles over his eyes and quickly jumped into the lower plaza as more and more people began filing out from the shadowy portal, each one looking ready to cause havoc. "Those are villains." The reality of the situation finally caught up to the class as they turned around and made a mad dash to the exit. They were all halted as a shadowy figure dressed in a white tuxedo appeared before them. 13 quickly got in between the unknown figure and the students. "Greetings, future heroes." The figure addressed the class with a calm, smooth voice. "I am Kurogiri of the League of Villains. I'm sorry to have to inform you that you can't leave just yet. We have business with a certain pro-hero that teaches at your school. You are all hostages as of Dash. The Mist Man was cut off as Katsumi and Ijiro both went in and attacked the villain from both sides, one punching with a rock-hard fist and the other blasting with the force of a nitroglycerin explosion. Shut the F up, ya misty bee," the hot-tempered blonde shouted, a manic grin on her face. "I ain't a pushover like the rest of these dweebs, so you're in for a hell of a beatdown if you think you can F with me." A soft chuckle came from the shadowy figure. "I can see that. You really are dangerous, but that isn't a problem." The now ruined tuxedo disappeared into the void as the man's body suddenly expanded, swallowing the two attackers whole. "No!" 13 cried as the man shrank down, the two teens now nowhere in sight. The heroine pointed a finger at the figure threateningly. "What did you do to them?" "If you're asking if I harmed them, then do not fret. I have not harmed them. At least, not directly." The mirth was painfully abundant in the villain's voice. "Now it's time to dash." Once again, the villain was interrupted, though this time by Izuku. The greenette had dashed forward in a bolt of green lightning, sucker punching the villain straight in the solar plexus. The figure hunched over, hacking and wheezing as he tried to get air back into his lungs. "And I have to say that you talk too much," Izuku said as he delivered several one-for-all charged punches into Kurogiri's stomach and sides before slapping his chest, activating his bootleg zero-gravity before delivering a devastating kick into the man's sternum, causing the villain to rocket into the dome ceiling. Izuku turned to Ida. "Ida-kun now. Get to the school." The greenette pointed at the large double-door entrance. "The alarms aren't going off, so they must have hacked the alarms. You're the only one fast enough to get back up in time." Tenya stood still for a good second, trepidation rocking the teen to his core before a determined look crossed his face. "Okay," he said as he crouched down into a runner's start before bolting off, his body a blur as he raced out of the door and down the dirt track to the school. "Impressive," a voice said in Izuku's left ear, causing the teen to whirl around and try to backhand the source of the voice, only for his fist to pass through Kurogiri's head. But it was all in vain. The swirling mass of the man enveloped Izuku's vision, filling his eyes with total darkness. In a last-ditch effort to protect his classmates, Izuku shouted, "Shoko! Freeze the ground!" Somehow the split-haired girl heard his cry, her right side becoming slightly covered in permafrost as a blast of cold and ice shot out from her right foot, effectively freezing the class's feet to the ground as shadow passed over them all. Once the darkness retreated back to Kurogyari, the students uncovered their eyes to see that they hadn't been moved, much less even harmed as far as they could tell. As for Izuku, the ice hadn't reached him in time, the class rep being nowhere in sight. "He is certainly a tenacious one, isn't he?" the shadowy villain said as he turned to the remaining class members, the space heroines standing protectively in front of them. The shadows began swirling off of him. "Well then, let's see how tenacious the rest of his class is." Zero gravity upgraded to level 2. You can now use it 2 times every 4 hours. Analyze has been upgraded to max rank. Calming Presence has been upgraded to rank 4. You didn't die. Good job. Now is not the time, Quirk. Izuku shouted to himself as he fell down into the flaming rubble of the conflagration zone. Apparently the villain had a teleportation quirk. Fortunately, that meant that Kaken and Kirishima were okay. Unfortunately, this meant that Izuku would be paced on the concrete if he didn't act fast. Alright, time to pull this off like Spider-Man. Hopefully. Izuku went spread eagle as he leaned towards one of the more intact-looking buildings, the rushing winds helping his momentum. Once he was close enough, the greenette activated full cowling and ran across the brick surface before jumping to another building, immediately shooting off to a street lamp, spinning on it like a gymnast before flinging off of it, landing on the ground in a combat roll and crouching in a cool action pose. Before clutching his shoulders in pain. Jesus effing Ritz crackers, that hurts. How the hell does Spidey do that? The greenette yelled as he massaged his abused joints. A shout behind him made the green-haired teen turn to see a small group of villains, one pointing at him as more started to appear around the corners and alleyways of the mock city. That's a lot of them. Izuku thought. Wait, does this mean that the warp guy was trying to separate us? Good thing I told Todoroki-san to freeze the ground when I did. Who knows what could have happened to everyone if I didn't. Izuku crouched down as he ramped up one for all in his body bursting with electricity as he hit his current limit. The oncoming villains all stopped for a second, a bit wary at the sparks shooting off of the greenette's body. All right. Izuku breathed out as his legs tensed before shooting over to the villains, fist ped back. Let's do this. Shota Aizawa just wanted a nap. Was that too much to ask for? The underground hero deftly sighed as he socked the face of a heteromorphic-type villain with 4 arms and rocky skin. The 30-plus villains around him still hadn't seemed to notice that he was erasing their quirks, allowing the slim man to get in their ranks and kick some butt. Sure, he was only running on about 4 hours of sleep, thank you, nightly patrols, and his optometrist was gonna yell endless profanities at him later, but it would be worth it if he could protect his students. Yes. Shota Aizawa actually cared for his students, despite him being a complete coffee-deprived dipshit. His description, not the author's. With quirks being nullified and trusty capture weapon in hand, Shota made quick work of the rest of the 2-bit villains, their unconscious bodies laying on the floor groaning in pain. The only 2 that hadn't engaged in combat yet were the guy with the hands and the hulking monster at his side. As Eraserhead caught his breath, the handsy guy started clapping. Slow clapping. God, Shota hated stereotype villains. Good job there, Eraserhead, the man congratulated, voice absolutely dripping with mockery. I didn't expect you to take these thugs on by yourself, though I guess I can't be surprised. You did get hired at UA, after all. Suddenly, Kurogyari appeared on the other side of the man, looking beaten to all hell if the state of his suit was to be trusted. The underground hero couldn't help but smirk slightly. His students were definitely a rowdy bunch this year, but at least he could see that they were capable. Shigaraki, I am terribly sorry, but one of the students has escaped. The mist man spoke with a calm voice despite the bad news he seemed to be delivering. He has a speed-based quirk and could arrive with backup at any minute. The skinny man, apparently named Shigaraki, stood still for a good second, body like a statue. Then he began to scratch. Vigorously. It was kinda creepy, really. Damn it, Kurogyari. The agitated Shigaraki cursed. If you weren't our only ticket out of here, Then I would disintegrate you on the spot. The scratching slowed a bit, and Aizawa could see bits of red on the villain's fingertips and neck. Alright, change of plans. With his left hand he motioned at the black mass. Nomu attack. Shota couldn't even blink before the lumbering mass next to Shigaraki was suddenly in front of him, grabbing the pro-hero by the neck before slamming him into the ground, the concrete underneath cracking from the force of the blow. Coughing up blood, Shota looked at the pitch-black foot of the beast, hoping to erase the thing's quirk, whatever it was. The Nomu only picked the hero back up and slammed him down once more, causing Eraserhead's entire body to crack with pain. Inside a building in the earthquake zone, the villains stationed there were doing their best to fight two students. Oh, they weren't fighting to kill the kids. They were fighting to save their own lives. Bakugo slammed down another 2-bit thug as he made a vain attempt to run away from the slaughter. Ijiro behind her was taking on a guy with a copper-hardening quirk, easily shredding into her hardened skin like scissors to paper, though thankfully not doing more than flaying skin. The redhead turned to his explosive partner as he punched the copper girl in the face, knocking her out cold. Hey, do you think we should get back to everybody? I'm worried that the Misty Dude or whatever bad guys like these are all ganging up on them. Go by yourself if you want. The blonde said uncaringly as she blasted a snake man that tried to sneak up on her. I'm gonna find the boss of this raid and beat his butt. Kirishima pondered the statement as a normal-looking guy went up to him and tried punching his hardened skin, only to pull his bloodied fist back in pain. The boss guy might be where everyone else is at, you know? Katsumi perked up and gave her partner a manic smile. If that's the case, lead the way, shitty hair. She shouted as she chucked a girl with a mechanical arm into a wall with an explosion. Kirishima gave the blonde a thumbs up. You got it. He shouted as he went maximum hardness and barreled through a wall instead of the open door that was right next to the spot. Katsumi put her hands behind her and propelled herself after him. Momo was shaking in fear. After Izuku had disappeared, 13 had done her best to protect her students with Black Hole, threatening to SCK Kurogiri into the destructive vortex that was her quirk. The Shadow Man had turned her own quirk on her in response. Now laying on the floor in a near-death state, the back of her space suit wide open and stained red, 13 could do nothing to protect her students as they fended off the warp villain on their own. Sato, with his strength-boosting sugar quirk, had managed to land a decent amount of heavy hits on the shadowy figure, causing him to retreat. It was relieving for Momo to see that no one got hurt in the fight. That relief was short-lived. A huge slam sounded out through USJ, causing the onyx-haired teen to turn to the source in the lower plaza. Aizawa-sensei was dangling from the arm of a large black creature, beaten and bloodied from nearly head to toe. He almost looked dead, but it was hard to tell from their distance. The pale blue-haired man behind the creature was laughing, his voice reaching her ears and setting fear into her heart. Nomu! She could hear the man say, "Bring them here." And before she could even react, she found herself only a few feet in front of the hand-covered man. Turning back, she saw the blur of the monster's hulking figure zipping around as it grabbed her classmates and brought them to the lower plaza. Many of the students had looks of fear and disorientation as they could only be on guard of the blue-haired man and his pet monster. The man spread his arms out wide. As you can see, there's no escaping my Nomu. His voice was filled with childish pride, like a kid showing off his new toy to his friends. If any one of you tried to run or to attack. The man tilted his head, and although a hand and his long hair blocked his face, Momo could tell the villain was grinning maniacally at them. That you'll die. So be nice and stay put, will you? An explosion rang off to Momo's right, causing her to turn her head just in time to see a blonde cannonball rocket over to the large creature and unleash a point-blank explosion right in its grotesque face. How'd you like that, Mother Fudash? A large hand grabbed the girl over her mouth and slammed her into the ground. The creature, the Namyud IT, looked completely unfazed as the smoke tumbled off of it, not even so much as a scorch mark on its face. The blonde struggled to escape the creature's grasp, punching and blasting the Nomu's arm with all her might. The Nomu stood rigid, not so much as budging as the attacks landed. Well then, a feisty one I see, the villain said gleefully. You'll be perfect for demonstration. Nomu, the villain's tone changed from glee to deranged joy in an instant. Teach this girl a lesson. With no hesitation, the creature used its free hand to grip the blonde's left arm tightly, covering most of the limb by itself. Momo couldn't even finish her thought as a sickening cock-crack rang out, the howling of Bakugo being muffled by the massive hand of the Nomu. The hand-covered villain seemed to be enjoying the muffled cry of pain from the blonde. So, he started, addressing the terrified students with a smug tone. Who's going to save you now? Izuku finally managed to find the exit of the conflagration zone, wiping the sweat from his brow as the heat finally died down. Apparently Kurogiri had decided to drop off Izuku at the far end of the zone, causing him to have to make his way across the entire zone, battling hordes of villains and potential heat slide, in order to escape. It was definitely not something that he'd try doing again. On the other hand, he did level up a few times and rank up his perks, so fair trade. Quickly scanning the area, Izuku spotted the lower plaza, Kurogiri, the pale blue-haired man, and the pitch-black thing all standing in front of his classmates. The greenette could barely make out the slumped, bloodied body of his teacher. Oh no, no. Izuku's panic set in as one for all shot through his veins, full cowling bursting to his 8% as the greenette made a mad dash towards his class, his friends, his girlfriend. He needed to save everyone. A boom caught the teen's attention as Kaken blasted out of the earthquake zone on the other side of the lake, Kirishima right behind her. Izuku could only watch as the blonde shot at the creature, only for it to pin her down. Kirishima had stopped in his tracks, the look of fear unmistakable on his face. The energy in Izuku's nerves shot up, one for all charging more in his body. Then he heard Kaken's arm break. The green-haired teen shot off, his arm ped back as he charged the full power of one for all into it. All anyone could register was the flash of green light that flew by as Izuku Superman punched the Nomu in the face. The gust of wind tore at everyone near the epicenter, knocking Shigaraki flat on his back. Looking back up, the villain saw Bakugo lying on the ground where the Nomu once stood, eyes wide as she propped herself up on one arm. Both the greenette and the pitch-black creature had flown at least 40 meters away, the Nomu lying still on the ground as the greenette shakily stood up, clutching his left arm. Back with Izuku, he was currently in a conundrum. He had punched the thing with 100% of his power, he knew that. Whenever he had used the full extent of his power, his arm had shattered. It was the reason he had a limit. But why was his arm completely fine right now? A notification popped up as Izuku let go of his completely fine arm. Absolute Guard has been upgraded to rank 4. You can now use it twice every 6 hours. Wait, Absolute Guard can protect me even from self-harm? Izuku thought to himself, looking at his arm completely amazed. And now I can use it again, that I better save it for later, who knows what dash. Eninyu. Izuku turned to Shigaraki, who had shouted for his creature. That ended up being a big mistake. The fist of the Nomu slammed into Izuku's chest, knocking out all of the air in his lungs before shooting the greenette off into the staircase to the upper plaza with a thundering boom. Smoke and rubble fell as it revealed Izuku's completely bashed up and bloodied form. The teen could only wheeze and cough up blood. His ribs were broken, he could feel one of them digging straight into his left lung. His right arm was dislocated, the left one shattered. There were tons of injuries that Izuku couldn't even tell, his head ringing and ears nearly deaf to all noise. He could barely hear the despair-ridden cries of Ochako as his foggy vision spotted her, crying immensely as she was held back by Tsuyu and Momo, the onyx-haired girl also shedding tears. Then the pain shot through his system, causing the teen to cry out in pain despite his nearly destroyed pharynx. Izuku could only register the everlasting pain as he died once more. Welp, you died, noob. So much for a peaceful death. If Izuku's death could really be called peaceful. The greenette found himself standing in the pitch-black pit of his subconscious, at least, that's what he thought it was. He could only feel the top part of his head, anything below his nose felt like someone dipped him in ice water before fraying his nerves. Izuku couldn't even move from his stand at attention. Doing his best to look down with just his eyes, the greenette saw that his body wasn't all there. His form was obscurely hidden by wisps of jet black shadow, trailing around his body like snakes. All he could do was stare into the vast, shadowy void. Oh, and read his Quirks text boxes. Greet. Hey, I know I come off as a bit of a prick, but you don't have to be a D about it. Besides, don't you have other things to worry about? Like beating those villains? Somewhat addled by the bizarre post-death experience, Izuku mentally asked, "What do you mean by that? Aren't I already dead?" Well, yes and no. Right now, you're in a near-death state, hanging on the edge between life and death because of well, you know, being one-shot by the off-brand Hulk. I'd say you got, like, 2, maybe 3 minutes before you actually kicked the bucket. It was the same deal as last time. And like last year, if you can get up once, you can do it again. The Greenette's mind was reeling, and it wasn't because of the prospect of his sarcastic quirk cheering him on. So, that I didn't die? Nope, though we don't have time to discuss that since you're literally at death's door right now. In order to live, I need you to answer this next question with the utmost seriousness. Do you want to load a previous save? Izuku just stared at the question. What the hell does that dash? It's a yes or no question, man. Just pick one. Fine, yes. Izuku mentally shouted as a pulse of searing hot pain shot through his head. If the Greenette could clutch his head, he would. As the pain began to ebb, Izuku saw a new list of options appear before him. Restart at last save slot. Restart at beginning of day. Restart boss fight. Another pulse of pain rocked Izuku to the core, overtaking his entire body despite his numbness. The Greenette squeezed his eyes shut, doing his best to stave off the ever-growing torture that traveled throughout his system. Death was close, and it wasn't going to wait for him. Sheet, I might have miscalculated your death toll. I think you got, like, 20 seconds or so. Come on, man, pick an option so you don't go to that big gaming convention in the sky. That's the thing, Izuku couldn't. Even if the titanic pain in his body wasn't addling his thought process, the Greenette couldn't move his body anyways. How the hell was he supposed to pick an option when he didn't have any way of picking an option? Izuku's sight was beginning to fail him, the pain from his injuries beginning to overwhelm the green-haired teen as his eyes slowly began to close. To hell with it. I'm choosing for you. Suddenly, the light of a supernova exploded in front of him, filling his vision. With the light came a calm warmth that washed over the broken teen, passing over his wounds and cutting through the immense pain like a hot knife through butter. His wounds closed, bones reformed and properly aligned themselves, muscles mended and relaxed. The teen even felt his tired body revitalize, like the fights that Izuku had fought in the conflagration zone had never even happened. The light of the supernova seemed to shine impossibly brighter as Izuku floated towards its center. Then the light died down as he found himself in a flash freeze position, punching the Nomu once again in the face. Before the Greenette could question the situation, time resumed itself, causing Izuku's one-for-all charged punch to follow through. The boy and the beast flew off, the teen rolling into a fighting position as he landed while the pitch-black monster crashed into the wall, unmoving as smoke and debris flew from its landing point. A flurry of notifications filled Izuku's vision. Warning! Disaster boss engaged. Beginning encounter. Beating a disaster boss will yield high rewards, but there is high risk when fighting them. Achievement unlocked. Coming back for more. Used a restart in order to fight an enemy of a higher level than you. Your tenacity knows no bounds. Reward. Perk unlocked. Epic battle music. Emergency mission unlocked. Titanic showdown. Defend your class from the threat of Shigaraki and his monstrous pet. Objective. Hold off Nomu until backup arrives. Bonus Objective 1. Defeat Nomu. Bonus Objective 2. Prevent Shigaraki and Kurogyri from escaping. Rewards. Stat increase. Plus 20 Rep W Class 1A and Toshinori Yagi. Bonus Rewards 1. Stat increase plus 50 Rep W Class 1A. Plus 75 Rep W Toshinori Yagi. Bonus Rewards 2. Stop the uprising of the League of Villains, thwart. S plans, plus 500 Rep W Toshinori Yagi, plus 100 Rep W Class 1A. Penalty. Death of player, death of teachers, death of classmates, death of Toshinori Yagi? Eternally rules Japan. Choose a song. Completely overwhelmed by the torrent of information, Izuku ignored his Quirk's request as he turned to the stairs he had crashed into. The stairway was completely intact, not a sign of his devastating impact even visible on its concrete steps. Both Izuku's quick-thinking rationale and the effect of Gamer's mind helped the Greenet push the torrent of crazy thoughts from plaguing his mind, allowing him to process his surroundings. Izawa-sensei, apparently still conscious even from the massive beating he took, leaning up to give the Greenet a fierce glare. Midoriya, what the hell are you doing? Get back here and get everyone to safety. You're not ready to fight that thing. Izuku stayed silent, turning back to the hulking monstrosity as it picked itself back up from the rubble, eyes void of life yet eager to tear his head off. The teen knew. There would be no running from this thing. There was no escape. He had to take this thing down somehow. He crouched down low. Sensei. The green arcs of One for All danced along his skin, filling the teen with energetic strength. I'm sorry. He forced the power within him to rise, going straight to his 8% upper limit. But I'm finishing this fight. As the Nomu roared and shot at Izuku like an oversized cannonball, Izuku picked a song, one that would continue to be one of his favorites in all of gaming. Now playing, Bury the Light Devil May Cry 5 OST, Special Edition. The 90s-inspired rock immediately kicked in as the Nomu appeared in front of the teen and tried to slam its large fist into him with the intent of making an otaku pancake. In any other scenario, this might have worked. This time, though, things were different. Feeling an incredible surge of energy, the Greenet slid back, dodging the monster's attack entirely before hopping onto the beast's oversized arm and somersaulted over its head. Time dilated for Izuku as he span over the Nomu's head, allowing the teen to look at the exposed cranium of his foe and, logic doing its duty, reasoned to himself that, hey, that's a weak spot. Izuku quickly pet a fist back, the electricity of his inherited quirk crackling in his arm. But before he shot it straight into the beast's brain. Time flowed back into its normal state as the beast roared in agony, thrashing around and stumbling before falling over as the critical hit caused the Nomu's motor functions to fail. The Nomu's health bar, which had appeared at the top of Izuku's vision, cut down by a considerable chunk as the disoriented condition appeared under the bar. Izuku landed in a crouch, full cowlings sparking around him more erratically than it ever had before. The bar for One for All was sparking as well, going past his current 8% limit at what Izuku could only estimate as 17%. The Greenet could feel the excess energy surge throughout his entire body, filling him with strength in every sense of the word. That wasn't all. Izuku felt unnaturally lighter, like Ochako had tapped him with her quirk, but had failed to take all of his gravity. His hearing felt more fine-tuned, being able to pick up the irritated mumblings of Shigaraki as he violently scratched his neck. His vision felt sharper, the colors of his surroundings becoming more vivid and details becoming easier to see. He felt absolutely amazing. Another set of notifications popped up in Izuku's peripherals. Perk, Epic Battle Music. For the duration of the song of the user's choosing, the user gains a boost in all stats as well as access to a partial flow state, allowing for enhanced ability during battle. Go wild to the beat of your carnage. Warning, due to the user's current level, any song can be selected, but only one can be picked per day, and any song longer than 8 minutes will be cut off at the 8-minute mark. Due to careful analysis of your opponent in a heated battle, dealing a decisive blow in a life or death situation, analysis has spawned the evolved perk, Weak Point. Under the Nomu's health bar, the words, weakness, brain, popped up while the disoriented effect disappeared. The pitch-black beast lifted itself from the ground and turned back towards his opponent, its health bar almost instantaneously regenerating back to full health. Despite the circumstances, despite the fear that he and his class felt for his life, despite all of the infinitesimal things that could possibly go wrong in this situation, Izuku couldn't help but smirk. Time to be a hero. And a Mew. Kill that stubborn little brat. Shigaraki screamed at his prized fighter in rage as the creature let out a terrifying roar, charging straight at the Greenet. Izuku rushed forward at the same time, ready to intercept. As soon as the beast got close, the Nomu sent its fist down once again in blind rage. The greenette dodged to the side, avoiding the fist as it slammed into the concrete ground. The team then jumped off of the Nomu's arm and onto its bulging back before Izuku lifted his foot and slammed it down into the beast's weak spot once again. The resulting blow slammed the monster's jaw shut, jet black blood and jagged yellow teeth flying from the Nomu's lipless maw. The pitch-black beast pulled its arm out of the ground, shaking the greenette off its back and causing concrete chunks to fly from the ground. Locating its target once more, the Nomu charged at Izuku with even more ferocity, its missing teeth instantly regrowing in its gaping maw. Izuku took several hops back before he crouched low and darted back at his foe. As the two enemies rapidly reached one another, Izuku suddenly went from a low sprint into a slide as the Nomu passed over him, allowing the greenette to quickly shift back up and grab one of the Nomu's outstretched legs. The greenette held firm as the beast's momentum was suddenly cut from it, causing it to slam to the floor. If Izuku didn't have both the stat boosts and his overcharge of OFA, then he definitely couldn't have pulled this off. Even as it was, the Nomu's weight and speed nearly threatened to rip Izuku's arms from their sockets. The greenette quickly began to pull the beast sideways, spinning in place faster and faster before letting go, causing the creature to soar into another concrete wall, completely shattering it. Despite what other video game enthusiasts might say, Izuku would vehemently deny that he ripped the throw from Super Mario. The greenette caught his breath as the Nomu slowly rose from the rubble once more. Damn it, this isn't going to work for long. There's no telling when backup will arrive, and who's to say that Shigaraki won't step in to help his pet at some point? I have to end this now. Izuku took several hops back, standing just 10 feet in front of his awe-struck class, their fear having virtually disappeared. Different strategies bounced around in his head, one by one being eliminated as each one reached failure. As the Nomu turned back to its assailant, Izuku suddenly got an idea. The two foes charged at one another once again, Izuku discreetly activating his zero gravity as he rolled under the Nomu's enraged punch. Quickly grabbing one of the beast's legs once again, Izuku felt the weight leave the creature as he lifted it up and swung it around a few times before launching the beast high into the sky. The Nomu soared through the stadium-like facility before Izuku pressed his padded fingers together, releasing the effects of his copied quirk. The beast quickly began losing altitude before it crashed into what looked to be the blizzard zone. Wasting no time, Izuku zoomed over to his class and grabbed Momo and Denki by their waists before jumping over to the upper plaza. Shigaraki, unable to comprehend the mere thought of his prized war machine losing to a snotty 15-year-old, was about to charge straight into the upper plaza after Izuku when the shadowy hand of Kurogyari held him back. Shigaraki, the mist man said in a serious tone, I would advise that we make a strategic retreat for now. The Nomu has a multitude of quirks designed specifically to take down All Might. The backup from UA could arrive any minute now, and if you are captured, our mission will all be for naught. Let us leave it to our special weapon to take care of the symbol of peace. The blue-haired man was visibly shaking, yet oddly silent as he saw his bioengineered soldier leap from the frost of the blizzard zone. Fine, the villain relented, but if the Nomu doesn't at least kill one of the kids, I'm taking it out on your wine collection. The shadowy man seemed to blanch at that statement. Shigaraki, sir, you wouldn't. I stand by my threats, Kurogyari. So for the sake of your precious Chateau Lafite, pray that Nomu makes a dent in his party's ranks, all right? The shadowy man meekly nodded as he expanded, opening up a dark portal that Shigaraki stepped through. Once the villain leader was through, Kurogyari warped into himself and disappeared, leaving only the Nomu to be dealt with. Back with our protagonist, Izuku reached the upper plaza and placed Momo and Denki on their feet. The onyx-haired girl had a slightly relieved and slightly confused look on her face while the yellow-haired teen was downright terrified, quite literally shaking in his boots. Midoriya, dude, I know that we're kind of friends, but me taking on that thing is pure suicide. I can't dash. Actually, Kaminari-kun, you're the perfect counter to the Nomu. Izuku reassured Denki with a warm smile. And you won't even have to get close to it. That's why Imoyorozu-chan is here. Izuku turned to Momo, who gained a look of surprise. Speaking of, I need you to make something for me. Izuku quickly described the tool he needed from Yaoyorozu, finishing up just as the Nomu crash-landed on the other side of the upper plaza. Izuku quickly activated full cowl as he dashed off to intercept the Nomu. I'm counting on you guys. I believe in you. Something in Izuku's tone gave the two teens a small semblance of courage. Yaoyorozu quickly got to work, forming her requested creation from her navel and quickly pulling out the tool as it formed. Kaminari flexed his fingers as electricity sparked between his fingers, nervous yet ready for action. Izuku and the Nomu intercepted each other, playing a deadly game of tag as the pitch-black creature swung wildly at his target, smashing into the ground and tearing up concrete as it went while Izuku zipped and zagged around it, doing guerrilla tactic strikes at its sides to keep the monster's attention on him. Despite his confident facade, Izuku was beginning to tire out. He only had a couple of minutes left before epic battle music ran out and he would be left severely under-equipped. Not to mention the excess energy he had gained from his perk had all but depleted from his initial throw of the Nomu, so playing Ring Around the Rosie with the bioengineered creation was quickly sapping his strength. Izuku dodged and weaved around the Nomu as it suddenly increased the ferocity of its rampage, swinging violently all around its body. The beast didn't even look like it was aiming at Izuku anymore as it smashed the ground all around it. The greenette suddenly heard a shout, prompting him to turn to Momo, who held up what looked to be a metallic spear, gleaming in the light of the sun seeping into the facility. One end was completely sharp while the other end had a small hole where a long reddish-brown rope was tied to it, extending out and pulling at the girl's legs before going out, the other end of the rope held in Denki's hands. Izuku smiled. Momo had finished his request, and with a minute to spare. The greenette sidestepped the Nomu as it slammed its fist into the ground where he once was before darting over to his friends in a flurry of motion. He quickly grabbed the spear from Momo's hand before jumping back into battle. The creature was already in pursuit, screeching in anger as it charged at its target. The greenette once again began zipping around the Nomu as it raged, its attacks increasing in speed again as it beelined towards the teen. Izuku made sure to have his back always to Momo and Denki so that the rope didn't break from the creature's assault. Finally, the beast charged at Izuku and slammed its fist down, once again missing as the greenette launched himself into the air. Holding his spear up high, Izuku took all the excess power that he had and poured it into his arm. His muscles crackled with green lightning as his sleeve tore off, showing the fruits of his arduous training. With a defiant yell and only 2 seconds left of his perk, Izuku hurled the spear downwards, lodging the weapon straight into the Nomu's head. The creature roared, frantically clawing at its exposed gray matter as tar-like blood spurt from the projectile's entry and exit points, the liquid getting in the beast's eyes as it tried in vain to dislodge the spear. It was then that Izuku felt the shock of exhaustion hit his body, his perk now expired. Kaminari! Izuku shouted at the top of his lungs as he began to free fall, "Do it now!" The yellow-haired teen gripped the rope in his hands tightly, the sparks shooting out of his body. Guided discharge, 1,000,000 volts. Denki released the full force of his quirk, sending a huge wave of volatile electricity straight through the copper wire rope and into the silver spear that pierced the monstrosity's skull. To say the resulting blast was devastatingly gruesome would be a mild underestimation. The Noma's body was immediately fried by the torrent of energy that shot through its body at once, frying the beast's already black skin to a crispy mess. The onslaught of electricity shot through each and every one of the monster's genetically modified cells, frying all of them to a crisp and effectively stopping any cell production from occurring. The beast's eyes, exposed brain, and even teeth had been singed to a deathly black as the monster stood still, its body already locked up due to necrosis. Izuku landed with a stumble, doing his best to upright himself in the case of his plan failing. Yet even as Momo and Denki rushed to his side, the blonde cheering at the top of his lungs while the onyx-haired girl hugging the greenette tightly, the beast didn't move. Reality only began to sink in as his entire class, save for the unconscious Bakugo, Aizawa, and 13, had rushed up the stairs to see if he was alright, having seen the entirety of the encounter from the lower plaza. Izuku let out a small laugh in complete disbelief. He had won. He had won. The greenette let out a mighty cry of victory as the lack of energy finally hit him like a truck, forcing him into the depths of unconsciousness. Toshinori liked to think himself to be a calm and hardy individual. When not performing hero duty around the city, the skeletal man always found himself taking any time he had to find calm and serenity in his usually busy and eventful life. It was relaxing, not having to worry about the woes and expectations of society for a while. His daily meditations have even done wonders for his patience and empathy. Most people who knew him in his true form had said that he was a very understanding and upbeat individual to be around. But when Tenya Ida ran into the UA teacher's lounge, frantically requesting backup for a villain attack against his students, it was like all the anger that had ever subsided in him had burst forth. All Might had rushed as fast as he could to USJ despite him already going over his limit merely an hour ago. Once the facility was in sight, the number 1 hero bust down the double doors to the facility with a rage-driven punch, causing the 30-foot-tall iron doors to be sent flying off their hinges. Forgoing his signature smile, All Might frantically looked around the training facility with a scowl, intent on giving the villains who had harmed his students a force to be reckoned with. He didn't expect to find his unconscious protégé being surrounded and fretted on by his entire class. The symbol of peace immediately rushed over to his students, quickly assessing that they were not injured. Breathing out a sigh of relief, the hero asked, "What happened? Where are the villains?" A purple-haired girl, Kyoka Jiro if he remembered correctly, spoke up, "It was Midoriya, sir. He managed to take on that big thing while the main villains ran away." Jiro then pointed over to a sight that would make All Might internally cringe and possibly have nightmares. It was the charred remains of the Nomu, still steaming as it stood like a statue. "You mean to tell me, young Midoriya did that?" The pro-hero asked as he pointed at the smoking remains of the bioweapon. "Yes, though he required the assistance of myself and Kaminari-kun in order to do so." Momo spoke up, kneeling next to the unconscious Izuku as Ochako knelt on the other side of the boy, frantically checking to see if he had any injuries. "I helped. Ei." The blonde electricity user yelled out in a derpy voice as he held out 2 thumbs up to his teacher, causing Jiro to cover her mouth to avoid laughing. All Might felt relief and pride fill him. "Izuku Midoriya, you've done good today. You're already making leaps and bounds towards your goal of being a hero." About 10 minutes later, both the rest of UA's staff and the police arrived on the scene in order to do damage control. The heroes and police found all of the villains that Izuku had knocked out in the conflagration zone while other villains were found fleeing the complex, having seen the Nomu being taken out by a bunch of kids. They were quickly taken out and apprehended. Izuku was taken back to UA so that Recovery Girl could heal him. After an analysis of his body, though, it was found that other than a pulled muscle from when he threw the spear into the Nomu's head, the greenette had no other injuries. The teen only needed to sleep, so she allowed for Ochako to use her quirk so she could take Izuku back to his dorm so he could rest. After the capture and analysis of the Nomu's corpse, it was found out that not only was the beast equipped with multiple quirks, it had the deceased DNA of multiple individuals. What Izuku had fought for his life to take down was essentially a walking corpse before it had even entered the battlefield. All Might and his friend in the police force, Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, were theorizing that this could be connected to a terrible foe from the number 1 hero's past. But dark thoughts aside, what Izuku had done that day, unknowns to everyone there, would be only the start of the green-haired teen's rise to the top. And as we continue this story without protagonist, he will only continue to shine on as he overcomes each trial in his path. When Izuku woke up, he kind of expected to be in a hospital bed. He really wasn't expecting to wake up back in the void. A black cloud of swirling shadow surrounded the young man as he slowly woke up from his fit of unconsciousness. The greenette groggily realized that his body, unlike last time, was not a smoky outline of his physical form, but an actual body this time around. Also, he was laying on a bed. His bed. Weird. Izuku groaned and lifted the covers off of himself as he swung his legs off the bed, intending to explore this dark world. The shadowy storm seemed to retreat slightly as the greenette sat up, spitting out what looked to be pieces of his bedroom back at his mother's place. He could see his old desk with his hero notebooks lined up on the top of it. Somewhat off to his left was his nightstand, topped with an All Might-themed lamp and his framed photos from his UA dorm. Sitting a few feet away from Izuku was Izuku. What the F dash? As opposed to the white shirt and scarlet sweatpants that our Izuku wore, this new Izuku had on a green long-sleeved shirt with black lines going along the arms and sides, similar in design to his hero costume. He wore oddly green denim pants with a bright red belt, also mirroring his hero costume, with black shoes in place of the red ones that our Izuku normally wore, with a matching pair of gloves to go with it. Other than his getup, this new Izuku looked exactly the same as our protagonist. The other Izuku smiled at himself. As the two made eye contact with one another, eyes glowing almost as bright as neon. Despite his mischievous smile, he didn't seem menacing, as one way to put it. He seemed more naturally confident than he was secretly plotting something. Oh god, this Izuku was gonna replace him, wasn't he? Hey, that's AD move even on my part, so don't accuse me of pulling an invasion of the body snatchers on you. A text box appeared at the other Izuku's chest, but what tripped our greenette out was the fact that those words were said out loud with his voice. Izuku knew he didn't say the words, and his mirrored counterpart didn't move his mouth at all, but it definitely sounded like the voice originated from the mirrored greenette that sat in front of him. It was trippy as F dash, and Izuku wasn't sure if he should panic right now. The other Izuku gave a short wave. Submit. I guess you're wondering where you— Wait, why the F am I asking? I already know what the hell you're thinking. Holy shit, this is the weirdest post-workout dream I've ever had. I guess you could say doing fisticuffs with the Black Hulk is a type of workout, so I'll give you that. The mirror Izuku spread his arms out to gesture to the expanse of darkness that surrounded them. Welcome to your mindscape, or basically your unconscious. It's where I live, stuck inside that tiny, tiny little brain of yours. The mirror Izuku poked the side of his head with a black-gloved finger. Normally you wouldn't be able to come here, but you got knocked out pretty good after that fight. Epic battle music can definitely do that to you, as weird as that sounds. The pieces of a very convoluted puzzle started to connect in Izuku's mind. Are you? Your quirk? Yeah, pretty much. Or rather, you have a pretty good idea as to what I am and how I work. You know about the Quirk mental conservation theorem, right? Izuku blinked. Why yeah, it's the discovery that as the generations of Quirk users kept evolving in society, the brain activity in those users decreased from the average 80% to about 52-60. It's the theorem that the Quirk singularity theory originated from. What does that dash have to do with you, or us? Whatever. Basically, as everyone else's quirks caused the required brain activity to decrease, ours, made it so that it increased our brain activity up to about 90%. As such, I am able to do things within your body that even brain-based quirk users would have a hard time pulling off. The flow state from epic battle music? That's me pumping your conscious mind with adrenaline while enhancing and cutting off different senses so you could focus on the fight. The mirror Izuku spread his arms out wide, as if waiting for applause. Pretty impressive, am I right? Izuku only stared back at his mental copy. It was impressive. Incredibly so. But some things really didn't make sense in the context of what his quirk was implying. What about when I died at the USJ? What happened then? I doubt that I'm some sort of Time Lord like Doctor Who. Mirror Izuku scratched the back of his head. Well, that's the thing, that's not something I could do by myself. Izuku did a double take. I am sorry? Let me explain. We know about Night's quirk and its ability to read into the future. A few years ago, there was a civilian that he saved. But in an interview about the event, Night Eye said that his future vision told him that the civilian was going to die. Izuku nodded. Yeah, his quirk makes it so that whatever he sees will come true. Actually no. Mirror Izuku intervened, surprising the original. Night Eye's quirk doesn't force the future to be the future. It just looks at what's most likely going to happen and relay that information back to him. The thing that prevented the civilian's death, according to Night Eye? Willpower. A concentration of willpower was centered around the civilian that allowed Night Eye to come and rescue him from his demise. And being able to pull off what we did at the USJ, I can say that Nitai's theory is true. Izuku's mouth gaped at this torrent of information. So you're saying that I changed history? Nope, still wrong, you doofus. Mirror Izuku gave him a flat look. Weren't you listening? I essentially said that the future isn't fixed, despite its insistence on sticking to a straight path. When a concentration of willpower is centered on something, it can derail what's supposed to happen and change the course of fate. As you were dying at the USJ, there was a huge concentration of willpower centered on a single thing: for you not to die. I was able to gather that willpower for my own use and reverse time up to the point where you could most effectively change fate to your advantage. Taking out the Nomu. Izuku whispered to himself. I knew I would have to have some sort of powerful hormonal quirk in order for the perks to function, but to think that my quirk could delve into psychic energy. A thought popped into Izuku's mind. Wait, then why did you give me a choice of where to go if you were just going to drop me off at the fight? Izuku, I'm a gaming quirk. I have to keep up appearance, or else my ratings will go down. Izuku face-bombed as his clone gave him a sheet-eating grin. Sweet Mother Mary, me sideways. That can be arranged. Izuku's quirk cackled as the greenette held the sides of his head in exasperation. That reminds me, Izuku said after his counterpart's laughter had died down. Why are you such a to me anyways? Wouldn't you, encourage me or something? Surprisingly, Mirror Izuku gave the greenette a sad smile. Well, that's what would normally happen. But you didn't have a normal childhood, didn't you? Izuku looked down as memories played out in his mind. Standing up to Kaken and her gang of bullies only to get beaten up, kids avoiding him like the plague just for something he didn't have, the looks of worry his mother always gave him whenever he left the house. Yeah, his life wasn't that normal. Exactly. His quirk said to him, to give you some context, I'm the you that you aspire to be, confident, sure of himself, doesn't take shit from any a-hole. But you being so hard on yourself throughout most of your life affected me in a way that I'm always a hard ass on you. It's literally your brain screaming at you to be better, to improve yourself so that you can stop thinking like this. Then his quirk gave him a hard look as his clone leaned forward. You still haven't gotten over your self-doubt. That's holding you back from the full potential of not just me, but of one for all. Our protagonist gave his quirk a shocked look as he stood up from his cognitive bed. What? How? Despite being physical changes to the body in some way, shape, or form, quirks are still affected mainly by mental psyche. A person being depressed could affect their quirk in negative ways, much like the case with yourself. Your complete and utter lack of self-confidence makes it so that any perks you gain from me or what power you're drawing from one for all, they're not performing at the fullest extent as they should be. Really, the only exception to this case was when you fought the Nomu, where you were so hell-bent on protecting your friends that you couldn't doubt yourself. Mirror Izuku stood up from his chair and walked up to the original as the swirling mass of shadow seemed to close in on the area. Izuku's quirk put a hand on his shoulder. It looks like you're waking up, so I'm gonna have to get to the point here. Don't doubt yourself. All Might himself saw true heroism in you, so don't take that for granted. Hell, don't take anything you have for granted. I know you still don't believe Ochako can actually love a guy like you. Shadow descended over the pair as Mirror Izuku gave his counterpart one last smile. Be the person you want to be in the world, okay? Izuku woke back up in his dorm, staring at the ceiling as his quirk's last words played out in his head. Be the person I want to be. Izuku thought to himself before he slowly got out of bed, rubbing the sore muscles in his arms in the vain attempt to soothe them away. How do I even start going about that? Our self-conscious protagonist got dressed and exited his room, thoughts of his inner conversation and past memories still playing in his mind as he descended the stairs to the common room. All Might himself saw true heroism in you. Stay down, you demon nerd. You can't be a hero with a quirk like that. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. Izuku Midoriya, you can be a hero. The greenette made it to the last flight of stairs and saw that most of his class was hanging out, enjoying lunch together. Some congregated while others sat at the couch and talked or watched what looked to be Power Rangers Megaforce on TV. As he went down the final steps to the common room, Kirishima in the far corner was the first to notice him, eyes widening as he shouted, "Guys, Midoriya bro is awake." Suddenly Izuku found himself surrounded by at least half of the class, talking over each other as they asked how he was doing, talking about how cool or how scary the fight was, or Ida just chopping his arms in the air telling Izuku in 5 different ways how he was the epitome of heroism. Other students who weren't crowding around him were scattered around the common area, each with a varying degree of relief in their eyes. Then Izuku saw Ochako. She was standing next to the couch, dressed in a baggy pink sweater, gray short shorts, and fuzzy pink slippers. The brunette was holding a Starbucks cup, making sure that her pinky was extended as to avoid using her quirk on the cup. The look in her eyes was breathtaking, her chocolate orbs full of relief and care as she stared into his own. Seeing his girlfriend in such a way, Izuku's mind flashed back to his inner conversation. Don't take anything you have for granted. I know you still don't believe Ochako can actually love a guy like you. That thought lit a fire in Izuku's heart. The greenette held his hands up as he gave a bright smile to his clamoring classmates. Guys, I'm glad you all care, but I need a bit of space, okay? Most of his classmates backed off, understanding that he technically just got out of a fight. Mina, however, had seen the look he gave Ochako. Wordlessly, the pink-skinned girl gave her class rep a playful wink before backing off like everyone else. Oddly enough, that wink only gave him more confidence. Izuku started making his way over to Ochako as the fire in his heart grew. They had kept their relationship a secret from the class up to this point. The couple had never really talked about revealing their relationship, but for Izuku, he knew that for him, he was afraid of what his peers would think. He was scared of what Kaken would think about him being with Ochako. After his conversation with his quirk, he didn't want to be like that anymore. If Izuku was going to really be a better person, he had to stop being afraid of what others would think. The greenette stood in front of Ochako as she stared back at him, not really sure what to do in this situation. At that point, everyone in the common room was staring at them, and she had to admit that it was making her a bit self-conscious. Izuku didn't seem to mind or care, keeping his focus straight on her, like the world didn't exist outside of the two of them. They looked into each other's eyes, not blinking for even a millisecond, as if even the slightest disturbance would shatter the mood like expensive china. Hi, Izuku. Ochako started, heart racing at 100 miles an hour. Are you doing alright? Why you got kinda beat up during the dash? She was cut off by Izuku firmly yet gently holding the sides of her face and closing the gap between them, sealing their lips with a kiss. Suddenly Ochako's self-consciousness faded into non-existence, completely replaced by the fire she felt burning in her heart for Izuku. The shouts of surprise, and the high-pitched cheers of excitement from Mina, didn't even register in the brunette's ears as she leaned into the kiss, wrapping her arms around the greenette's waist and deepening the kiss even more. Ochako felt her heart skip a beat as she noticed that Izuku's lips tasted like mint despite his distaste of the candy. After a minute, the couple finally drew back from each other, resting their foreheads against each other as they steadied their breathing. Viridian eyes stared into chocolate ones as the couple's breathing almost synced together, the moment growing even more special for the two of them as the world was virtually non-existent to them. Izuku rubbed a thumb against his girlfriend's cheek. Ochako, he said, voice slightly deeper than normal, causing a shiver to go down the brunette's spine. There's something I've been meaning to say for a while, something I really should have said months ago. The greenette took in a deep breath before giving her a grin. But this wasn't his normal, slightly nervous boyfriend grin. It was different, filled with confidence and assurance that she knew he had, but had never seen up close. It made the brunette feel like she was back at the entrance exam, falling again for the greenette who had saved her life. Ochako Uraraka, I love you. And not just as my girlfriend for the past month and a half, but as the first real friend I've had in so long, and as the person who makes me a better version of myself every day. The greenette chuckled, making Ochako's heart do backflips down to her stomach. I'm sorry if I'm getting ahead of myself, but I needed to say this. You deserve to know how much you mean to me. The brunette let out a small gasp. This was the first time that he really said that he loved her. Sure, there were those times where they both said they loved something about the other, But those times were nothing compared to her boyfriend telling her that he loved her, all of her. Ochako felt like her heart had been affected by her quirk and was threatening to float off into the heavens. "Izuku," she breathed out as she leaned back in to steal another kiss. The greenette moved forward, aiming to do the same. "Wait just a goddamn minute," Mina shouted before pointing an accusatory finger at the recently revealed couple. "You two already been dating? What the F dash?" And there goes the moment. Izuku and Ochako looked at each other and laughed, slight blushes on their faces as Mina ran up to the two and started barraging them with a flurry of questions, eager to find out the juicy details of their love life. Most of the other students could only laugh at the sight as Kirishima tried in vain to keep his love-obsessed friend from harassing the couple too much. Some, however, didn't seem to be in jovial spirits. Izuku spotted Todoroki just standing blankly in the corner, slurping on a bowl of soba. Kind of expected, she didn't really seem like the interactive type. Momo, however, was a different story. Izuku spotted the onyx-haired girl looking at the scene from the corner, eyes tinted with sadness. She made eye contact with the greenette, causing her to look away before making her way to the stairs, avoiding anyone who seemed likely to talk to her. Izuku turned to Ochako and whispered into her ear, "I need to talk to you about something later." The brunette gave the greenette a confused look before giving him a swift nod. Izuku gulped as he felt the resolve settle in him. He knew that he had to discuss what his heart was telling him with her sooner or later. Despite his burst of confidence, he still felt scared of the outcome. But he'd deal with that later. Right now, he just wanted to enjoy not having to hide his relationship anymore. Achievement unlocked, out in the open. You revealed your relationship to the public. Whether it was by your choice of Mina's form of peer pressure, we will never be sure. Reward: public relationship, 0 gravity upgrades unlocked in the skill tree. Wait, you actually like Yamamo? Ochako was staring at Izuku incredulously as the two sat alone in the brunette's room. It was hours after their reveal, and Izuku had revealed his feelings from after the cafeteria incident as well as the look he saw Momo giving them hours ago. As he expected, he was scared as hell of telling his girlfriend that he also had feelings for another girl, but he needed to say this. Besides, hiding this feeling from her any longer would put a strain on their relationship, and that was the last thing that he wanted. That said, he was deathly afraid that he already F'd things up for himself just when he initiated progress in their relationship. "Why I do. I couldn't help myself from feeling like this. He kissed me out of the blue and I was just gonna brush it off, but my quirk was like, you know you have a crush on her, right? So I panicked and I'm so sir dash. Izuku, it's fine. I'm okay with it." The greenette paused before staring at his girlfriend. "Wait, what the F dash?" Apparently his quirk had the same reaction. Ochako scratched the back of her head in embarrassment. "Well, you see Izuku got after you fought off the Nomu and I was watching over you while you slept dash. Not creepy at all, but go on." She laughed. "Shut up." Izuku let out a small sigh of relief. Good she wasn't set at him. Anyways, your fight had gotten me thinking that we're going to be heroes, and that's an incredibly dangerous job, even if you're doing rescue missions. There's a really good chance of the next mission being our last, and if that's the case, I don't want either of us to live with any regrets. She looked straight into her boyfriend's eyes, a determined fire ablaze in her eyes paired with a confident smile. "I know that it's completely weird by moral standards, but I'm completely fine with you going for Yamamo." "Ochako." Izuku breathed out before sighing, "I'm not going to go after her unless you're absolutely sure about this. Me going out with her doesn't exclude you from that relationship. I still care about your happiness in this." His girlfriend gave him a cute smile. "Izuku, I'm fine with it. Momo's a sweet girl and if I wasn't dating you, I could totally see you being with her. And I know that you'd still love me either way. So now I have to ask." The brunette leaned in close, brown eyes staring into green. "Are you absolutely sure that you like her too?" Izuku stayed silent for a moment, searching in his heart for the answer. Ochako was right. Momo was a sweet girl, incredibly intelligent, and a very supportive friend. Their first interaction during the battle trial, though not huge to any outsider, was a big impact on him. She was, in all intents and purposes, the second good friend that he had ever made, and he cherished that relationship a lot. Did he want this? Yeah. He could very well say that he did. I am. Izuku said, causing Ochako to smile. Then I guess it's up to you to woo the girl. The brunette said with a cheeky smile, standing up and walking over to the mini fridge her parents had sent her a week ago. Now come on, this red bean paste mochi ain't gonna eat itself, you know. Izuku smiled and walked over to where his girlfriend was, ready to chow down on dessert and to forge another bond with his vice rep. Side mission unlocked. Woo the creator. Time to one-up your lack of game with a second relationship. Objective, get Momo Yaoyorozu to rank 10 without rejecting her. Reward, Momo Yaoyorozu, ain't that obvious? The next day. The morning bell rang as Class 1A sat at their desks, wondering who was going to house their homeroom since Aizawa-sensei was out of commission. Apparently Aizawa had more perseverance than his class gave him credit for. Hello class. The ragged teacher greeted as he entered the class, his face almost completely covered in bandages. You managed to quiet down before I got here. Good, you're all on your way to being rational people. Ida shot his hand into the air. Aizawa-sensei, it's great to see you up and about. Yeah, but shouldn't he be resting? Those injuries still look bad. Tsu, blunt as ever, pointed out. My health is not for you to worry about. What you should be worrying about is the sports festival 2 weeks from now. Most of the class perked up at that statement. The sports festival was a huge event for UA, with heroes from across Japan coming to see what the hero courses were made of. If you really wanted to stand out early as a hero, the sports festival was the place to do it. Aizawa-sensei, Kirishima spoke up, is it really a good idea to still have the sports festival after what happened 2 days ago? What if villains attack again? Izuku was a bit surprised that Kirishima of all people would be questioning a competition that would show off his manliness, as he would put it. Before he could really question it, however, Aizawa looked at the spiky red head and said in a flat tone, normally we would, but Niza seems adamant on having the festival go on. Besides, the event isn't just for your class. It's for all first-year classes, all the way down to the business course. Now, you have 2 weeks to prepare, so it's up to you how you spend that time. As irrational as it sounds, Nizu insists that the hero and support courses should be exempt of homework for this point until the festival and that your classwork should be you training for the event. I would give you homework regardless, but I don't want to lose my pay, so do whatever you want until then. If you slack off, it's your fault. With that cheery note in mind, the injured teacher got in his sleeping bag in an instant and slinked out of the room. The class soon erupted into talk as Izuku sat there, scribbling in his new hero. Notebook number 15, he got through number 14 last night, mainly in regards to his new perks and the League of Villains. 2 weeks to train and make a big splash in the hero world. This was the opportunity of a lifetime. First and foremost, I have to train my control of one for all. 5% is a good limit, but I'm going to have to increase it further if I'm going to fight even tougher foes, like a stronger Nomu. Maybe I can get someone to train with me so that we both can benefit? But who would be Dash? A hand slammed on his notebook, cutting off the greenette's thought process. Katsumi had turned around in her seat and was giving him a death glare. Deku, the blonde seethed, shut the F. I'm sick of your muttering. The blonde stood up from her seat and gave the greenette a wicked smile. And make sure you don't lose to anyone in the festival. I'm the only one who gets to beat your sorry but into the ground. Kaken walked away, leaving the greenette to ponder on that lovely statement. That kinda sounded like encouragement. Izuku thought to himself as he stared at the retreating blonde. A smile graced his lips. All the more reason to train. Now, who would Dash? Suddenly the answer hit him like a freight train. Quickly packing his things, Izuku stood up from his desk and scanned the room for a certain someone. Kirishima! Izuku called out, approaching the hardening user as he got his attention. The manly student in question turned to Izuku and smiled. Hey, Mr. Class Rep. What's up? Izuku smiled. How do you feel like training together for the festival? Hey, Yamamo. The vice rep turned around as Uraraka quickly ran up to her, hair bobbing up and down as she approached. Oh no. the onyx-haired girl thought to herself. She'd been dreading talking to the brunette and her boyfriend. Their reveal of being a secret couple had taken a toll on the poor girl's heart. She had been meaning to confess to the brunette after he had woken up from his fight, but fate had decided to sucker punch her in the face. After hours of contemplating what to do, and eating 3 tubs of mint chip ice cream, the vice rep decided that she was better off avoiding the two altogether in order to save her fragile heart. Guess fate had decided that her plan wasn't going to happen either. Hello Uraraka-chan. Did you need something? Momo said, trying to put some cheer in her voice. Hopefully whatever the brunette had to say was quick so she could get back to avoiding the problem. Maybe it was an unhealthy choice, but she was a teenager, god damn it, she was allowed to make choices like that. I know about the kiss. Momo's thought process completely shattered at those words. She felt the tinges of red begin to fill her cheeks as the pit that had formed in her stomach began to grow. Oh, she was effed. How dash? Izuku told me after it happened. He was afraid I would dump him after that. A deep fear clenched onto the onyx-haired girl's heart and refused to let go. Uraraka-chan, I'm so sore dash. The brunette held up a hand, stopping her vice rep from talking. I'm not mad, Yamamo. Far from it really. But I just have to ask, why did you do it? Huh? Momo asked, completely bewildered. Uraraka wasn't mad? What? Why did you kiss Izuku? There had to be a reason for you doing it. You're a very proper and rule-oriented person. You wouldn't do something like that without having a very compelling reason. So what was it? Uraraka stared at the girl with expectant eyes, not moving an inch. I just want to understand. The onyx-haired girl could only stare back at her brown-haired friend. This situation wasn't really what she was expecting. Actually, this was probably the last thing she was expecting. Momo was unsure of herself, but she trusted Uraraka. If she only wanted an answer, the onyx-haired girl would be comfortable with giving an answer. Besides, maybe her reasoning could prevent their friendship from hitting the rocks. Uraraka-chan, that when I first met Izuku, I'm afraid he wasn't really much to show for. Momo started, trying to choose her words carefully. The brunette didn't move, so she continued. As you know though, him and I were paired up for the battle trial. It was safe to say he completely blew my expectations out of the water. The onyx-haired girl allowed herself to smile. His strategy and intelligence made him someone I could respect. He knew what he wanted and was willing to work for it, despite the obstacles in his way. He had actually inspired me before we had even met, actually. Uraraka perked up. How so? He was the first-place entrance examinee, she answered, and after the battle trial, he said that I had an amazing quirk and skill. For a lot of my school time, my peers had said that I was born lucky, being born to a rich family and having a versatile quirk. But Mito is to saw past that, and saw me for my own work. She rested a hand over her heart. It's silly, but it meant the world to me. Hanging out with him and the group for the past month only reaffirmed that he was such a caring individual. When he stopped the riot from happening in the cafeteria, I saw him in a completely new light. Against my better judgment, I went with my heart and kissed him after the panic had passed. Ochako nodded. Did you love him then? Momo blushed a healthy scarlet at the mention of love, but she continued, and no, when I kissed him then, I was unsure of what I was feeling. That's why after I had kissed him, I ran away in a hurry. I had thought to myself that my feelings for him were something else. But then at the USJ, him fighting against the villain, that I was scared almost to death. I was scared that he would die and I would lose one of the best friends I ever had. Momo closed her eyes and sighed. It was after he beat the Nomu that I knew that I was in love. The vice rep, now having told her story, bowed deeply to her brunette friend. That's why I'm deeply sorry for kissing him. If I had known that you two were dating, then dash. Momo, don't apologize. The onyx-haired girl raised her head in confusion, staring at the caring eyes of Uraraka. You can't control how you feel, I get that. It would make me a terrible friend to judge you for that. That being said, I have one more thing to ask. The vice rep hesitated before nodding. Ask away. Ochako took a deep breath before asking, if you could date Izuku, would you? Yes. Momo said before she slapped her hand over her mouth. Face as red as a bet, she removed her hands and said meekly, yes, but you're dating him now. There's no way that I can dash. Suddenly a thought hit her. Uraraka-chan, are you trying to insinuate that? The brunette smiled knowingly. Momo frantically waved her hands in front of her, panic in her eyes. No, I can't. I would be getting in the way of you too, and I dash. Ochako grabbed her flailing hands. Momo, Izuku and I don't really have a problem with dash. But it goes against moral standards. Think about what other people would say. And besides, no relationship goes well when more than two people are involved. Dash. Then how about we bet on it? The onyx-haired girl stopped and stared at the brunette. What? A bet? Uraraka said with a determined smile. After the sports festival, if you still like Izuku in that way, you ask him out. If he accepts you, then I was right and you can date him. If he rejects you, then that's my fault and I apologize. Though I have a feeling I'm right. Ochako gave Momo a cheeky smirk. So? What do you say? The vice rep stared back at her brown-haired friend, deep in thought. A chance to confess her feelings to Midoriya. There were multiple things that could go wrong with this. She could get rejected and her friendship with Izuku would be gone, for the most part. But there was a chance. That small chance of being able to be with him, to be his girlfriend. Did she want that chance? Okay. Momo said, making Ochako smile even wider. I'll do it. I'm scared, but I'll do it. The brunette let go of her hands and held one out to shake. It's a deal then? Momo stared back at her friend's hand before grasping it. Yes, it's a deal. It was a beautiful morning outside. The sun was shining. The birds were tweeting. And Izuku was counting down the seconds to his eventual death. Oh God, Ochako's parents are gonna kill me. The greenette panicked as the light of the rising sun streamed through the parted curtains of his balcony, bathing the teen's room in a golden glow. And revealing the sleeping form of Ochako snuggled deep into his side. Izuku, to the grace of his sleeping girlfriend, kept his existential crisis as quiet as he possibly could. Thank God that her head wasn't directly on his chest, 'cause he was pretty sure that his jackhammering heart could cause earthquakes with how hard it was beating. The sleeping brunette shifted, sliding an ungloved hand up his chest, which made Izuku involuntarily shiver, but also to stare at the exposed hand in wonder. Ochako usually wears gloves when she sleeps, so her quirk doesn't activate in her sleep. Is this some sort of dash? The teen mentally slapped himself. This is not the time to be looking at quirks. I might have just done the deed with my girlfriend. Izuku's mind was going into overdrive, thoughts racing and bouncing around in his skull as he tried to reassure himself, okay, don't panic. And maybe there's a chance that we didn't do anything at L-. A notification stopped the greenette's speeding thoughts. Achievement unlocked. You finally did the horizontal tango with your girlfriend. It was steamy, passionate, and you didn't know she could use her tongue in that way? I'm F. Izuku mentally screamed, feeling the oppressive sense of foreboding doom roll across the horizon. This was it. He was gonna die, or suffer a fate worse than death by the hands of his girlfriend's parents. The dread in his heart only felt heavier as his aforementioned girlfriend snuggled further into his side, her ample chest feeling soft yet firm even though the fabric of their if Ochako and I did that last night, then why do we still have our clothes on? 'Cause I lied. Izuku balked as he felt the sheet-eating grin of his quirk. I don't lie. 'Cause April Fools, motherfucker. That was 3 days ago. The greenette mentally yelled as his head slammed back onto his pillow, accidentally jostling his girlfriend in the process. The now not-so-sleeping brunette groaned as she lifted her head off of Izuku's shoulder. Her usually smooth brown bob cut was caught in a slight case of bedhead, yet somehow her locks still seemed to float as Ochako opened her eyes and gave a tired smile to her boyfriend. The worry and anxiety that plagued his conscience evaporated as Izuku felt his breath be taken away. In the golden glow of the morning, Ochako looked absolutely stunning, like a goddess draped in the light of divinity. The light only made her normally cute features seem ever so more beautiful, her hair and eyes taking on a golden sheen as the teen slowly woke up. Yes, this was all despite her slightly disheveled look. That's how much of a dork Izuku was. Once again, the greenette found his train of thought derailed as his newly awakened girlfriend suddenly got on top of him, arms worming their way around his chest as she gave her boyfriend one of the best kisses she'd ever given him. The passion and care was ever present as he reciprocated, his own arms finding their way around her neck to deepen the kiss. No, there wasn't any tongue, you degenerates. After a minute, the pair separated from each other, the couple adorning scarlet blushes and bright smiles as they stared lovingly into each other's eyes. "Mornin' Izuku," Ochako mumbled out, the warmth of her greeting not lost even when the brunette was struggling to wake up. "What time is it?" The green-haired teen chuckled at his girlfriend's sleepiness before looking over at his bedside clock. "It's a little before 7. I can stay here with you for a bit longer, but I have to train with Kirishima today for the sports festival." Ochako groaned as she laid her head down on Izuku's chest. "Boo, is too early, She groaned out, snuggling more into her boyfriend. Izuku took in a sharp breath, feeling Ochako's impressive appendages pressing into his stomach as he tried to calm himself down. "Aren't you training with Aishido-san and Yamamo later? They both get up pretty early from what I remember." That made the brunette's eyes snap open as she flung herself off of Izuku and raced to the door. "Oh my god, alright, see you later." He heard the brunette shout before she slammed his door shut, leaving the greenette by his lonesome. "So are you gonna ignore how you had your girlfriend's smokin' body to yourself and you didn't get at it? 'Cause I sure as hell won't." "Okay, maybe not so lonesome. Not that it was a good thing." After getting dressed, Izuku made his way down to the common area. It was pretty quiet besides the TV playing. Steven Universe? Diamen, he hadn't seen that one in a while. The greenette made his way to the kitchen, seeing that Ochako, Mina, and Momo were all gathered at the kitchen counter, surrounding probably the biggest and most sugar-induced stack of waffles he had ever seen. The thing had all sorts of condiments on it, like whipped cream, chocolate syrup, maple syrup, freaking sprinkles, and a singular strawberry placed on top. Mina was jumping up and down in excitement while Ochako and Momo had deadpanned looks on their faces. Izuku hesitantly walked over. Hey guys. Thought you guys were gonna go train dash." Ochako and Momo both looked at him with piercing gazes, anger not directed at him but scaring the ever-living shit out of him all the same. Mina seemed completely oblivious to the volcanic anger of her two training partners. "Hey Midori, wanna eat with us? This might be a lot to get through, even with Yamamo helping us." Izuku's sweat dropped. "Why yeah, I can see that." He stared at the absolute mountain of diabetes-inducing pancakes before something clicked. "Wait, isn't this the together breakfast?" Ochako groaned and Momo put her head in her hands as Mina's eyes widened in delight, suddenly right in front of him in an instant. "You watch Steven Universe too?" The pink-skinned girl all but shouted, childish delight seeming to radiate from every pore of her body. It was slightly intimidating, to be honest. Why yeah, a long time ago. I never finished it though. I think I got to about mid-season 4. The greenette answered timidly, not used to a girl, or anyone for that matter, being up in his business like this. Mina suddenly backed up, letting out an offended gasp as if what he just said was the equivalent of birthing the Antichrist. "That's sacrilege. You need to watch the rest of the show right now dash." "Actually, I can't right now, Mina. I'm gonna head out to train with Kirishima in a few minutes. Maybe later though, okay?" Izuku interrupted. The pink-skinned girl pouted as she replied, "Fine, but I'm holding you to your word, mister." She pointed a firm finger at him, though the greenette could see the playful smile on her face clear as day. "Mina Ishido rank up. Mina Ishido is now rank 3, show buddies." Izuku laughed. "I'll be sure to remember, Ishido-san." Footsteps came from the stairs, indicating the arrival of a certain spiky-haired muscle man. "Hey Midori bro, you ready to get manly?" Kirishima emphasized his statement by flexing his arms, making him unwittingly look like a JoJo character. Izuku seemed unperturbed with the unintentional reference. "Yeah, I'm just getting a light breakfast first." The greenette opened one of the cabinets and pulled out a couple of protein bars. He opened one of the bars from its package as he walked to the door with Kirishima. Yamamo, you're in charge while I'm gone, okay? We'll be back soon. Before the onyx-haired girl could answer, the two were already out the door. Be back soon? Aren't they just going to the training hall? Momo asked, confusion present on her face. Oh, Izuku told me he was actually going to take Kirishima-kun to the beach to train. Said it would be a better training area than here at UA. Ochako responded. At the mention of this, Mina instantly perked up before turning to the brunette with a wicked look in her eyes. Oh. The pink-skinned girl started, slowly approaching Ochako. So you're telling me that you know that your boyfriend is going to the beach without you, and you're not gonna jump on the chance of going with him? Ochako shuddered under Mina's almost predatory gaze. I respect his distance. He can do whatever he wants without me dash. Mina put her hands on the brunette's shoulders. Uraraka, just imagine, your boyfriend's out in the water, he comes out of the ocean, water dripping off of his chiseled frame as he slowly approaches you, a special look in his eyes dash. Ashido-san, please stop. Momo interrupted the pinkette's intriguing description. If Ochako wishes to respect her to-be-boyfriend's privacy, then that's her choice to make. Besides, she won't fall to your tactics of exciting dash. The onyx-haired girl stopped, causing Mina to turn to where her friend was looking. Ochako had a derpy smile on her face, eyes half-lidded and distant as a small drop of drool threatened to slide out of her mouth. She definitely looked like she was enjoying something. What that something was, I don't think even the author wants to find out. Mina turned to Momo, an even bigger mischievous grin on her face. The onyx-haired girl gulped. It didn't look like she was gonna get out of whatever Mina was planning. About an hour later. So, Midoriya bro, Kirishima, wearing a red tank top and red and black striped swim trunks, addressed his friend, why are we training here of all places? Izuku, wearing a light blue t-shirt and All Might-themed swim trunks, thank God they didn't have his face on them, smiled as he felt the waves wash up and hit his feet. The two were at Dagoba Municipal Beach, standing out in front of the ocean. The place was next to barren despite the clean sand and sunny skies, but that was all the better for what the two of them were going to do. Well, Kirishima-sen dash. Whoa whoa whoa. The spiky red-headed teen exclaimed, a toothy smile on his face. You don't gotta be all formal about me, Midoriya bro. Just Ijiro is fine by me. Ijiro Kirishima ranked up. Now rank 4, first name basis. The greenette smiled back at his training partner. If I get to call you Ijiro, then it's only fair that you get to call me Izuku. Ijiro flashed Izuku a thumbs up. Izuku nodded, facing his partner and cracking his knuckles. As for why we're training here of all places, the beach happens to be a great area to train your resistances. Running around on the sand gives you an adaptability to traction on unstable terrain and also makes for good anaerobics. Plus, I thought that we could also take a swim in order to work out as many muscles as possible, since swimming is an exercise that works out the entire body. The green-haired teen scratched the back of his head. Also, I guess you could consider this place to be my old stomping grounds. My trainer used to make me clean up the trash that littered this place back when I was training for the entrance exam. I guess that going here to train just sorta feels right, you know? A moment of silence prompted Izuku to turn to Ijiro, who looked like he had just saw the man pick up a dump truck with one hand. With one for all, he was pretty sure he could do that. You were the one who cleaned up the beach, Midoriya bro? The red-haired teen said in shock before his face morphed from one of shock to one of excitement. That's so freaking manly. Training for UA and helping out the community in one shot's gotta be, like, something Rocky would do. Ijiro Kirishima ranked up 2 times. Now rank 6, manly training partners. Izuku nervously laughed. I wouldn't really consider myself as good as Rocky, but thank you. I'll try to live up to your expectations. Ijiro slammed a fist into his palm. So, what's first up on the menu? Well, I figured we could do a bit of a warm-up, just jog a little ways down and back, do some stretches, then a bit of sparring. I have a few ideas on how to strengthen both of our quirks. The spiky-haired teen smiled. Sounds like a plan, Midoriya bro. Let's go! and promptly began to dash off in the direction Izuku had pointed out, kicking up a bit of sand as he went. Ah, Kirivsen, wait up. The green-haired teen dashed after his partner, not noticing three familiar figures enter the beach. 10 minutes later, the two teens were dashing back to where they had left their stuff, neck and neck as they kicked up sand behind them. Despite Izuku's plan of only going a little ways down the side of the shoreline, Kirishima apparently took the plus-ultra mentality very seriously and went a lot farther than they said they would. Not wanting to be left behind, Izuku kept up with his red-haired friend as they went the extra mile. Or 4. They both also apparently had a competitive streak, because the end stretch ended up turning from a jog into a full-blown race to the finish. The duo picked up the pace even more, going into a full sprint as the two were closing in on their stuff. Ijiro was panting hard, arms pumping as hard as they could in order to power his stride. Izuku was panting, but not as heavily as Ijiro as he struggled to control his breathing. Suddenly Izuku leaned forward and dashed ahead of his training partner, putting a slight gap between the two of them as he reached their supplies first. The two teens immediately slowed to a stop and put their hands behind their heads, trying to get air into their lungs. Dang it. I almost had you there. Kirishima panted out, a friendly smile on his face. Izuku dropped his hands to his sides. Why do you still put up a good race there, Hijiro-san? The greenette made his way to his bag and started rummaging around in it. I brought a few of those energy gummies with me, so we can have a couple of those and dash. Hey there, boys. The shout caused Izuku to look up, and his brain immediately short-circuited at the sight in front of him. Mina, Ochako, and Momo were a few meters away from them, with the energetic Pinkette waving her arm to get their attention. She wore a basic two-piece swimsuit with leopard print all over it, leaving next to nothing to the imagination. Oddly enough, some parts of the swimsuit were slightly frilly, somehow making the SXL-looking swimsuit, and the girl wearing it, a slightly cuter aura. Momo was sitting on one of the beach towels they had laid out, reading a rather thick-looking book. The vice rep looked toward her fellow representative and gave him a small wave, but she looked uncharacteristically shy while doing so. To add to the stress of Izuku's malfunctioning cranium, the onyx-haired girl was wearing a simple red two-piece with a small pink Hawaiian flower on one BRST. Despite the swimsuit being considerably more modest than Mina's, Izuku was pretty sure Momo was showing more skin than her pink counterpart. What really blew any hope of recovery away from Midoriya was his girlfriend. The brunette was standing a bit behind Mina, shyly holding her arm across her stomach, but unlike Momo, she kept eye contact with her boyfriend, a small smile and blush prevalent on her face. The bubbly teen was wearing a slightly intricate swimsuit, a tan two-piece that was held together by a few small gold rings, 2 on each side of the bottom piece and 1 ring holding the front of the top piece together. Tied around Ochako's waist was a small pink see-through shawl that hung off her left side. As a finishing touch, the brunette had a tiny hair clip with a cherry blossom attached to it, really only there for aesthetic than for utility. Safe to say, Izuku lost all hope of ever recovering from this. Hey Mina! Ijiro called out as he walked past Izuku and to the new arrivals. You here to join us for some manly exercise? The spiky-haired teen slammed his fists together, hardening them as he did so as if it would add on to how manly their training was. The pink-skinned girl waved dismissively. Nah, the girls and I thought that since we have 2 weeks to relax, we might as well spend some of those days productively. And by productive, you mean relax dash. I mean relax at the beach, yes, don't judge me. Meanwhile, Izuku and Ochako had approached each other, standing still as they looked each other over with slight blushes on their faces. To most outsiders, this would look a lot like an awkward silence, but for the couple it was just enjoying each other's presence. So, Izuku, Ochako started, her small smile slowly turning into a smirk, you came to the beach with Kirishima-kun, but left lil' ol' me back at the school? I thought you were supposed to be a good boyfriend. The brunette joked playfully. You're beautiful, Izuku said wistfully, still not coherent enough to register whatever the F he was saying. Thankfully, this seemed to work out in his favor as Ochako's smirk disappeared, completely replaced by an embarrassed look as her cheeks turned redder than Momo's swimsuit. She buried her face in her boyfriend's chest, said boyfriend only barely making out her muffled cry of, "That's not fair, teasing a girl like that." Apparently the greenette had regained some form of situational awareness, because he started patting Ochako on the head, making sure not to knock off her hair clip. I wasn't teasing, but okay. Innocent Charmer ranked up 3 times. Now at rank 9, the Chako Uraraka is now inflicted with Love Struck. How the F do you keep on doing this, you sweet-talking bee? Ochako let out a sound that was somewhere between a groan and a squeak, somehow burying herself even deeper into his chest to hide her turmoil. Izuku chuckled and kissed the top of her head. Sorry, Chako, I'll try to make it up to you. How about dash? Something caught his eyes off a bit in the distance, making his eyes go a bit wide. Hey, Ochako, do you remember there ever being a boardwalk here? Huh. The brunette drew herself from her boyfriend's admittedly impressive pecs and looked behind her. Indeed, there was a boardwalk about a mile away, a big Ferris wheel and a roller coaster making the landmark stand out. Ochako looked back to Izuku, who noted that her eyes had little pink hearts in her irises, most likely an effect of love struck. His girlfriend smiled. Second date. The greenette smirked. Second date. A loud gasp followed by a body slamming into the couple indicated that Mina had overheard what the two were talking about. You guys are gonna go on a date? So cute. You guys gotta fill me in on the deets afterwards. The pink-skinned girl squealed as Kirishima tried in vain to pull his childhood friend off of the two lovebirds. Momo, having overheard the conversation, felt her heart drop slightly. She still remembered the deal that she had made with Ochako, but she still wasn't sure about Izuku's feelings towards her. Ochako had said that he would be thrilled to be with her, but surprise, anxiety had a way of worming into even the strongest of wills, making the vice rep worry about even the slightest possibility of messing up their friendship. It hadn't even been a full 24 hours since that bet, god damn it. A loud growl stopped everyone in their tracks, heads turning to the now blushing vice rep as she tried her best to hide behind her book. The trio of girls hadn't actually eaten the together breakfast at the dorm in order to catch up with Izuku and Ijiro, which ended up with the onyx-haired girl skipping breakfast altogether. And to be completely honest, the girl had gotten slightly addicted to Izuku's cooking, so she was used to him serving her breakfast a little too much. Oh god, why didn't I at least bring something to snack on? I know I had an entire bag of caramel mandims in the pantry that I could have brought with me, why didn't I dash? Momo! The onyx-haired girl was snapped from her rampant thoughts as she looked up to see Izuku was in front of her, holding out his hand. You want to come with us to the boardwalk? I'm sure they have something over there that could sate your appetite. The greenette said, giving her a genuinely bright smile that honest to God should have been illegal. Okay. Momo said a little too quickly as she dropped her book and grabbed his hand. The greenette helped his assistant representative up and turned to his training partner. You mind watching our stuff, Ijiro-san? I don't want it to get stolen. The red-haired teen flashed him a shark-toothed grin and gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, Midoriya bro. I gotcha covered. I'll stay with the musclehead over here. Mina stepped up next to Ijiro. Wouldn't want to leave him by his lonesome. Besides, he owes me a bit of a favor. The pink-skinned girl turned her head and smirked deviously at the hardening quirk user. Kirishima, in a surprise twist, let out a tired sigh. Fine, I'll do it. Mina cheered and hugged the redhead's arm as she waved at the trio. Have fun, you three. Thanks. Izuku waved back as he and the other two girls made their way to the boardwalk, excited for what was to come and slightly worried about their manly friend's fate. The trio made it to the boardwalk, which unlike the beach next to it, had a decent crowd of people bustling around. The boardwalk extended out in a narrow line towards the ocean, stands separated into 2 different rows. The sounds of people chatting, carnival games going off, and the roar of the roller coaster all floated around the trio's ears as they stared up at the entrance sign. Dagoba Municipal Boardwalk? Izuku read before looking back at the source of entertainment. This definitely wasn't here when I last came by. You think they built this in the few months between finishing your training and now? Ochako asked, staring in amazement at the sheer size of the place. Either way, we should probably move so we aren't blocking the entrance. Momo stated as she almost bumped into a bull man with red skin and horns. Yeah, let's go this way. I see some concession stands that we can get you something from. With that, the trio made their way into the boardwalk, taking the left side that looked like it had an abundance of food stands. Fried mackerel, twisted potato fries on a stick, a lot of fried food stands, even a sushi stand. The boardwalk seemed to have it all. Izuku and Ochako were just taking in the feel of the place while Momo had an air of childish wonder, trying to take in all the sights at once. Suddenly a food stand stood out to her, and on instinct she grabbed Izuku's arm and exclaimed in delight, "Midoriya! Look!" The greenette looked to where his friend was pointing and saw a crepe cone stand. It looked like the place made crepes, but wrapped them around like ice cream cones before putting ice cream in them. He saw a girl walk away from the stand, holding onto a crepe cone with two hands as she ate it a bit like a pita wrap. Now, let it be known here that in spite of Izuku's favorite food of all time being katsudon, the teen had a bit of a sweet tooth, which had been all but nurtured by the sweets-loving intentions of Ochako. Just the sight of the sugar-packed treat made the greenette's mouth water. He definitely wanted a piece of whatever this stand had to offer, and calories be damned, he was gonna get one along with Momo. Let's go try it. Momo, having seemed to have read his mind, began dragging the greenette along as they made their way to the crepe stand. Ochako, only smiling at the sight, followed close behind the two excited teens. Momo and Izuku made it to the stand and, luckily enough, there was no line. A woman with a mix of green and brown hair popped up at the window and smiled, "Welcome. What are you two looking for today?" "Hi, can we get 3 of your crepe cones, please?" Momo asked as she smiled back. "Of course." The worker replied, "What flavors will you be having?" The onyx-haired teen looked up at the list of "Oh my god, that was a lot of flavors." She didn't even know where to begin. The syrup list had to be the shortest of the 3, and it was 3 rows long. How was? A large Nutella cone with 3 scoops of chocolate delight, a medium Nutella cone with a scoop of mint chip and Rocky Road, and a small vanilla cone with mochi surprise. Izuku rattled off with confidence, causing Momo to look at her fellow representative in surprise. He looked at her and gave a smile. "You looked like you were struggling, so I thought I'd help. Trust me with this one, I think. You'll like it a lot." The onyx-haired girl couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, Midoriya," she said softly. Izuku, feeling a surge of bravery, decided that now was the time for progress. "You know, you're more than free to call me Izuku." Momo almost had a heart attack right then and there, but somehow the teen pulled through in order to let out a timid, "Tinen, as I said before, please call me Momo." The greenette let out a short laugh, causing the onyx-haired girl's heart to do butterfly strokes in her stomach. "Sure thing, Momo." Momo has been afflicted by love struck. "Seriously, how do you keep doing this?" "Here you go." The worker came back, holding out 3 crepe cones of varying sizes. "We managed to get one of our workers back on shift, and he can make these lightning fast. Hope you all enjoy." Taking initiative, Izuku grabbed all 3 crepe cones and gave the chocolate delight one to the girl next to him. "Here you are. Sorry if it's a bit large, I figured you'd be pretty hungry." Double entendre used. Plus 10 EXP. You're effing natural. Shut the F up, Quirk. Izuku mentally groaned as Momo grabbed the crepe cone from his hand. Ochako finally made it back to the 2 and Izuku handed the mochi surprise cone to her. With a "thanks," both girls bit into their cones and their eyes immediately widened in delight. "Is shu good?" Ochako exclaimed as the vanilla syrup and the red bean paste mochi bits blended together in her mouth, satisfying her sweet tooth and then some. She could honestly eat this all day. Momo, on the other hand, was in chocolate heaven. The extreme amounts of chocolate in the ice cream mixed with the creamy yet chocolatey sensation of the Nutella was causing her taste buds to shout in joy. At this point, the girl could only hum in agreement with her brunette friend as she continued to snack on her treat. Plus 100 rep with Ochako Uraraka and Momo Yaoyorozu. "Keep this up and you just might get laid." "What's up with you today, man?" Izuku asked his quirk. "You're never this sexually charged." You woke up with your girlfriend in your bed and you have two girls in swimsuits that love you. Why the hell are you not horny? You make a good point. The greenette conceded as Ochako and Momo each wrapped an arm around both of his own, dragging him along, talking excitedly about what else is around the boardwalk. Ochako, Momo, and Izuku each tried their hands at a few carnival games, with Momo finally winning a small plush bear from the water gun game. The bear along with the onyx-haired girl's blushing smile made Izuku almost pass out from cuteness overload and Ochako to severely question her sexuality. The trio stayed around for a rave, with the DJ apparently having a party like Quirk. All three of them really didn't know what to do, seeing as they had never been to a rave before, but they enjoyed the music a lot. At least, up until a short guy with purple ball for hair tried to cop a feel on Momo. The guy was then slammed into the boardwalk by Izuku's heel. They got out of there as fast as inconspicuously possible. Momo had never ridden a roller coaster, so Izuku and Ochako made it their job to get her first experience with one. She was definitely scared at first on the incline, but once the first drop happened, she was having the time of her life. At some point, her headband flew off and let her hair flow out of its spiky ponytail, though the girl really didn't seem to care. Seeing the onyx-haired girl with her hair free, having the time of her life, it made Izuku even more sure that he wanted to be with this girl too. Hours later, the trio was making their way back to where they had left Mina and Ijiro, happily content with the day they had spent together. Izuku softly held his girlfriend's hand in his own, her pinky sticking out, while Momo was hugging the teddy bear she won. All three of them had soft smiles on their faces, each of them secretly wishing that they could do this again sometime soon. It was a very satisfying day. As the three got close to their stuff, they saw their friend Ijiro giving Mina a massage. Before they could really question what they were seeing, the spiky-haired redhead looked up and waved. "Hey guys. You sure took a while out there. How was it?" The three looked between each other, slight blushes growing on their cheeks. Apparently the only one who wasn't struck nervous, Izuku stuttered out, Oh, it was good, Ijiro-sen. Sorry we couldn't train like we promised." Kirishima gave the greenette a dismissive wave. "Nah, it's alright man. I got some training in for myself anyways. Besides, I don't think Mina was going to let me go until I gave her a massage." He nodded his head over to the pinkette, who was letting out content sighs as Ijiro's hands pressed into her shoulder blades. Speaking of which, the redhead suddenly stopped his ministrations, causing Mina to groan in disappointment as she propped herself up on her elbows. "C'mon, Kiri." The pink-skinned girl whined, "Why'd you stoop?" "'Cause we're about to go, and my hands are getting tired." The hardening user explained as he popped his knuckles and went to gather his and Izuku's stuff. "Besides, Aizawa-sensei'd be mad if we stayed out too late anyways." Mina groaned in annoyance before starting to pack up the stuff that the girls had brought. Izuku blinked before he turned to the girls beside him. "Is she normally like this?" Ochako and Momo looked at each other before they shrugged and started helping their friend with the stuff. Izuku, having accepted now that his life was going to be weird, started to walk off to help Kirishima, thoughts of the boardwalk still bouncing around in his mind. He couldn't help but smile at the memories of him, Momo, and Ochako all having a good time together. Maybe they could have something like that soon. As Mina shouted in realization before bombarding the trio with questions about their TRSM date, her words, not the author's, Izuku felt as if the future was looking bright for all of them. Days until the sports festival. 9. Time, 9:42 a.m. JST. Location, Ground Beta. Dodge, Midoriya Shounen, Dodge. "What do you think I've been doing?" Before Toshinori could respond, a small metal sphere with rapidly flashing lights struck Izuku square in the chest. With a loud crack, the greenette found himself encased in a glob of fast-hardening red goo, only his head and a few fingers on his right hand remaining free. The sparks of One for All still crackled around his hair and fingertips, but the greenette couldn't break. Out of the cement-like foam. "You've been trapped. Roll a strength check to..." "Quirk, I don't have a D20 on me right now, and even if I did, I wouldn't be able to roll it." Izuku deadpanned. "What, you don't think I have one? Considering you're in my head, you make a fair point." The teens' internal discussion was interrupted as a robot with a close resemblance to a miniature two-pointer rolled up next to his encased form. A panel slid on its side as a mechanical arm holding out a white spray bottle extended out of it. The arm spritzed Izuku's foam prison, causing the seal to start cracking and splitting like dried Play-Doh. Feeling the trap go slack against his form, Izuku shifted, causing the foam prison to crumble to red dust. That's 13-0 Midoriya. The greenette looked up while he was dusting himself off, seeing Power Loader walking up to him and Toshinori. Behind the excavator-looking hero was a girl with fluffy pink dreads wearing a scarlet-stripped tank top and a gray protection suit that had the top part tied around her waist. She had a pair of slim, steampunkish-looking goggles on her head, which did absolutely nothing to hide her darting scope-cross eyes and her wide, manic smile. Power Loader pointed back at the girl as she excitedly hugged one of the flying robots, happy as can be. Hatsum's bots got you beat so far. Okay, that last one didn't count. Toshinori-sensei distracted me. Izuku exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at his mentor, who only proceeded to scratch the back of his head nervously. I can tell you're a bit confused, dear reader. Well then, allow me to clarify the previous events. With a flashback. About an hour ago, training Ground Gamma. Izuku and Toshinori, currently in his hero persona, were duking it out in Ground Gamma, or the TKL as Cementos liked to call it. No one, for the life of them, could remember what TKL stood for. Well, okay, the author says duking it out, but really it was mostly just Midoriya doing his best to not get Detroit smashed into a wall and his 4th hospital bed this week. Channeling as much of One for All's power that he could reasonably control, Izuku narrowly dodged the rapid-fire missiles that were All Might's fists, twisting and flipping around each blow like he was a gymnast on a battlefield. In truth, 8% of One for All technically was his new limit, but using the excess 3% still caused the greenette to pull muscles and cause hairline fractures on his bones. If there was even a chance of him fighting a Nomu again, Izuku needed to be ready, and the only way he could do that was to train the power he had been so graciously given. Izuku sidestepped another straight punch from the number 1 hero, but this time the blonde mountain of muscle for the first time seemed to lose his footing. This is it. The greenette took his shot and jumped, aiming for a straight punch at All Might's back. Finally, he could actually get a hit in. That was, until All Might suddenly exploded into a cloud of smoke. Immediately cutting off the flow of One for All, Izuku dropped to the ground and immediately rushed to his mentor's side. All Might, now in his emaciated true form, was hunched over and coughing up a storm. The blood that flew from his mouth still gave Izuku shivers at the sight of it. Toshinori-sensei. The greenette shouted, putting a hand on the skeletal man's shoulder. Are you all right? After a moment, Toshinori managed to calm down the torrent of coughing as he slightly wheezed out. I'm cough, good, Midoriya shounen. It looks like I didn't fully recover cough, I'm slightly going over my limit last time, so I might have overdone it. I'm sorry I couldn't help train you more. I know how much you dash. It's alright, sensei. Izuku smiled at Toshinori. It already means a lot to me that you'd take some time out of your day to help me train. If anything, I should be saying sorry for wasting your precious transformation time. You're still the number 1 hero, after all. Suddenly, the greenette grew a devious smirk on his face. Besides, I'm kinda glad we didn't have a repeat of Tuesday. The skeletal hero's face suddenly turned a violent red. That was completely on accident, Midoriya shounen. I was just trying to help with your reflexes and recovery girl came out of nowhere dash. The scene went on like this for a while, with the two slowly making their way back to the main building. While walking down the hall of the empty high school, all the courses except for the hero courses were not exempt from classes during the 2 weeks leading up to the sports festival. Both hero and students stopped at the sound of a nearby explosion. That was from the workshop. The skeletal hero said as he and Izuku raced down the hall as fast as they could, adamant to help any who needed help. The two rushed through the burst-open blast doors of the workshop, ready to neutralize the threat. What they weren't expecting was the class cowering behind their desks as a giant robot with a smoking arm cannon had its sights aimed at them, A girl with pink dreads hugging the side of the bot like a proud mother would to her child while ignoring the heated words of her teacher, Power Loader. Izuku could only gape as Toshinori took up the task of talking. So, Maizuna, what exactly dash? To the shock of the greenette, the skeletal hero flinched in fear as Power Loader's head swiveled to him, the anger in his eyes not impeded by the armored helm that he wore. The excavation hero shook his head and sighed, sorry about that. Hatsum here has been giving me a hard time since the year started. As you can see, she literally has no regard for her own safety or that of her peers. He waved over at the broken blast doors. She disregards literally everything that I say, and her inventions are littering the workshop. As if by magic, Izuku and Toshinori noticed the miniature mountain of inventions. Robots, guns, armor, and all other sorts of items were piled together rather haphazardly, each invention ranging from perfectly pristine to looking like it went through a nuclear explosion. Power Loader continued his rant. I would tell her that she needs to get rid of them, but dash. The pink-haired girl let out an offended gasp as she squeezed the metal behemoth next to her as if it needed to be protected. But sensei, these are all my babies. I can't get rid of them. There are so many ways that I can improve them. Power Loader face-bombed. That happens. He turned back to Hatsum, May Hatsum, for the last time. If you don't do something about your inventions, then I will. Hatsum bared her teeth, a wild look in her eyes. You'll have to tear them from my cold, dead hands, baby stealer. Toshinori and Izuku only looked on as the two inventors as they continued their shouting match. The greenette looked back over to the pile of inventions, seeing something that looked like a drone with a turret attached to the bottom of it. A robot settled next to it reminded him of the strap from Fury, with a large tube-like head cannon connected to a spindly body with 4 spider-like legs. An idea flashed through Izuku's mind, and he knew that he had to act on it. Leaving his mentor to his stupor, the greenette walked up to the arguing inventors, Hatsum having pulled out something akin to a wrist blaster, and asked, Hatsum-san? Do you mind if I run something by you real quick? Both student and teacher stopped on a dime and looked over to the green-haired teen, which really only made him more self-conscious. Hatsum really didn't seem to care about the somewhat nervous look on his face, because she immediately broke all rules of personal space and practically pressed onto his frame. What is it? Do you need some support gear? Oh, maybe a weapon of some kind. I feel like you'd be a sword man, but given your insane strength from the entrance exam, maybe gauntlets or even a hammer. Oh man, the babies I could make dash. Izuku held up a hand to stop her, which was slightly awkward because he had to practically squeeze his arm between his body and hers in order to get some space. How do you even know about, actually, never mind. I had a deal in mind. The pink-haired inventor raised an eyebrow. Oh, great, I have her attention. Izuku cleared his throat. How about you test out your inventions against me? Literally everyone's eyes widened at that statement, with at least half the class 1H praying for the safety of the greenette they didn't even know. That way you aren't just leaving your babies around the workshop, Power Loader Sensei isn't yelling at you all the time, and you get to test out and improve your babies without having to scrap them. Power Loader sighed and whispered, there's no way that she's even gonna consider dash. Hatsum smiled wide, laughing as she crossed her arms. You make an intriguing offer. I'm in. Hatsum May confidant achieved. Rank 1, deal maker. The support course teacher fainted in shock and relief right then and there. And now, dear reader, we find ourselves here on the semi-destroyed streets of Ground Beta. Class 1B had taken Ground Gamma while Izuku and Toshinori were out, with Izuku once again stretching and rubbing sore spots where some of Hatsum's robots had snuck in a few blows. They were far from lethal, but they hit hard enough to bruise, and the hardening goo definitely gave the greenette minor skin rashes. Izuku. The greenette turned towards his mentor whilst rubbing one of his bruised ribs. In the year that Izuku had known the number 1 hero, the only times that Toshinori would call him by his first name was when he had something important to say. What important thing the skeletal hero had to say now, though, Izuku had no clue. Be honest with me, have you been using the game along with OFA? Toshinori inquired, a curious look in his eyes. Izuku gave his mentor a confused look as he said, "Oh, no, not really. I mean, some of the perks that I have with the game are passive, so I don't know any way to turn them off, but none of my passive perks give me a strength boost." The teen tilted his head. "Why do you ask?" Toshinori closed his eyes, seeming to be lost in thought for a moment before his eyes opened once more. "You said that you had a perk that allowed you to surpass your current OFA limit, correct? Something to do with music?" The greenette nodded. "Epic battle music? Yeah. It let me do a lot of things, one of them being that it increases my limit for the duration of a song of my choosing. I theorized that it doesn't actually increase my OFA limit, but it increases how durable my bodai actually is dash." The skeletal hero held up a finger and pressed it onto Izuku's lips. "Now's not the time to go on a rant, Izuku. Now, how much power did you think you could draw out then?" "My quirk told me last time I was able to draw out 17%. It was a pretty big boost." Toshinori nodded. "Okay, you might be able to pull this off then." The hero in disguise grabbed his protege by the shoulders and turned him around to face the pretty big horde of robots that crowded the street. It was like a scene out of Nier Automata, with grounded and flying robots of varying shapes, sizes, and weaponry all staring at the greenette with soulless looks in their manufactured eyes, or eye in some cases. "Now tell me, what's the thing that's most prominent about these robots to you?" his mentor asked, coming over to Izuku's right side. The greenette scanned the small army of mechanical soldiers, his calculating gaze gained from years of hero observation playing a major role in this task. There were the slim builds of the one-pointer replicas, the lean structures of the larger sword-wielding robots, the lanky forms of... They're all slim in structure. Izuku breathed out, eyes widening a bit at the revelation. Hatsum had shown off how most of her robots were able to transform into small, compact cases for easy storage. Their slimmer designs had to be a result of accompanying this function, meaning that the bots both had to be lighter than they actually looked and possibly had to have other features scrapped due to the weight limit. It was quite possible that the greenette had already seen what Hatsum's inventions had to offer. Exactly, Izuku. Now, I wasn't going to teach you this until you had mastered 15%, but I believe now is a good time for you to learn this. One for all may be a strength enhancement quirk, but that doesn't mean that it has to be a close-quarters fighting quirk. The greenette turned to his mentor, a confused look on his face. "What's the part of your body that you can most precisely move?" Toshinori asked suddenly. Izuku thought about this odd question for a second before he looked down at his hands, knuckles slightly bruised from punching steel. "My fingers," the teen answered. Toshinori smiled. "I knew you were a smart kid. Now, in this next match I want you to activate your music quirk and boost your power. While the bots are getting close to you, try and flick your fingers at them." Izuku furrowed his brow at the skeletal hero. "I'm sorry that you want me to flick my fingers." The teen held up his hands, palms facing inward. "At the robots," he pointed at Hatsum's personal army, "who all have swords, guns, and all outnumber me 80-1? Toshinori nodded. The greenette was silent for a minute. "And you're not going to tell me why I should do this?" Izuku slowly questioned. The skeletal hero smirked. "I want to see your reaction firsthand, Midoriya Shounen. Besides, you trust me, right?" The greenette closed his eyes and whispered, "Curse my instinctual trust of respectable heroes." Izuku began walking over to the middle of the street, eyeing the horde of bots as he went. Hatsum was petting one of the drones like it was a dog, which oddly looked cute coming from the pink-haired inventor. "Hey, Quirk," Izuku called out in his mind, "you heard the plan, right? Epic battle music's ready to rock when you are. I'd ask for a request, but I think there's really only one choice here." Izuku smiled. "I'm trusting you with that, then." A moment of silence, then, "Hey, that I kind of feel that awkward just calling you Quirk all the time. You want an actual name for me and not keep pulling a Kratos?" Izuku blinked. Yeah." The greenette could hear his Quirk laughing. "You don't have to get all weird about it, man, but if you really want to. Everyone in here calls me HUD, so I think it's fine if you call me that too. It's less confusing, anyways." Izuku smiled. "Okay then, HUD. Let's get it on like Red Dawn. You stole that from the Ready Player One novel and you know it. Oh shut you wait, others? You ready Midoriya? Power Loader called out, standing off to the side with all might. Hatsum's bots could definitely do some damage if their master so wished, and they did not want to be in the crossfire when one of them inevitably malfunctioned. Shaking out his thoughts, the green-haired teen crouched down into his usual stance, the green sparks of one for all coursing around his body. Ready? Hatsum, are your bots ready? The support course teacher called over to his student. The inventor flashed a thumbs up and sported a manic smile. Ready and willing. Power Loader raised his large hand. Then, he chopped it down. Begin. As if on cue, the robots began their assault. The ones who could fly took advantage of their ability and quickly surrounded Izuku from above, goo cannons trained on his form. The grounded bots moved as one, a metal phalanx that threatened to take out any in their way. Now playing near Bipolar Nightmare. With a burst of speed, Izuku darted back just as a barrage of goo bombs hit the spot that he was just in, causing an explosion of red foam. The now hardened tower that spawned in the middle of the street did nothing to impede the oncoming ground force, merely sidestepping the debris. All right. The greenette curled his middle finger so that it was positioned behind his outstretched thumb and aimed it at the closest flying menace. Let's see what the hype is about. He flicked his finger, and the bot was gone. Okay, a bit inaccurate. What really happened was that when Izuku flicked his finger, a ball of compressed air shot out towards the bot he was aiming at. The force of the blast combined with the rather fragile structure of the drone made it so that the robot was torn to shreds. The invention was completely unrecognizable when the parts began to rain down on the ground force. The small army all looked at the parts lying on the floor, seeming to hesitate at the newfound strength of their foe. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at his hand. A wind blast? Was this what All Might wanted to teach him? Halefandia. 3 ground troop robots had their heads ripped from their bodies in quick succession, causing the rest of the forces to focus back on their green-haired opponent. Izuku just kept firing as they advanced, focusing mainly on the air troops as they approached. When the first ground troop got close enough, the greenette switched to close-quarters combat, immediately sweeping the bot's legs and ramming his fist into its side. The metal soldier went flying, tearing in two as its pieces bowled through the ground squad. Izuku threw a barrage of fists, elbows, and palm strikes to the robots closest to him before he jumped up onto one of the soldiers' heads and hopped into the air, firing another barrage of finger flicks that tore through most of the air force, nearly eliminating the threat of being trapped in the hardening foam again. One of the ground troops tried to take a crackpot swing of its hammer at its foe, but the teen was ready, pumping the bot with a few more wind blast rounds before spinning in air with the momentum of a buzzsaw. Diablo Jam. His heel came down on the head of the hammer-wielding enemy, compressing the bot like an empty soda can and practically tearing the foe in two. The green-haired teen springed off of the robotic husk and continued his assault, bouncing above and between enemy lines, tearing into the robotic soldiers like a guerrilla warfare tactician. In mere minutes, the street was littered with the scraps and weapons of Hatsum's army, with Izuku sitting on the ground in the center of it. The teen was trying to catch his breath as he surveyed the carnage around him. Even if he had only used it a few times, he could tell that epic battle music was taxing on his stamina, even for a 3.5-minute song like Bipolar Nightmare. Green Guy. A force slammed into Izuku's shoulder, knocking the teen flat on his back as he stared back up at bub. The greenette began to panic as Hatsum's generous bust was forced into his vision. Trying to keep at least a shred of dignity, Izuku looked up towards Hatsum's beaming smile, an excited glint in her eyes. Partner up with me, she exclaimed. Hold up what? Hatsume ranked up. Now rank 5. Partners in something. And here I thought she would be angry you busted up her precious babies. I didn't even agree to anything yet. We could make the ultimate inventing team. The pink-haired inventor went on, not even fazed by Izuku's dumbfounded and slightly apprehensive expression. With me making the babies and you testing them out, we could make some of the best babies known to man. Think of all the dash. Okay, that's enough. Much like a mother cat picking up her children, Power Loader grabbed Hatsum by the back of her tank top, lifting her off Izuku and placing her behind him. Toshinori held out a hand to his protege, which the greenette graciously accepted. Power Loader turned back and bowed to Izuku. "I'm sorry about her. It really looks like you got her attention." Izuku blushed and scratched the back of his head. "Oh no, it's all right. I can kind of understand where she's coming from, but she's Dada." The support course teacher only laughed lightly. "I know what you're getting at, Midoriya. Don't worry, I'll try and keep her from hunting you down for more partnership offers. Oh, and thank you so much for doing this. The workshop's going to look a lot tidier without the pile of broken inventions littering the floor." "Again, Sensei, I can't throw out what has so much potential. And I keep telling you that it's fine, but you need to organize your things. Chaotic organization is my specialty and you know it." Both teacher and student walked down the street, leaving Izuku and his own teacher alone on the battlefield. Once the two people were out of sight, Toshinori put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Good job, my boy. You took up the air attacks fast." Izuku smiled at his mentor. "Thank you. Using the air to launch attacks feels so unreal." "It's going to be like that for a while, Midoriya Shounen," Toshinori said with a smile. "In fact, the first few months of me using One for All was in awe and shock of the power that I could wield. I had never felt anything like that before." "You hadn't?" Izuku trailed off before he turned to All Might. "Wait, were you?" The skeletal man nodded. "Yes, I too am quirkless." Izuku's eyes widened in shock. "It wasn't as uncommon as it is today, but I experienced some hardship due to my lack of ability. Despite that, I wanted to do everything in my power to help people, whether they were deserving of it or not. Luckily, I met my master, the one who passed on One for All to me, and she trained me to be a hero who gives others hope. I couldn't have become the hero I am today without her help." A moment of silence ran over Ground Beta as the skeletal hero took on an aura of melancholy. His sunken eyes seemed to stare out into the distance, looking at a time long past. She must have been a great master," Izuku said quietly, half touched by his master's speech and half sorrowful that he, if his suspicions were correct, would never get to meet the person who made the #1 hero who he is. Toshinori let out a sigh. Yes, she was." Another moment of silence before the skeletal man patted Izuku on the shoulder. "Now come on. I'm sure Uraraka Shounen is dying to be with you again, especially since I tore you from her so spontaneously while you were cuddling." The #1 hero grinned his jovial skeletal grin as his protege blushed a deep crimson, spluttering as he went. And so it went, the students of Class 1A, 1B, and even several students not in the hero course doing everything that they could to prepare for the event that could change their lives, until the sports festival, 0. Izuku stood outside of the sports festival stadium, staring up at the towering structure as his classmates all walked in. Looking back and sighing in playful exasperation, Ochako turned back and grabbed onto her distracted boyfriend's hand and pulled him along. Snapped out of his reverie, Izuku looked to the participant entrance in determination. It was time to make his mark on the world. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Quirks, the game One for All. Level, 12, skill points, 60. Stats. Strength, how the hell does one punch in All Might and live? Constitution, kinda sorta died and lived to not tell the tale. Vitality, pretty sure exposure to Ochako's cuteness draws out lifespans. Intelligence, got somewhat smarter, yet also got somewhat dumber too. Wisdom, could possibly invent time travel, still hasn't noticed that Sundra. Luck, 1.5 girlfriend says a lot. Charisma, still a cinnamon roll. Perks, analyze, rank, max. Weak point, rank, 1. Cooking, rank, max. Culinary commando, rank, 1. Thick skin, rank, max. Absolute guard, rank, 2. Gamer's mind, rank, max. Rank 3. Calming presence, rank, 6. Epic battle music, rank, 2. Confidant abilities. -0 gravity, Ochako Uraraka, rank, 2. Izuku sweat nervously as he took a brief once-over of his stats for the 12th time. It was the day of UA's annual sports festival, an event that had far outstripped the once nationally acclaimed Olympics early on in the era of Quirks. People from all across Japan would come to see the fantastical event. Heroes of all ranks came in order to pick out their sidekicks for internships and work studies. Not to mention that the event would be broadcast to the entire world, billions of people getting to see what the next generation of heroes were made of. And Izuku was in the middle of it all. It was as nerve-wracking as it was exciting. Right now he was in the Class 1A waiting room, his classmates conversing amongst themselves as they waited to be called out. The greenette was sitting on one side of the room, shaking like a leaf as Ochako sat by his side, a comforting hand, pinky up, rubbing his back as they sat in silence. Despite the light air in the room, Izuku couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding, like someone was going to come up and... Midoriya. At the dull but firm word of Todoroki, all conversations stopped as everyone turned to see the heterochromatic girl stand in front of their class representative. The class rep himself looked up at his classmate, a feeling of nervousness in his stomach. He pushed it aside as he asked, "What's up, Todoroki-san? Objectively speaking, you and I are the strongest in our class." The long-haired girl began. In the back, a raging Kaken was being held back by Ijiro, mouth covered to keep her from spouting obscenities. That being said, I don't care about that. This is a competition, and I will be the one to win it. So consider this a declaration of war against you. Todoroki stood there as she finished, seeing if he was going to say anything. So, Hud spoke, or rather, typed up, "How do you want to deal with this bullshit? Don't engage, Todoroki. Challenge Todoroki. And why is this a choice?" Izuku though to himself before he got up from his seat, standing just an inch taller than the fire and ice user. Before he could speak, Kaminari placed a hand on Todoroki's shoulder, a worried smile on his face. "Hey, guys, come on. Why are we even talking about this? I mean, we're all friends, aren't we, Dash?" The heterochromatic girl shrugged the electric user's hand off her shoulder. "I didn't come here to make friends," she stated, giving Kaminari a deathly side-eye. "My only goal is to become stronger." "Oh, Midoriya?" She turned back to the green-haired teen. "What do you say to that? You want my honest opinion?" The greenette asked, earning a nod from his challenger. Taking a deep breath, Izuku looked straight into Todoroki's eyes, a determined and unmoving expression on his face. "I think you're underestimating the rest of us," he said, making the heterochromatic girl's eyes widen a bit in surprise. "We both might be the strongest in our class according to you, but Kaken has the best chance of beating us in a one-on-one fight." Izuku nodded over at the explosive blonde, who stopped her violent struggling at the sound of her nickname. "Kaminari has attacks that can hit us faster than we can even blink." The yellow-haired teen in question gave his class rep a surprised and slightly prideful look, and Yaoyorozu, sweet Christ, Yaoyorozu, can make literally anything that can counter just about anything that you or I can throw at her. Momo clutched a hand over her heart, a small blush and a look of awe adorning her face. Izuku stepped forward, now mere inches the only thing between the two Hero Corps students as the determined glare in his eyes grew a bit fiercer. "So go ahead, Todoroki-san, challenge me. Single me out of this group. I'll come at you with everything I got. But don't be surprised when someone from this class, or any other class for that matter, takes you out of the running." Izuku finished, standing firm. There was a moment of silence, the two of them just staring at each other with unwavering glares, before the intercom crackled to life and a robotic woman's voice spoke out. "All classes, please make your way out of the waiting rooms and out to the field. We will begin shortly." The greenette looked up and smiled, turning away from Todoroki and clapping his hands together. "Okay guys, you heard her. Let's get out there and show the world what we're made of." Most of Class 1A cheered and began making their way out of the room, the tension from Todoroki's interruption completely evaporating. The chromatic girl stayed behind, looking at her class file out. One of her peers, the blonde Pomeranian-looking one, gave her a deep glare before she too walked out of the room. Izuku was the last at the door, turning back to the fire and ice user with his hand outstretched. "Well?" he asked, a warm smile on his face. "Are you coming?" Todoroki stood there for a few more seconds before she walked to the door, brushing past the greenette as she made her way down the hall with the rest of her class. It didn't matter what he said about her class, she was still going to win this. For the sake of her mom. That and to prove to her BSRD of a father that she wasn't his to control. Outside in the stadium, the seats were teeming with heroes and civilians alike, the stands already reaching maximum capacity within the hour. Due to the popularity of the event, even one seat alone cost on average 100,000 yen. So you can imagine the surprise of Inko when she learned that her seat was prepaid by a certain skeletal man. "I really must thank you again, Yagi-san," the short woman said as she sat next to the skeletal man. She had met Yagi about a half a year ago, when Izuku had practically dragged the figure to her house for dinner. Once she had learned that he was the one who was training her beloved son with his quirk, she first berated Izuku for 5 minutes on the importance of letting her know these sorts of things before insisting that the man should stay for dinner, since he looked like a bag of bones. Over the course of the next 6 months, Yagi came to the house every so often for dinner. His work schedule was a bit weird in her opinion, only having to do something for 3 hours every day before his schedule was clear. And the times jumped around too, even going into random hours of the night. But despite the weirdness of his schedule, Yagi made it a point to at least have dinner at the Midoriya residence 3 times a month, both to have a relaxing meal and to inform Inko on the progress of her son's training. Last night, she had received a call from the emaciated man that he had bought her a ticket to go see her son perform at the UA Sports Festival. Of course, she was a bit conflicted, both eager to see her son compete and trying to assure Yagi-san that he didn't need to buy her a ticket and that she was content with just watching the event on TV. Eventually, the skeletal trainer got her to give in when he said that it was his way of showing her how far her son has come for her own eyes. Now, the skeletal man sat beside her in a more VIP section of the stands, where they were able to have tables and order food from their seats. He scratched the back of his head and said, "You don't have to thank me, Midoriya-san. I just wanted to let you see your son perform live in action." The green-haired woman gave him the Midoriya brand's sunshine smile. "And I wholly appreciate that, Yagi-san. See why I do have to keep thanking you for this." Without missing a beat, the skeletal man pulled out a pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses from his right pocket and put them over his chronically sunken eyes. "And I say that you don't have to because you've clearly expressed that appreciation." Inko stopped smiling and blinked. Do you just have those rarity folks?" The voice of Present Mike blasted from the loudspeakers, getting the 2 adults' attention. "Are you ready for the event of the year?" The crowded stadium began to cheer, heroes and civilians alike excited for what UA and its classes had in store for them this year. "Then let's get to it," the vocal hero shouted as a group began to walk out of the tunnel on the side of the stadium. On the opposite end of the stadium from where Inko and Yagi were, a large screen was taking a zoomed-up video of the group, playing it back live and from cinematic angles. "You recognize these guys and gals from the news. They've already had a tangle with villains and what this career has to offer, and still they walk on proud. Put your hands together for Class 1A. This time, Inko cheered along with the crowd as she saw her baby boy leading the class. Somewhere behind Inko, a couple was shouting out, "Momo," and "That's our baby." The green-haired woman didn't even listen to the rest of the classes being announced as she thought about Izuku. She had missed her son dearly when he had moved into the dorms, so seeing him now was a fresh sight. He looked nervous. Very nervous, for that matter. Still, with all the incredible things that he's been able to do in the past year, Inko was sure her son would pull through. He had proven it to her this past year, after all. The short mother clasped her hands together as the last class finished walking onto the field. "Go get Izuku. I know you can do it." Next to her, Toshinori looked down at the field with a smile, ready to see his protégé make his mark on the world. When all the first-year students had gathered in the stadium, a panel slid out from in front of them, revealing a raising platform with a well-known teacher of theirs standing on it. She had what essentially amounted to a DMNTRX suit, studded around the arm and leg holes, while underneath she had a very thin LTX bodysuit that covered her extremities. Attached to her waist was a simple black whip, which in and of itself flourished her dominant appearance. A pointed domino mask was covering the top half of her face, which in hindsight didn't do much to cover her identity. To top it all off, her wild post-SEC style hair ran down to her waist, which could have arguably been her staple. The R-rated heroine, Midnight, had arrived. With a crack of her whip, she silenced anyone who was still talking in the crowd of first years. She then lifted a microphone that she had at somewhere and said with enthusiasm, "Hello there, everyone, and welcome to the 23rd Annual Sports Festival." The crowded stadium went wild with cheers and applause, their cries echoing up and out of the stadium. Midnight smiled wide. "I can hear the excitement today. And you should be excited, since this year we have a promising crop of hero hopefuls and hero wannabes, all raring to show their stuff." But first, the R-rated hero suddenly held out a hand to Izuku. "Our first-place entrance examinee has to make his big speech." The greenette in question paled. "You forgot to make a speech, didn't you? That I didn't even know I had to do this in the first place. Dude, you watched the previous sports festivals. You should have known this was a thing by now. It's kinda hard to remember these sorts of things when you got anxiety, god damn it." "Midoriya?" Izuku snapped out of his thoughts, noticing the slightly confused and slightly concerned look of Midnight staring down at him from the podium. "Are you okay?" Taking the current events in stride, the greenette nodded rapidly before he made his way onto the podium. He heard a few people snicker as he made his way through the crowd of people. He silently thanked Midnight and turned to the crowd. Very, very large crowd of. "Oh sweet Kami almighty, I can't do this. Hey whoa dude, calm down. Your stress levels are getting a lot higher than usual, and that's saying something." Izuku could only gulp as he stared at the crowded stadium, who was beginning to mutter as he just stood there. He had to say something, anything, just to make this pressure stop. "Hey, Izuku." His own voice, or rather, HUD's, flashed through his head with the next notification. "Remember that you are here." Suddenly it was like the pressure rapidly building in his stomach suddenly just shrunk. Sure, it was still there, but it was a tiny ball compared to the snowballing pressure that threatened to break him from the inside. Gamer's mind has taken effect, negating the self-caused psychological damage and restraint. The greenette took a breath before a small smile graced his lips. "Go time. If you had asked me a year ago where I thought I would be." Izuku started, causing the muttering crowd to go silent and for the approaching Midnight to stop in her tracks. "I wouldn't tell you here. For a large part of my life, I grew up believing that I had a useless quirk, one that would just be a minor annoyance if anything. But despite that, I wanted to be a hero that saves everyone just like All Might." Izuku looked down a bit, his eyes downcast, but all I got from that was scorn and mockery. No one believed me, even my own idol at first when I told him my ridiculous pipe dream. At this point the crowd, and even Izuku's own class, were staring at him with looks of wonder and confusion. He clearly had to have a strong quirk. He was in Class 1A, after all. How could he get in if he didn't have a strong quirk? But then I did something well, pretty stupid in hindsight, but it did two things for me that day. The greenette held up a finger as he continued. 1. It awakened my quirk, turning it from this useless part of my body into something that has saved my life multiple times. And 2. Izuku put up another finger as he smiled big. Despite my insane actions that day, it showed my idol that I did have what it takes to become a hero. Inspired by his belief in me, I trained harder than I had ever trained in my life. I felt that I was behind when it came to my peers, both physically and with their quirks. I wasn't just powerful overnight. For the greater portion of a year, I trained as hard as I could, desperate to catch up to the people who had a 10-year start on what I couldn't use. Izuku let out a small laugh, and it all paid off. I'm in freaking UA, and in the hero course to top it all off. It still feels like some sort of dream, like I could just wake up and I'll find myself back a year ago with nothing having changed. But I know this is real, the greenette smiled down at his girlfriend, because there have been some people who helped me assure that it is. Leaving the brunette to blush at his vague comment, he pressed on. And knowing that, I want to give a message not to just my peers, but to anyone who thinks that they can't do what they strive to do, that think that they're not good enough. The greenette held up his fist to the air, a confident grin on his face. Never be afraid to show the world what you're made of. If you follow my advice, then I'll see you when you reach the top. Izuku walked over to an awestruck Midnight and handed her the mic when he heard the patter of applause. Looking out to the stands, he saw more and more people putting their hands together. It rapidly evolved into a roar as the stadium lit up with applause, the sound becoming near deafening with the amount of people present. Izuku looked down to see that his class was clapping along with the crowd, a few wolf whistles coming from a select few, Ashido and Hakagure. The greenette immediately spotted Ochako, whose beaming smile was like a lighthouse on a foggy night. Any nerves that he still had were cut down by both his girlfriend and the satisfaction of delivering that impromptu speech. As he made his way to stand by the bubbly brunette, Izuku felt like he could take on the world. A wonderful and inspiring speech from our first-place examinee. Midnight called into the microphone, earning her another rousing applause from the crowd. Now then, with the formalities out of the way, it's time to decide our first year's first event. The R-rated heroine extravagantly waved a hand to a giant screen that slid out of the ground behind her, revealing a large digital roulette wheel with different words on them. Oh hey, looks like the nerves came back. Now, the first event of the sports festival Theus. Midnight drew out as the digital roulette will span rapidly around, slowly yet surely coming to a stop on an obstacle course. The risque heroine shouted, the crowd following up with a cheer. Now listen up. Midnight shouted into the mic as she cracked her whip. The course takes place on the perimeter of the stadium, which will be divided into 4 obstacles that you have to overcome. Do whatever you can to get around them, but no crossing the outside divider to get around the obstacles. Teaming up is allowed, but so is intentional sabotage, as long as no one is severely harmed. Now, I'd like everyone to line up at the entranceway over to your left so we can get this race started. The pro-heroine gestured with her whip at the large, narrow archway that led through the stadium wall itself. The 10 different classes all began to make their way over to the archway, varying looks of determination etched on their faces. After the rather inspiring speech of the number 1 examinee, which, to a couple of conceited blondes and a stoic girl, an unspoken challenge, they were all ready to give it their all. None of them were ready for what the obstacle course had in store for them. Location, time, 10:04 a.m. GST. Infuriating. That kid was absolutely infuriating. Shigaraki sat in darkness as his computer played a live feed of the sports festival. The camera was trained on the green-haired brat as he chatted with some brown-haired NPC next to him. That haughty speech of his made Shigaraki's blood absolutely boil. The stupid hero wannabe was almost as infuriating as All Might, and he absolutely despised the man. If his master wanted to see the mountain of muscle fall from his pedestal as the symbol of peace, then Shigaraki would wish for that same thing. Shigaraki. Speaking of his master. The cyan-haired villain turned to the television that had blared to life on the other side of his room, revealing a shadowed-out silhouette in front of a nondescript black background. The static of the CCTV blurred his image a bit, but Shigaraki could faintly see the malformed wrinkles of his sensei's reformed bald head and the respiratory mask that lay on his face. Every time, the sight only proceeded to anger the cyan-haired man. The BSRD of peace, the final boss to his quest, had done this to his master, the man who had done so much to help him after. Mika. Pay attention to these students, Shigaraki. The voice of his master snapped the villain out of his reverie, for these students could end up one day being the heroes that seek to prevent you from reaching your goal. Shigaraki couldn't help but reach up to the dismembered hands that rested on his right bicep before stopping, jerking himself back to the computer monitor displaying the sports festival. As you wish, master. Besides, one of these brats is already on my kill list. He could feel his master's intrigue radiating from the television across the room. Oh, and who was it that angered you so greatly? Were they the reason you went after your compatriot's prized wine collection? The cyan-haired villain growled, this plain-looking green-haired brat. He started fighting my Nomo like it was some sort of low-leveled grunt. Took it out like it was just trash to him. I'll kill that shitstain, show him he's the low-level grunt here. A laugh came from the television. That's the spirit, Shigaraki. That anger is what you need to take what is yours. But for now, you're not ready. Focus on the future heroes, analyze their moves. They will be the next generation in the way of your goal, but if you know of their strengths and weaknesses beforehand, then you will ultimately triumph over them. I wish you luck. With that last message, the television turned itself off, leaving the computer monitor as the only source of light in his room. Focusing back on the event at hand, which the NPCs already looked ready to begin, Shigaraki kept in mind the instructions his master left for him. Everyone had a weakness, he knew that. His master had drilled that lesson into his head at an early age. To win battles, you had to find and exploit the weaknesses of your opponent. It was the same concept as fighting enemies in almost every video game. So Shigaraki was going to watch, to observe. Put his analysis perk to use. Find those weaknesses. And crush the world of heroes under his heel. Starting with the green-haired brat. As everyone prepared to start the first event, Izuku was a bundle of nerves and excitement. This was his first sports festival, he had to do well in it. At the very least, he had to make it to the third round. All Might was counting on high. And start. To understand the next set of events, dear reader, you must first understand a certain thing about Izuku. Whenever he goes into his extreme internal monologue mode, as seen in this moment, the greenette becomes completely ignorant to the world around him. His mother had to deal with this recurring problem whenever he'd enter this mindset and was too close to a hero fight as a kid. In these moments, there were only two things that could snap him out of his reverie. One was the mention of All Might in any way, shape, or form. The promise of All Might merch usually got the greenette to break his mental barrier. The other more reaction-inducing method was extremely loud noises. And boy, were those reactions extreme. As soon as Present Mike had shouted into his mic, Izuku became severely startled. The panic that ran through his mind instantly activated his fight or flight response, which apparently was tied to his direct control of One for All. His right leg, which was his starting leg, was pumped with One for All, a substantial amount more than he had originally planned on using, resulting in well. Imagine a blue and green 5 feet 7 inches bullet shooting down the narrow passageway, the force of his jump like a pressurized blast from an air cannon that knocked anyone within a 10-meter radius flat on their butts. The greenette had soared over the heads of his confused and startled classmates, his head almost slamming into the ceiling as he shot out the other side of the tunnel. The greenette couldn't even hear the commentary of Present Mike as he immediately clenched his teeth and grabbed his leg, the pain throbbing throughout everything below his knee. It definitely felt like he pulled a few muscles, maybe fractured some bones. A notification popped up as the greenette began his descent, eyes beginning to water from the pain. DMN, it looks like you boosted to 20% that time. Definitely F'd with your body, from what I've been told. Pro tip, try not doing that again. Gee, thanks for that. Really helpful. Izuku muttered to himself as he summoned One for All again, this time sticking to a low 8% as he landed on the dirt track, going into a combat roll before launching again with his left leg. It was a bit awkward since he was essentially hopping around on one foot, unable to run on his right leg. Suddenly, the air grew cold, literally. Trusting pure survival instinct, Izuku jumped up just as a wave of ice froze the dirt course below him. The greenette looked behind him to see Shoko standing right in front of the archway, the lower part of her right foot completely covered in frost. Behind her, the bottom half of the archway was covered in a thick sheet of ice, blocking all but a few students inside the narrow passageway. The heterochromatic girl was giving Izuku her signature stoic glare, but he could feel the hidden intensity in her eyes as she continued running. Well, sheet, Izuku said as he boosted to 12%, not wanting to deal with whatever beef Shoko had with him right now. Hopping on one leg was awkward, but he managed to make it work. As the greenette boosted off, Shoko heard a distinctive cracking behind her. Eyes widening, she turned her head in time to see the ice wall she had set up shatter with a mighty boom. A blur of blonde shot out and darted past her, the volatile heat reminding her too much of her father. Listen up, icy hot. The blonde Pomeranian shouted as Shoko turned, seeing the manic grin she was flashing back at her. It's just like Deku said, you're underestimating the wrong people. The blonde blasted off in hot pursuit of their class president. Especially me, she called over her shoulder. Wasting no more time, Shoko planted her right foot on the ground and continuously created a pillar of ice that propelled her along the now frozen-over track. She needed to be first in this event, otherwise she would only be proving her old man's point. Meanwhile, Izuku was steadily finding his rhythm as he hopped across the track, favoring his left. He needed to be fast, but he couldn't afford to bust up his good leg. Even the measly 12% he was going at was beginning to sting. Taking a glance behind him, Izuku dropped his percentage down to 8, feeling the stress leave his leg as he settled at a comfortable level. Hopefully none of the obstacles were going to be any trouble. And it looks like our first-place racer Izuku Midoriya is approaching the second obstacle of this course, the Robo Inferno. Wait, second obstacle? Since when did dash? Warning! Several disaster bosses are within your vicinity. Fight at your own risk. Danger! Over 10 disaster bosses are within your vicinity. Don't be a dumbass. Izuku looked ahead and expectedly paled at the sight. In front of him was a huge horde of zero-pointer robots, each rolling on massive tank treads in order to get to their first target. Scattered around them were an entourage of one-pointers and a few two-pointers, all ready to take him down. Nope, not dealing with that. Izuku once again boosted to 12% and launched himself at an upward angle. He sailed straight at the front leading zero-pointer's robotic head. The huge mechanism responded in kind by trying to swipe its huge metal hand to snatch the green-haired teen out of the air. It proved to be too slow as the greenette zoomed past the mechanical hand, landing on top of the robotic beast's giant camera lens. Using his arm's strength and momentum, Izuku grabbed the top of the lens frame and launched himself to the top of the zero-pointer's head. After that, it was a simple manner of hopping from one humongous robot to the next as they all stumbled around, too large and robust to be able to move around in a crowd. Some of the swinging arms of the zero-pointers ended up slamming into their brethren as they made desperate grabs for their tiny target, causing them to lose some armor plating or even cause their camera lenses to crack, effectively blinding them. Izuku managed to get out of the second obstacle with relative ease, leaving the flailing robots behind him as he continued. And Izuku Midoriya takes the high road as he weaves over the grasping hands of the zero-pointers. Let's see if he can keep up the momentum as he continues on to the third event. Again, when did we pass the first obstacle? Izuku asked himself as he hobbled on, testing out the feeling of his right leg as he went. Back with the rest of the pack, Katsumi and Shoko were in a high-speed race with each other, the blonde having a slight lead over the split-haired girl. As they both began getting close to the horde of the Robo Inferno, Katsumi scowled at the absence of a certain greenette before she positioned her palms beneath her, letting loose two considerably powerful explosions that both launched her into the air and ended up destabilizing the pillar of ice that Shoko was surfing on. The heterochromatic girl quickly adjusted herself so that she jumped off her pillar and hit the ground running, the frost on her leg cracking and falling off with each step that she took. The horde of zero-pointer robots, like when they were trying to catch their previous green-haired target, tried their best to swipe the explosive blonde out of the air, but Katsumi proved to be too acrobatic to be caught. She was weaving through the metallic fingers of the zero-pointers with a grace and style that you wouldn't really expect from a girl like Katsumi. The only real thing that assured anyone who saw her that she was the real deal was the cocky grin that was still plastered on her face. Suddenly a body zoomed past her just as she had dodged another hand swiping at her, causing the blonde to lose control over her propulsion for a second before she righted herself in the air. Righting herself in the air, she shot a menacing glare at the person who passed her, but her eyes suddenly widened in surprise as she recognized the person as, "What the F dash, round face?" Katsumi screeched as she propelled herself forward again. "How the F do you get so fast?" Ochako turned back to the raging blonde as she hopped off another zero-pointer's head. Her face was a little green from keeping herself weightless, but she still had a wide smile on her face. "That's a secret," the brunette called behind her before she bounded off. "Thanks for leading the charge here, Blasty." A voice called behind Katsumi, prompting the blonde to swivel her head to see Tape Face and Bird BSRD following after her, Tape Face using his quirk to swing from his elbows like Spider-Man while Bird BSRD was using that shadow thing of his to add extra oomph to his jumps, scaling the distance between each of the zero-pointers' heads. With an irritated huff, Katsumi wordlessly blasted off, now in pursuit of the brunette who had passed her up. Down below, a certain split-haired girl was weaving in between the treads of the zero-pointers, making sure to freeze the gears of the treads as she got close to each one. Coming out of the end of the pack, Shoko turned around and slammed her hand into the ground, causing a wave of glaciers to spawn from where her hand was. The small glaciers lifted the zero-pointers off of the ground and was formed in such a way that there were different interconnected tunnels riddled under the mass of bots, all leading from one side of the horde to the other. As Shoko ran off, many of the competitors who just arrived on the scene due to the narrow tunnel at the start of the race as well as the interference of the ice user immediately took the chance of going through the tunnels to quickly bypass the Robo Inferno. What they all didn't notice, however, was that the icy foundation of the tunnels were intentionally made unstable to begin with. Paired with the extreme weight of the zero-pointer horde, the tunnels were only active for about 15 seconds before all pillars collapsed almost in sync, causing the ice and robots to crash down on the students who went into the tunnels, effectively trapping them. Ironically enough, it mainly just trapped the business and general courses, with the hero and support courses having either busted their way out of the rubble, Kirishima being a noteworthy example, or straight up just didn't make it in time to enter the now collapsed tunnels, honestly grateful that they were too slow. Back with our lovable Greenette, we see him hopping with the power of 8%, still having to favor his left leg. Damn it, this is getting annoying, and I'm not even halfway through the events yet. Izuku mentally complained as his right calf throbbed. And who knows how far off I am from the other competitors. Kakin and Todoroki could be catching up quick for all I know. And now our first place favorite Izuku Midoriya has found himself at our third obstacle of the day. He Chasm of Despair. Who comes up with these names? Izuku heard the tired voice of Aizawa-sensei ask through the intercom. Don't judge my incredible thematic naming scheme, Eraser. Present Mike exclaimed with enthusiasm through the speakers before the feed cut out. Izuku skid to a stop, his left foot inches away from a sharp drop into a pitch-black chasm. The chasm stretched off for at least 100 yards, the only land in between being rocky platforms of varying size, each connected to each other by strands of rope pulled taut. The Greenette smiled to himself. Dang, this should be easier than the last obstacle. Keeping the steady flow of full cowling on his body, Izuku jumped from where he stood at the edge to one of the closer platforms in front of him. The Greenette barely made it to the edge as he performed a combat roll to break his fall. Dusting the dirt off his P uniform, Izuku looked at the other platforms that created his path. Okay then, he said to himself, charging one for all to 10%, one down, about 20 more to go. Ochako didn't know using her quirk could feel this exhilarating. The brunette let out a whoop of excitement as she bounced off the last zero-pointer, letting her weightlessness cause her to sail through the air like a paper airplane with a tailwind. The sick feeling in her stomach was still there, but for the moment it was utterly overshadowed by the thrill of bouncing around like a ball, using people, the ground, and robots to boost herself forward. Heck, she already passed up Katsumi, and her quirk was literally Mada for speed. Is this how Izuku feels when he uses one for all? She mindlessly wondered as she landed on the ground before launching herself again, physics only aiding her as she flew. Honestly, she had to thank her boyfriend later. Ever since he had accidentally found out how to do full cowling, the boy had been playing a bunch of parkour-based video games to try and find the best moves for his style. When Aizawa-sensei had announced the sports festival, the brunette knew that she needed a way to better herself, a way to make her stand out to scouting heroes. After a bit of deliberation, she remembered her boyfriend's parkour training and wondered if that could help her in any way. The day after what Mina dubbed the beach episode, Ochako utilized ground beta, with supervision from Cementos and 13, in order to test out her theory. And good God, did her theory work. Within days, the brunette was bouncing around the fake buildings with gusto. Sure, she wasn't as coordinated as her green-haired boyfriend was, but she could definitely move around. And best of all, it did wonders for her constitution, now having a better time of keeping her lunch down when she used her quirk on herself. And Ochako Uraraka soars over the competition, landing herself in a lofty second place. The brunette smiled at that. Second place. She was making some great time. And she was catching up with Izuku. In almost no time at all, Ochako found herself at the chasm of despair. Wasting no time, she bounced herself again and practically flew over the different platforms. Looking down at one of the smaller platforms on her right, she saw the iconic green hair of her boyfriend, the sparks of one for all glowing around his form. Her shadow ended up passing over his platform, causing the greenette to look up and stare at his girlfriend in shock. Feeling a surge of cockiness, the brunette gave a curt wave and shouted down, "I'll see you at the finish line, hon," before bouncing off once again. She was gonna win this. Izuku loved his girlfriend. Really he did. But if she thought that he was gonna just let her win so easily, she had another thing coming. "Hey, Hud," Izuku called out in his mind, "does epic battle music boost my perks performance at all?" "Nope. Sorry dude." Hud answered immediately. He could feel the smirk forming on his Quirk's face. "Although, it does just so happen to boost your body's natural durability and healing processes, so." The greenette smirked, "Say no more." Reading his mind, his Quirk decided to play something appropriate for this situation. Now playing Main Laban Monster, Wolfenstein, the new Colossus OST. Feeling the rush of adrenaline coursing through his veins, Izuku immediately boosted his power to 17% and jumped, causing another blast of air as he launched himself. Just as he jumped though, a loud boom caused the greenette to turn his head, seeing Kaken in hot pursuit. And it looks like she saw him too, since her eyes widened before her explosions suddenly got larger, boosting the blonde forward as she slowly but surely approached the soaring greenette and floating brunette. Taking advantage of the blonde's focus on catching up, Izuku whipped around in the air, middle finger poised and ready to flick. "Sorry about this, Kaken," the greenette shouted before he fired, sending a blast of air hurtling at Katsumi's face. The explosive blonde, traveling at too fast of a velocity to properly dodge out of the way, took the blast of air straight to the face, causing her to do a multitude of flips backwards. The force of her still active explosions made her careen into another student who had caught up to them, a girl with split floating body parts who had unfortunately not been paying attention to the chaos in front of her in an attempt to trip up Todoroki. The blonde flew off, shouting intelligible curses at the greenette all the way. Satisfied with his work, Izuku turned back to start chasing after Ochako. The brunette had gotten slightly farther away when he was dealing with Kaken, so he had to make up some ground. Dropping to the ground, the greenette tested out his right foot while running. It still hurt, but he could run on it, so he made his mad dash once again, the cameras trained on his form only seeing a green bolt of lightning as he went. Seeing the green-haired teen running off ahead, Shoko made a risky choice and slammed her right foot into the ground, ice and frost firing from the sole of her foot to propel the teen in an arc so that she was surfing on top of an icy pillar to the other side of the chasm of despair. Just when she was about to make it to the other side, the curved pillar's base snapped, breaking from the overbearing weight on one side and causing the structure to fall. This did nothing to impede the split-haired girl, however, as she just jumped off the falling pillar and hit the ground with both feet, immediately using her ice to boost herself forward like she had been doing. The icy pillar behind her slammed on top of one of the platforms, shattering in a glittering shower of crystals as they fell into the shadowy pit below. Toshinori Yagi had seen a lot of proud mothers in his time as a hero, each one happy for their children's accomplishments. Izuku Midoriya, however, had to top them all as the most passionate of them. "Go Izuku! You're doing amazing!" The short woman cheered at the top of her lungs, smiling wide as her son was shown on screen bolting off like the flash of green lightning that he was. The skeletal man next to her could only chuckle softly at this display of support. In truth, Toshinori was as ecstatic for Izuku to win as his mother was, though since he was also his teacher, he was afraid of showing favoritism towards him. It wouldn't be right to just feel pride in his successor and not the rest of his class. It didn't matter if the boy was impressing him with each step that he made in the race. Totally not trying to play favorites. Screw it. He was a proud mentor, favoritism be dmed. Toshinori pumped both fists into the air, his trademark smile doing its best to shine through his gaunt features. "Go, Midoriya Shounen, go." Inko flashed a wide smile to the emaciated man next to her before the two continued cheering on Izuku with gusto, proud of how far the boy had come. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our racers reached the last obstacle of the event, the field of unexpected surprises. The name is Aizawa deadpanned, sounding absolutely done with life. "Not all of them are gonna be bangers, Eraser." Izuku and Ochako weren't even listening to the pair's banter as they just stared at an empty dirt field. A deceptively barren empty dirt field, to be exact. Something was wrong with it, anyone who had an IQ above 60 could tell that. But just what was wrong with "Sayonara, Class 1A?" A snobbish voice shouted from behind them, causing the couple to turn around. A blonde-haired blur darted past the two at high speeds, knocking the 2-0 and their buttes as he raced onto the field ahead. "It's time for Class 1B to sure." Boom! An explosion promptly shut the blur up as he was launched into the sky, his body smoking as he soared along. Izuku and Ochako could only stare in shock as the boy landed a few feet behind them, his uniform singed and torn and his legs oddly enough revealing exhaust pipes not dissimilar from Ida's own. They could see the whites of his eyes even as he coughed up some smoke. The kid was unconscious. Those motherfuckers put out mines. What the F is wrong with this school? Izuku couldn't help but agree with his quirk as he turned back to the now smoking crater only 10 yards away from him. So the place in front of him was a minefield, with no way of indicating where the other mines were. Next to the crater. It looked like the dirt there had been upturned compared to the matted dirt surrounding it. The dirt looked like it was slightly piled, most likely so that the mines had enough room so that the pressure of a body could still be registered when it was stepped on. Taking a closer look at the field, these spots now stood out like sore thumbs, each spot spaced out by about a meter. Not much room for footholds. Maybe if he took this slowly he could. And Ochako Uraraka has decided to fly over the field, completely avoiding the mines. Damn it, he got stuck in his head again. Throwing caution to the wind, Izuku took several steps back before charging the full 17% of his current limit. The timer at the top of his HUD told him that he had 13 seconds to go before epic battle music was done. Not wanting to waste any more time, the greenette bolted forward, pushing his legs as hard as they could go, and leaped with all his might. The next part he couldn't really be blamed for. Deku. A familiar and very set-off voice shouted out to him, causing the cold feeling of dread to spike throughout his body. The greenette only had time to turn his head and question, "How the F?" before the rocketing blonde's body slammed into his gut, forcing the air from his lungs as he got pulled along by the force of her explosions. Katsumi was said, very, very effing said, so it was quite understandable that she probably didn't think her whole plan through on ramming into her ex-childhood friend whilst blasting over a minefield with the full force of her explosions. The force of her blasts alone were enough to detonate the rather sensitive mines that littered the ground, causing any of the mines she passed to blow. To make matters worse, almost half of the mines on the field were arranged in such a way that they would cause a chain reaction, subsequently blowing up more mines in the process. To sum things up, both the force of Katsumi Bakugo's explosions combined with the extra propulsion from the chain exploding mines had forced both Blonde and Greenette to barrel through the opening of the tunnel, the final stretch of the race. Somehow through the struggle for air and the absolute abuse of his equilibrium, Izuku latched onto Kaken in a protective hug, his subconscious mind only registering that he needed to keep her safe. The two bounced across the dirt floor of the tunnel, the greenette doing his best to take the brunt of the impacts as they rolled. It definitely wasn't helping his struggling lungs, but pure instinct told him to not let go. He could faintly make out the blur of Ochako's chocolate brown hair as they tumbled past her. Finally, the two teens had rolled to a stop, the two laying side by side as Izuku finally managed to catch his breath. His back and left shoulder were worse for wear, a feeling which was only made worse when epic battle music finally ran out. He barely registered Katsumi ripping herself free of his grip as he tried to fight off the pain from his abused muscles. A calloused hand latched onto his forearm and roughly pulled him up, causing a sharp knife of pain to slice through his upper back. Through the wavy vision, Izuku looked up and saw, to his surprise, Kaken holding onto his arm. She was giving the greenette a look of anger, but something in her eyes was throwing him off, a look he didn't recognize at all. Before he could really question the look, the blonde snapped her hand away from his arm like it was hot iron and turned to the end of the tunnel. "Don't say a FNG word, Deku," she said before she ran off, leaving Izuku behind. "Kaken helping me?" The green-haired teen thought, dazed and confused. "That's not like her. That IT kinda reminds me of Izuku." The voice of his girlfriend broke Izuku out of his mental stupor as the brunette began dragging him by the arm, pinky up. "This ain't the time to stand around and stare off into space. We gotta race to win." Accent. The greenette thought to himself as he let himself be pulled along by Ochako before his body hotwired itself, activating a measly 3% of one for all before he dashed past her, now pulling the bubbly brunette along behind him. Behind him, the familiar sound of Shoko's ice forming made the adrenaline pump even faster, prompting the teen to pick up Ochako in a bridal-style position before boosting even more to 5%, shooting down the tunnel like a bullet. He spotted Katsumi up ahead, now trying to awkwardly boost herself forward with pathetic explosions whenever her feet left the ground. It really only resulted in her looking like she was running on the moon, but it did help boost her along with each stride. Shooting forward again, Izuku managed to catch up to the blonde-haired girl before his backside sparked with pain, almost making him stumble as one for all flickered like a faulty light around his form. Ochako, seeing that her boyfriend was in pain, tapped herself on the arm with her padded fingers. Ignoring the inherent queasiness from making herself weightless the second time in a row, the brunette pushed herself out of the greenette's arms and floated over to his side and tapped his arm. Izuku, registering that his weight was taken from him, nodded a silent thanks to his girlfriend before using a limited 2% to launch off in pursuit of Katsumi, the brunette quick to stay on his heels. After mere seconds, it was a neck-and-neck race between Izuku, Katsumi, and Ochako, each pushing themselves as hard as they could in order to gain the lead. The sound of Todoroki's ice forming behind them only proceeded to grow louder, prompting the three to push even harder than before. Izuku fought hard to keep from collapsing from the pain. The light from the archway was in sight, shining like a beacon in the dark tunnel. It was in reach, waiting for one of them to pass and show the first-place winner. 50 meters. Izuku pumped his arms, trying to force more power into his stride. 40 meters. The air grew colder as the heterochromatic girl rapidly approached their drained forms. 30 meters. The greenette's muscles burned even with the weight being taken from him. 20 meters. With a sudden shift in momentum, Izuku felt his weight return to him. Out of his peripheral, Ochako had touched her fingers together before falling to her knees, clutching her stomach. The pain in his legs and back returned full force, making the sparks of one for all disappear as he stumbled. 15 meters. Izuku saw his breath form in front of him as Shoko surfed past him, now approaching the explosive blonde. He reached out to the two as he ran, every inch of his body screaming to push as hard as he could. 10 meters. The world went dark as shadows surrounded him. The greenette blinked, somewhat shocked to see the realm of his mindscape bleeding into his vision. He could see the frozen forms of Shoko and Kaken just a little ways in front of him, the two girls being neck and neck. His outstretched forearm was now what it was when he talked to Hud, a shadowy visage that he couldn't move, though this time he could make out the barely solid tips of his fingers. Izuku Midoriya. A chill went through Izuku's very soul as an unfamiliar voice spoke in his head. It spoke, in a deep yet soft voice, like a benevolent force of nature was here. It caused a paradoxical mix of fear and calm to seep into his strained bones. A shadowy figure appeared in front of him, their back hunched. They were wreathed in shadow, but the only part of their body that stood out was the starkly white and unkempt hair that fell over their face. The figure slowly reached out with one hand, fingers outstretched, before interlocking with his own. A radiant warmth came over Izuku, like he was being filled with the light of a sun. Remember this. The voice spoke to him, filling the greenette with an unexpected feeling of hope. More shadowy figures appeared behind the first, each void of detail yet feeling different all the same. "We are here for you now." Izuku darted forward, causing a blast of air to explode down each length of the tunnel. Katsumi and Shoko were unexpectedly thrown to the wall as a green blur blasted past the two Hirotobes. The blur shot out of the tunnel entrance, sparking with a torrent of green energy before it slid to a stop, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, that blur revealed itself to be Midoriya, the sparks of one for all behaving more erratically than they had ever before. After a second of standing, the greenette fell back on his, but even as the stadium let out a roar, cheering on the success of the green-haired teen. As he watched the white clouds slowly drift overhead, he only had one thought on his mind. Who were those guys?